What's up, stream? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We got a chill stream tonight. We're gonna watch this debate. Um, I guess it's on masculinity, but I haven't watched this whole thing yet. I've watched like a 30-minute clip. But it's a 2-hour thing, and I'm pretty hyped for it because I've wanted to see a John Doyle versus Destiny debate for a long time, and we finally got one. We got one, boys. We got one. Lauren Chen is also in this. She's beautiful. She more than mildly attractive. You know, it's kind of a every time Destiny goes on these things, it's always a gang up on Destiny. I respect him for that. I respect him for showing up because this is basically a 3-on-1. John Doyle and Lauren Chen are right. Tim Pool's probably right of center, slightly right of center, maybe a little. He's pretty center. He's got some socialist Medicare and all that for all and all that stuff, but um, I think his right wing ideologies kind of pull him farther to the right of center than left of center. I've seen a lot of Lauren Chen stuff, but I don't know a lot about her. But I'm just here for Destiny versus John Doyle. So let's start the debate up. We'll be doing some mindless stuff in Zelda. I'm just gonna kick it and chill. Um, I couldn't sleep last night, man. It's the dang pot. Dang pot. I uh I went like 2 weeks without smoking pot. And then when I went on my camping trip, Shane had some. So I was smoking some ganja with him. And he gave me a little bit to bring home with me. And I ran out of that like 2 days ago. And yeah, it's like I don't know, man. I guess you get used to smoking a joint or something before you go to bed. And then like the second day after you go without pot, I just can't sleep. I can't sleep. I know tonight I'll sleep because I'm tired. I I laid in bed like I turned off everything to fall asleep at about 1 o'clock, around the time I usually do, and I had to be up at 8 for work. So I'm like, okay, 6 or 7 hours of sleep, I'm good. Laid in bed, laid in bed, laid in bed. Looked at my phone. It's 4 a.m. Still awake. Laid there, laid there, laid there. Look at my phone. It's like 5:30, and I'm like, man, if I go to sleep now and wake up in 2 hours, I'm just gonna be super exhausted. So I'm just gonna stay awake. So I started watching videos on my phone, walking around the house, getting ready for work and stuff, and then like 7:30, 8:30 hit. 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning hits, and it just hit me. I was exhausted, and I was having stomach problems, but it was whatever. But I didn't get any sleep last night. So now I'm exhausted. I'll sleep fine tonight, and then we'll be good. We'll be good. And then I think I'm not gonna. I didn't buy the pot. I haven't in the past month. In the past 4 weeks, I spent $10 on pot like 3 weeks ago, and then about a week ago when I went camping, I got free pot. So I didn't buy it. It was given to me, so I smoked it. But I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna be doing the pot no more. We'll have the no more pot, no more beer, and I'm kind of fasting too. I haven't really been eating much. That could be due to being kind of broke. But no, I haven't been eating a lot. So, I don't know. Maybe we're doing like a system flush. And then it's just the cigarettes. We'll get rid of the cigarettes. And then I'm good. I'm good. I know it'll take some time to stop the cigarettes, but once we've gone like 2 weeks, no beer, no weed, I'm gonna feel tip top shape. I'm not feeling tip top shape right now. It's interesting to stop doing these things and see how you feel after a little while. I'm not like complaining or nothing. I just couldn't sleep last night. I'm not like dying of withdrawals or something like that. I'm not saying that. That's not, you know. We already beat the hard stuff a long time ago, and that was rough. This is not rough. This is child's play, but just updating you guys on the progress, the life progress. Then once we quit the cigarettes, we can cut the dreads off. Hey, once I'm feeling good, be going more consistently to the gym. Let's go. But I need to work on the money situation. I need to get a second job or um or something because I'm just not getting enough work at my job. So money's I'm getting the bills paid, but I don't have like extra money to do stuff. So we got to work on the money too. We got to get that bag. We got to secure that bag. So I don't know. That's a little update on my life. Bully Seasell. Kids woke up at 5 a.m. I'm going to take a little nappy nap and I'll catch you later. All right. Later, Seasell. Let's get this debate started.
I think that we'll get into issues of gender and feminism along with all of this, dating especially, and gender dynamics. So it's going to be a fun one today. We got
Everybody's on the dating stuff. Everything's dating. Dating, dating, dating. I don't care about dating. If God wants me to have a woman, he's going to just put her in my lap. Pause. Not pause. There's nothing homosexual about that. I don't got time for that. I saw something about email marketing. What's that?
today we're going to be talking about masculinity, dating.
Like for a job? That's why I want to work on my typing speed. Get my typing speed up. It'd be gravy to have a work from home job like what do they call it? Copywriting, where you just get a script and I don't know if you just copy it or if you I can write, but I can't type fast. So I know there's people who like write the like labels, and you pretty much just have a format. You got to get all this information in there, and then you add a little bit of creativity. I think it's called copywriting. I think I could do something like that if I could type faster. I need to get my typing speed up. But then again, at the same time, I don't know if that's for me because I even when I'm sitting streaming, you see I got to have a game going, a video going, the chat going, talking to you guys. I can't just sit in one place. That's why I like what I do because I do all sorts of jobs. I do handyman work, so I do landscaping. The problem is I'm just not getting enough work. So I don't know. I kind of just want to get like a night job at a gas station or something where I can just, walk there, do my little 6, 7, 8 hours at night because I don't sleep. I don't sleep a lot anyway, as it is. I'm a night person, and if I'm working a night shift at a gas station, I can have my phone and I can also be editing videos, watching podcasts, listening to podcasts, whatever. I think you just send emails, kind of marketing for companies. I'll ask you if copywriting is good too. Yeah, but don't you need to be able to type fast? One of my friends back home mentioned something about that. Not sure if you'd want to look into it. Maybe some easy money on the computer. Yeah. Walmart's hire all the time, at least back in my little town. Yeah, but I got a record. Walmart won't hire you if you have a record. from what I've heard. I also hear that it's like, I don't know, not a good place to work. I think Amazon would be better than Walmart. But again, that's like menial. Walmart would be cool. I would do Walmart or like Smith's stock shelves or be a cashier. I have a lot of cashier experience. I'm not looking for something crazy, you know. I don't need to be rich. I just want to have a little extra money on the side. This is what I like to do. This is the dream or the goal, quote unquote, is to be able to just do this and get paid off of it enough. But you know, that may never happen. So I don't have any false preconceived notions that I'm gonna become some super huge YouTuber streamer. I don't really. If it happens, it happens. Awesome, that would be great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it takes 10 years and I'm, 40 years old, you know, like JLP started doing his thing when he was like 30, and now he's got a nice little network going at 70. You know, I wouldn't mind being an old man and having a little network going. If it takes a long time, I don't care. I just need, I don't need a lot. I don't need to be rich. I don't need to be, the top lawyer, the partner in the law firm, or a doctor or something like that. I just want to be comfortable, you know? I hear Amazon is nice, pays like $20 an hour. Yeah. I hear they're also very strict though. Like I heard they have like, I don't know if it's like watches or what they do, but they have like a step counter and they monitor your steps. So if you take too many bathroom breaks, which isn't something, I'm not the type of employee to go sit in the bathroom on my cell phone 20 times a day. I can't stand that. When I worked at McDonald's, there was this girl and she would always be in the bathroom. And so eventually my manager Rosa, because me and Rosa were cool. Rosa's this old little short little Mexican lady. And me and Rosa were like, yo, she just goes in there to mess around on her cell phone. And so Rosa's like, I'm gonna take her cell phone from now on. And if she doesn't want to give me her cell phone before she goes to the bathroom, she can leave. I was like, based. Rosa was cool. So Rosa said, next time she would always go during rush hour. Always rush hour. Well, you gotta take a poop during rush hour. Dang, girl. Always. And we had like a 3 or 4 man shift at McDonald's or Wendy's. I think this is at Wendy's actually. I worked at all the fast food places. This is at Wendy's. We'd have like a 3 or 4 man shift. Rush hour comes along where it's like hard enough as it is. If people undermine not the difficulty of fast food, but fast food is not like if you they keep the crews small on purpose so they don't have to pay a lot of people. They keep the crews understaffed on purpose when they schedule. And they're always hiring, but there's never enough people there. It's weird. And there's such a high turnover rate. And you got a lot of these losers in there who don't care, which I mean, I get it. It's a fast food job. You're a high school kid. You're smoking pot in the freezer. I get it that you don't really care about the job. You're just trying to get that paycheck and get out. But at the same time, it pisses me off because I'm working hard. I know every position, but because I have a record, they can't make me a manager. But they treat me like a manager. I got to train people. I got to work every position. We got 4 people on the shift. Rush hour comes along, and you're sweating. You're like making burgers, taking orders, doing this, running around, blah blah blah. It's not hard like skill level. You don't need any skill, but there's a lot of work going on. And then when you got one employee who wants to go in the bathroom during rush hour for 30 minutes and play on their cell phone, that's it's stressful. It's not worth it. The stress is not worth the pay. But yeah, Rosa started taking this girl's cell phone. That was so funny. She didn't last long after that. All of a sudden, she didn't need to go to the bathroom as much, and then she had to work, and then she quit. Whack beta. I hear Amazon. Yeah, okay, I already read that. Take your little nap, Seasal. What the? But anyway, I'm not complaining. I don't. If I sound like I'm complaining or something, I'm not trying to complain. I'm just talking about my life with you guys. That's what the purpose of this channel. If you read the description of the channel, it's supposed to be a lifestyle channel. It's supposed to just be my life, and I'm trying to better myself, and I want you guys to come along for the ride. And if it works, maybe I can one day point other people in the right direction. Point you towards God. First, you got to find God. Then you work on yourself. You study yourself. You do your little silent prayer or your meditation, whatever you want to call it. You be still and know God. And you watch yourself, which I need to work on that too. I don't, if JLP asked me, if I called JLP and he said, do you do the silent prayer? I'd have to say no, because I already know if I started trying to weasel out and say, well, I do it sometimes, and usually before I go to bed, I do it, and it's kind of like my how I fall asleep ritual is I'll do silent prayer, or I'll lay there and I'll do the, you know, people call it mindfulness meditation, where you study yourself, you just feel yourself, you go from head to shoulders, your fingertips, and and then you go to your chest, and you feel your lungs expanding, you feel your heart beating with your mind, like in your mind you're doing this, not really in your mind, you're just observing yourself, and you fall asleep. But that don't count. That don't count if I'm doing it to fall asleep, and I definitely don't be doing it when I wake up, which is probably more important to prepare you for the day. But I have noticed when I was doing it consistently, I was getting more control of the cigarettes. Like, there was a time when I was just smoking like 2 or 3 cigarettes a day, and I was doing silent prayer every morning and night. And then I kind of fell off. It's like, like Paul said, it's doing what you want to do, or doing what you don't want to do, and not doing what you want to do. You know what I'm saying. But yeah, I need to work on that too. It doesn't sound like you're complaining. Many people can relate to what you're saying. Even me, I'm like, maybe I can make some money from home, a little side job. A little side job. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah. And that's like when the conservative trad idea that women shouldn't work, that's not necessarily true. Actually the Proverbs 31 woman managed the garden, managed the farm, she managed the home in a way that the husband didn't even need to worry about finances. Yeah, he would go out and work every day. She'd take care of the family, but also she would find ways to invest. She would find ways to be home and make a little extra money on the side, and then she would manage the money so the husband didn't have to worry about that. Took a little weight off his back. So, that's what I was saying last night. If you can make you a little TikTok, not TikTok, don't do TikTok. Not TikTok, but if you can make you a little blog or a little vlog, or you want to write a book, or you want to do a little thingy from the computer at home, um, I respect that. If you can do that and be with your kids, you know, not a high stress job. I don't think women should be having no high stress job. If it's stressful, you need to quit, because women don't act as well under pressure as men. Men kind of need a little bit of stress and a little bit of pressure on them to perform optimally, whereas women uh, will buckle under pressure easier. And if the woman is stressed out from a job, she's going to take it out on the kids. And that's no bueno. If I can make a little money online, it would be perfect. The kids are getting older, giving me a little more free time. What do you mean the kids are getting older? You just had a baby. What you talking about? You got like a newborn. You're probably going to have another baby in 9 months. Watch. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Got to toss the cigs, hombre. You're right, Lord Bibby. I agree. I agree. Yep. Even, the even for the simple fact, even if I'm just buying like 2 cans of beer and a pack of cigarettes every day, that's like $15 a day. And they have apps on your phone to monitor this stuff. I tried it. I don't know. I didn't keep up with it, but it is kind of impactful when you realize how much money you're spending on these things. $15 a day is what, $105 a week? Yeah, $105 a week. That's $400 a month. That's $4,800 a year. That's a brand new PC. I could have this laptop in a year. That's a brand new PC. What the? That's a car. That's a that's a vacation. For me, that's probably what I'd spend that extra money on. Take a little trip. $4,800. I could go on 3 trips. I could do a road trip to Cali, a road trip to dang old New York because I want to go see New York City, and take a road trip down to Florida every year for $4,800. She's an easy baby. Easy baby. Easy baby. All right, let's get to this debate. Let's see what these people is talking about.
And
Whoa, that's loud in my ear.
Social issues pertaining to that. There's a big question that many of us have talked about. Why is it that men are failing? They're not going to school. Why is it that testosterone levels are on the decline and sperm counts are on the decline? So we're going to focus a lot on men, but I certainly think that we'll get into issues of gender and.
I asked Roosh V years ago on his forum if he thought it was a good idea for wives to have a YouTube channel. He said it could be a trap for vanity and stuff. He said, write a blog where I don't appear. Yeah, that's why I said blog. A blog or write a book or something. I think that's good for women, and he's right. Like the YouTube channel thing and the shorts and the TikTok stuff. You don't want to get into building your ego and the vanity. You start getting the clicks, you start getting the likes, and then you get kind of addicted to it and you get in that death scroll state where you're just always checking your thing, and that's not good. But I mean, I don't know. I could be maximalist and say women shouldn't be allowed on the internet. But being more realistic, um, you know, yeah, probably. I don't know. But at the same time, I think a woman making positive content for like YouTube Shorts or Facebook Reels or TikTok or whatever you're doing, that would probably be better than if you're just watching this stuff. If you just watch that stuff all day. But I don't think you're one of those shorts watchers, Seaside. You watch streams, which if you can listen to a stream and have it going in the background, that's good because um, you're not losing your attention span and you're learning stuff. You know, you're learning important things, and it seems like for the most part you listen to wise men and then me. And Mr. Mad. But yeah, it doesn't seem like I don't think you're into like doesn't seem like you're into like gossip stuff and women talking about fashion or makeup tutorials or dance moves and stuff like that. It seems like you're listening to deep stuff. So that's good. Yep, okay, now I gotta go nap. Go nap! Take a nap. Go to sleep. Let's play this video.
Feminism along with all of this, dating especially, and gender dynamics. So it's going to be a fun one today. We got a bunch of really awesome people joining us to talk about the issue. Of course, we have Destiny.
Hi, what's up?
I'm trying to become wise. Maybe someday I'll be wise. And then Mr. Mad. I'm sorry, Mr. Mad. He's not here. I shouldn't say his name. No, I don't think he'll care.
Who are you? What do you do?
I'm Destiny. I do politics and philosophy and video games on my YouTube channel.
And we have John Doyle.
Yes,
John
thank you for
Doyle,
having
let's
me. Good to be
go.
back.
I've been super hyped for this. I've been wanting John Doyle and Destiny to debate forever. He debated Hunter Avalone, I think like 3 times. They did a college tour. Um, Bodied Hunter Avalone, of course. But Destiny's a little more of a formidable opponent. But John Doyle is a boss, dude. I don't care what nobody says. Somebody in the comments of this video said 3 women or 3 betas and a woman debating manhood. And I was like, I don't know. Tim maybe a little bit beta. Maybe, I don't know. Destiny beta. John Doyle ain't a beta.
And of course, Lauren Chen, a late addition.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I realize that I am probably
Yeah, he
not
does.
the most expert on masculinity, but hopefully I can at least add a
Damn, that's Lauren Chen. She mildly attractive.
feminine perspective.
Look at
Because, of
that
course, everyone-
traditional garb. Look at that traditional garb she's wearing. She got the poofy shoulders on the dress. Dang, girl. Oh.
cares about what the woman's issue about masculinity is
Well,
today.
That's why I asked you to come last.
That's the diametric opposition to the Len of the Plugs out there. Get that woman off the internet. Put her in jail. And then just listen to Lauren Chen. Lauren, mildly attractive, Bibby says.
Last night, we were talking about having this show in the morning, and then I thought, if we're going to be talking about men's issues, we have a woman who can also add a female perspective, probably a more traditional view on things, as opposed to, say, a liberal woman or anything like that. But,
That would have been, we should get like whatever 2.0,
whatever 2.0. I don't know. I like whatever for a variety of reasons. I think we'll be a bit different than whatever's take on things.
Hopefully, yeah.
I don't know.
Quite a bit
They get
different.
accused of being a bit more vapid, I
Yeah.
suppose. But I like it. I mean, it's whatever. It's the whatever
Ah,
podcast.
good one.
So let's just start with the kickoff story. We have this article from earlier in the year from the New Yorker. What's the matter with men? They're floundering at school, in the workplace. Some conservatives blame a crisis of masculinity, but the problems and their solutions are far more complex. Yeah. So this is the big issue, I suppose. Men's failure to launch. We hear about toxic masculinity quite a bit in various corporate press circles, things like that. We've had the Gillette commercial and other things like that that seem to poke at a view of toxic masculinity. But
Whoa,
I'm
I
curious,
disavow.
just to kick it off.
What are we disavowing? Lauren makes me move and play. Oh, God. How you going to disavow yourself? What the?
If whoever wants to start, what's your thought on why men appear to be failing?
Isn't that crazy? She's dressed like it's almost like we've been so desensitized to women wearing like nothing and just being hoes. Just being hoes out there. We've been so desensitized to that when we see a woman wearing a nice dress, not with lip injections and a Brazilian butt lift and dang old fake tattooed big old I can't stand those big old eyebrows. Fake big old eyebrows tattooed on and a bunch of layers of makeup and contour and all the colors all over their eyes and the shadings that they do. And we see a woman modestly dressed and it's like, woo, woo, getting a little hot over here. What the?
I assume we were going in order of who was introduced first, but all right, I'll be like the based alpha male and assert myself into the conversation early on, I suppose. I think it's probably because we just aren't taught how to be men. I mean, traditionally, men would be taught how to sort of grow into their masculinity by their fathers, grandfathers, uncles, but now we have a very, I think, androgynous and weak society because of things like you mentioned with testosterone going down because of different lifestyle factors, things they're putting in the food, things even in the water. There's like residual birth control, I think, like estrogen in the water. But also, I think our society doesn't really incentivize positive channeling of those behaviors. Typically, if you are a man, you're going to want to like impose your will upon the world in some capacity, whatever that may be. But if you can't do that, you're going to turn that inward and self-destruct, or you're going to try to distract yourself from that drive naturally with things like maybe drugs, video games, masturbation, pornography. And so I think that's kind of what we're seeing, just because men haven't really been taught by their fathers, who they're largely absent from their lives in the first place now, how to actually be a man. And now people don't even know what that means. Like if you ask someone how to be a man, and even you looking like,
I will say this. he just did mention video games, but he's gonna kind of reiterate that video games aren't totally a horrible. It's not necessarily like a horrible thing. It could be bad. It could be bad if you're, you know, over consumed with them. But he's gonna. John Doyle is like a movie freak. He talks. He analyzes movies and stuff, and it's like, well, you know, if you're watching Disney movies and talking about The Incredibles, which he's gonna do. I saw a clip he's gonna do here, sometime in this thing. It's like, what's the difference? You know, as long as you're not don't have an unhealthy addiction to it, I don't think it's harmful. Um, yeah, and they'll talk about Matt Walsh's take on anime and video games, which I agree for the most part on anime. There's some okay anime, but I'm not like the problem is these anime freaks that get so into it and then they go to the cosplay stuff and they watch like tentacle porn and hentai and degenerate and they get all degenerate with it because a lot of anime is very degenerate. So I'm kind of on board with the anti-anime thing. I like my Dragon Ball. And that's about it. Um, Video games. I don't play video games all day, every day. I play video games when I'm streaming.
In the red pill community, they'll say, well, being a man is like, you know, having sex with lots of women and smoking cigars and drinking whiskey. And it's like this caricature. It's like a costume of like what masculinity actually is. And so no one really has a clear definition of it because I don't think the definition is actually that interesting. Like if you'd go back 100 years and be like, how do I be a man? It's like, I don't know, just like do it. It's supposed to be something that happens naturally. And I think that as our society has devolved, we've had so many impediments introduced that prevent people from doing that naturally. They think they have to like reinvent it into some really complex thing. You have to take these courses and read these books. I mean, that's not the case. You should really be able to just kind of develop into it, I think.
I wonder if it had something to do in the past with survival, in that men fought wars, put out fires, were hunting and things like that. And as we've advanced as a civilization in terms of technology, survivability has become less and less of an issue for us. We have too much food now. And so is there really going to be this manly man who's super ripped with a big beard chopping down trees? Or is it going to be some beer belly guy driving around in a heavy machinery who just presses a button and has it done for him? So, you know, we have this traditional view of masculinity with these heroic images of men that we don't need as much anymore.
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. I think that it's still possible, though, for men to be heroes, even in this, like, post-industrial society. But I think they're prevented from doing so. I mean, even, like, in school nowadays, boys can't stand up for themselves on the playground because they have, like, zero-tolerance policies, which teach kids that, like, violence is absolutely never something that's permitted. So if some kid's picking on you and you fight back, you are now going to be suspended as well. You also have things like they bring in these social workers and counselors to try to tell boys that, like, if you have a problem, you have to talk about it, and there's probably something wrong with you. They even try to turn the students like, against their parents in some cases. If kids are like, you know, my mom destroyed my Lego set because she was mad at me. A whole Lego set destroyed? That was something I remember happening to one of my buddies when I was in elementary school. So I think
my
it's
ex-wife
like
did that to me. She smashed my damn Millennium Falcon, my Lego Millennium Falcon. Oh, I was so pissed. That was like a $150 Lego set that currently is worth like $600. It's just gained value. She smashed it. How you gonna smash the Millennium Falcon, woman?
children and basically teaching them to be a cog in that system that you described without saying, you know, you can climb to the top, you can be a hero, you can still do things that are noble even if you're not, you know, protecting your community from Indians, you can protect them from criminals. But now the law has made that largely impossible in many cases as well, I think.
Well, most of the institutions that young men interact with are run by women. If we look at the education system, it is a more feminine view, and the way that little girls learn and little boys learn, it's not the same. It's not that one's better than the other, but I feel like that, in addition to the fact that social workers, for example, overwhelmingly females, psychologists, psychiatrists, overwhelmingly females. There are so many women who I think have the best intention when it comes to shaping men's lives, but I think they're not realizing that men and women are different. So that masculine leadership that you were talking about, that's largely missing, and it's been replaced with either nothing or maybe too much of a feminizing influence.
What do you think?
I don't think men and women are that different. I do agree with one thing that was said, though. I think one of the big issues you run into is there's literally no good advice out there for how to, I guess.
Of course you don't think men and women are that different. You're a feminine man, Destiny. Men and women are very, 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 very different. What are you talking about, bro? Grab the log from the upper pool and use Ultra Hand to place it behind the water gate on the lower pool. When you've got it in place, use Ultra Hand to lift the gate and attach it to the log to stop it from closing again. Huh? What?
Guess help men, because it seems like on the left they just don't want to talk to men at all. They're just exclusively talking to women or maybe minority men. And then for people on the right, it's this very strange caricature of masculinity. It's funny because you pointed out like that the red pill talks about a caricature of masculinity, but I feel like sometimes conservatives talk about caricatures of masculinity too. I feel like when we talk about masculinity, everybody wants to talk about like the really sexy, like fighting the kid at lunch that broke your Legos or fighting with your parents or whatever. The reality is, and I say the same shit to red pillers who say, well, it's important for you to be masculine because somebody breaks into my house, I need to get my assault rifle and tell my woman to hide my, like, life, 99% of life is not these moments. Like, how successful you are in life really comes down to, like, can you maintain a sleep schedule? Can you have a decent diet? Do you have enough discipline to go to work, show up to your job? Can you graduate school? Like, these are, not only are these like the most important, they're oftentimes the hardest ones. It's a lot harder to maintain a 4.0 GPA, get a scholarship, go to school, than it is to stand up to a bully one time on the playground. But it seems like those are the sexy, like, moments that everybody wants to obsess over. And then in the meantime, when you look at like the woman's side of things, women have been taught to have more control over reproductive health. They're taught to go to school and succeed in ways that we never thought they could before. They're taught to enter the job market and get jobs and make money in ways they never thought they could before. Women have been doing a good job at kind of like leveling up all these different aspects of their lives. Nobody wants to talk to the men on the left, and the people that are talking to the men from the right are like, well, you guys just need to be even more masculine, even though I don't see any future where just being even more masculine is equipping you to succeed in a world where your outcomes are largely determined by like how successful you can be at a white collar office job or how successful you can be sitting down, 8 hours a day in a school setting like in college.
I suppose that's true. I don't know if, while it does seem sort of silly when you lay it out that way to focus on, these heroic standards as opposed to what is more practically applicable, it is true, though, that like even when men do go down those paths and they do them successfully, they don't feel fulfilled. They don't feel happy. They feel very, inundated and restless. And I think that's partially why the male suicide rate is like unprecedentedly high, because yes, they are checking these boxes and they're living successfully as determined by how society might want that to be defined, but they still do not feel like they're living as men. I mean, even, for example, if there were a guy who were making good money at a job, white collar, and he steps outside his office to go get into his Mercedes and he gets like robbed by somebody who doesn't have a gun, they just like beat the shit out of him. Wait, can I swear? I don't remember the rules.
Just did.
I don't know if we have any. I don't know.
He's going to feel like emasculated. You're going to feel bad about yourself because you were unable to defend yourself. And especially if his girlfriend or if his wife sees that, I don't care how much feminist literature she has read. If your woman ever sees you get beat up by another guy, she's never going to look at you the same way. I don't care how understanding she says that she is. Oh, he was bigger than you, whatever. She will never look at you the same way again, because whether or not we like it, they have been wired biologically to seek out men who can protect them. Even if now they don't necessarily need the financial stability that maybe they would have required, 100 years ago, they still have that instinct to pursue that. And so I think that those moments too, I mean, how many guys too are now living in the glory day, or living in like this very comfortable lifestyle, who still reminisce back to when they were like the captain of the football team, or back, in their glory days, or even like post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, properly understood, we learned this in Vietnam. It's not like guys are so traumatized by war. It's that they go and they experience that brotherhood and that glory, and they come back and they're like in a box. I mean, the Hurt Locker actually explored this very well. You read the interviews from like after Vietnam, these soldiers are coming back. It's not just that they're traumatized, it's that life after war is boring. So I think there is something in the male brain that's wired to pursue that.
Okay, yeah, a few things. So one, that PTSD is absolutely not. I was with my brothers and then I came back. I don't think that is a driving factor of PTSD. I think a driving factor of PTSD is the human central nervous system being stressed beyond whatever a human is meant to deal with in life and death situations for sometimes extended periods of time, sometimes with other physiological things lacking too, like sleep, diet, whatever. But regardless of that, again, we hit on there's another red pill talking point. Like, what is a woman looking for in a man? Protection. Like, where do you live? Is this like in Pakistan, or are we like in some civil war place? Like, we live in the United States of America. I don't think protection is the thing that, like, most people probably want a guy that earns a decent paycheck.
But is that not financial protection?
Yeah, but that's not the protection that he was talking about, right? If you want to broaden protection to be so overly broad and meaningless that it includes things like making money, you can do that. But when people say protection, I mean, he was talking about like, if your wife sees you get beaten up, blah, blah, blah. Like, true. If we take the totality of divorces and relationships ending in the United States right now, is like, saw my husband get beat up. Is that even going to make the top 50? I'm guessing it's probably nowhere near on that list.
It's a similar impulse in the brain, though, because I think women are initiating something between like 2/3.
No fault divorce would probably be the leading
largely
cause.
They just cite that they feel unfulfilled. I think that can manifest in a variety of ways, but I think it's like they're looking at their husbands as less attractive for whatever reason. Well, you can even see studies too. Women that earn more than their husbands in a long enough timeline are more likely to divorce them because they don't have that traditional perceived ability to, like she mentioned, protect financially. But I agree with what
wait,
you're
real
saying.
quick, hold on. Neither of those two things are completely true. Number one, the divorce rate gets cited a lot. There's a reason why women overwhelmingly initiate divorce versus men. And that's because oftentimes women have
They want money.
more they need to secure by doing so. If a man and a wife get together and things, petter out, whatever, things don't work out, especially if the woman is a child, that woman has to file for divorce if she wants to qualify for benefits, if she wants to get any kind of child support, if she wants to get any kind of welfare. Otherwise, her husband's income is constantly going to be taken into account when she's trying to apply for any assistance or need. So women are oftentimes highly incentivized to get divorced because a man can be like married and not give a fuck forever. Socially, there's probably less stigma, like, oh, I'm separated from my wife, she's whatever, versus a woman being like, well, I'm still married, but I don't see my husband. So socially, there's a lot of stigma behind who would cause a divorce. And then for financial benefits, a woman with a child whose husband is no longer in the picture and not helping, she absolutely needs to file for that divorce in order to qualify for anything she might need to maintain a household. Number one. Number two, after the divorce thing, you brought up what was the second thing?
Oh, shoot. I don't even remember.
Was it the protection thing? Fuck, I lost
Probably.
it. But the number one thing was,
Well, so I just quick Google search, singular source, Forbes advisor says that lack of commitment
is the most common. 60% of divorce couples cited infidelity. Domestic abuse prompts divorce in 24 cases. Lack of commitment. See, that's such an abstract, like, how do you even do a study on that? Marriage is not always easy, so success requires both spouses to be dedicated to their union and serious about making it last. That's why it's not surprising the lack of commitment, because Bubba's asking for a couple.
Commitment is the primary reason for divorce. 75% of individuals cited lack of commitment. 60% cited infidelity. So
Damn.
it seems like
That's more than
infidelity is
100%.
the real reason.
That's more than 100%. 75 plus 60 plus 24 is more than 100.
For divorce, which kind of sounds
They have
like
multiple
if
reasons?
either individual in the relationship is cheating on each other, they've already
Right.
they've already broken their relationship.
I mean,
as
this
it
is something I'll push back at the 80% of women filing for divorce. I think there's a difference between a woman filing for divorce and a woman being responsible for.
And who's to say they're not just saying, oh, that's just their excuse. Like, they want the divorce, they need a reason, so they say, oh, a lack of commitment. Like, it's just the first thing that pops in their head. That's a usable excuse. I don't know about that.
For the divorce, if it's a case of infidelity specifically, a man can cheat and a woman can file for divorce because of that. But can you really blame the woman for the marriage failing in that case?
I don't think so, but I think lack of commitment here is defined separately from infidelity. Lack of commitment could be like, he's not bringing to the table what I thought he was, something like that. These sort of like vague reasons that are hard to define. Infidelity, I would agree with, but I mean, it does say like 75% would be lack of commitment.
I want to ask that question. What causes infidelity? Could it be sexual desires that a man has or a woman has they're not being fulfilled with, or could it be that something in their relationship already broke where an attraction
The heck
has
is
waned
this?
for a variety of reasons,
think
which
there's-
resulted in them
this?
seeking
There's one
Probably
answer.
a variety of reasons
answer?
of why.
It's monogamy. See, if everybody had open relationships, there'd be no more infidelity.
Shut up, Destiny.
That's just like saying if we make all crime legal, there'll be no more crime.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Have you seen The Purge?
Good call, Lauren. Good call,
Their world
Lauren.
was better off for it, according to the lore. So
Well, maybe if we did live in the purge, my argument would be better about needing protection or something. But
no,
Once
because
a
rich
year, I
people
will
would probably
save you
still
from being
buy
driven.
like huge houses.
I do
with
think
50
there's something
million
to be
guns.
said because, they've done cross-cultural studies, for example, where you look at like stereotypes of masculinity or femininity and you ask all these different cultures, what they tend to seek in a potential mate. And we find that they basically hold up that men are looking for, women who are young and beautiful, implying the role of the mother. Women are looking for men who are, strong and ambitious and of resources, implying the role of the protector and the provider. So while it is true that, yes, your need to be protected by a man is much lesser than it would have been, 100 years ago, I think that biological impulse is still there, which is why we see it across cultures. And so the question becomes, how much is our society going to undo that biological impulse to seek with how
Wait,
women are
can I find
regarded
on that
men?
real quick? Okay, when we cite, first of all, the marriage thing is a really good thing, right? If we say 60% of relationships end in infidelity, right? I know they didn't say that, but let's say 60% of relationships end in infidelity. Why did the relationship end? To say cheating, Lauren mentioned, doesn't really get to the heart of what happened, right? Because it's possible that like by the time cheating has happened, it's because the relationship has already fallen apart, right? Like this is, I haven't seen data on this, but I would bet my life on this that you can probably track the success of a relationship based on how much sex the man and the woman have. However, would you say that like, well, you know, we had sex like once every 3 months, that's why the relationship ended? Probably not. You probably stopped having sex because other issues were starting to crop up to make it happen. We take these numbers sometimes.
That's
and
reasonable. That's
If you
reasonable.
want to talk about a study, I think it's important to talk about the entirety of a study and not to pull numbers, because I'm familiar with the Michael Sartain, I think, and Rollo cite these numbers all the time, that these cross-cultural things, they do this polling data, they see what people want. Just because people find a certain thing attractive doesn't necessarily mean that's what they chase. For instance, here's a data point. Here are two different data points that almost seem to contradict each other. One is that I think that for men, I think the ideal age of like female beauty, depending on what you're looking at, is anywhere from like 18 to 24, depending on what study you're looking at. But if you look at the average difference of the age of a relationship, it's like 2.7 years, I think. So even though men in general might say like, oh my God, like I really like young women that are like 22, on average, the choices that you're making
there's
in
a
life
treasure
aren't going
chest
to 100%
dangling
map
down
onto the
there.
thing that you find attractive. Same
It's
thing with women.
dangling.
Women might say that I prefer men that are, 6 feet tall and blah, blah, blah. And these are like your dream preferences. But when it actually comes to settling down in a relationship, they're not picking like the optimal things that they fantasize. They're making more realistic choices. And I think it's important to contextualize numbers when we talk about things like that.
In fact, I think one of the red pill dating talking points is that young women, and I'm not saying I agree with it. This is one thing they say. That young women will rack up a high body count at a young age. And then once they're in their 30s, think, oh, I need a stable guy who's actually going to be there for me. And they end up settling down with a guy who's like an average dude with a good job.
It's true. Many such cases. And I think there is something to be said that while, what you desire is not what you're always going to be able to get, that impulse is still there. So you can be a very beautiful young woman, desire that guy, and maybe get him, maybe choose to exploit your beauty for other purposes and then settle down later. But settling doesn't mean you decide that this is unrealistic just because it's like unobtainable. It's more because, well, what am I working with? What can I bring to the table to get that? Because the guy in that position is well aware of that desirability. And so he can leverage that to, get a woman who's more in alignment with what he finds desirable. So I don't think it's necessarily like, I wish I could fly, but I can't. It's like, this does exist, but I can't get it for whatever reason.
Well, I find looking at the red pill community versus, for example, some of the extreme whatever women, like the podcasts, that is, there's a big stark contrast between red pillers who might say, oh, well, no woman is going to want someone who's under 6 foot tall, which is absolutely not true. I mean, people on the internet act as if no one who's 5'10" has ever gotten married as a man, which is absolutely not the case. And then, on the other side of things, you might also have a extreme feminist who's saying, oh, well, women can do whatever they want. Men should not care about body count because it doesn't matter, which is also not true. People have preferences, obviously, but we're working within the fact that we have to deal with real people who are imperfect. So I think anytime we're looking at these polls, people online can be really, I don't want to say autistic about them, but act as if they're the gospel.
Just say autistic.
Right. People are a lot more nuanced in their actual behavior.
Well, let me just, ask the woman who's here. Would you divorce your husband if he got beat up in front of you?
No.
Are you lying?
No. I mean, my husband does do BJJ, and he's a pretty big guy. But
so there you go.
no.
See,
but
she can't even conceive
But if he got beat up while you were dating him, would you have married him?
of the possibility because he's already taken into account that because he agrees. He knows it's true, and that's why he trains BJJ.
Well, I think there would be something inherently emasculating about seeing your husband get beaten up in front of you, aside from the fact that he's your husband and you love him and you're worried about him getting beaten up. But
I've heard women tell stories about this. They see their man get beat up, and they like lose attraction for him. Just like, I'm sure, I don't care how nonchalant he plays it, Adam 22 saw his wife get beat down, and he's not okay with it. You can just tell. He might say he's okay with it. He might pretend. He might try to do this. How do I get this? Let's try this. Yeah, just like that. He's not okay with it. I don't care what you say, bruh. Yeah, I think that'll work.
obviously, no, most women aren't looking for someone who is literally who was Game of Thrones, Jason Momoa. Khal Drogo. They're not
Oh.
looking for that
Drogo!
extreme example of masculinity, but there's something inherent in women where they're looking at a man, and
I think
the
every
lizard
woman
brain is
loves
asking, could you
Drogo.
physically protect me? They like men who are strong, who have muscles, who are taller.
But Drogo died from a damn poison arrow. What the? He didn't even make it 2 seasons. He died in the dang first book. Drogo was a beast.
I think that's there for a reason.
Hey, and Daenerys Targaryen, hey, she was more than mildly attractive. Let's go.
It's because of the physical prowess.
I think when I think of like masculine and feminine
How
traits,
do I open this?
I think that they're important, but I think that people, to have a more realistic view of how they influence people, I think these are things that exist as the edges. They're like the spice that you can add to a relationship. So like if you find, I'll say from the male perspective, you find a woman that's like really stable, maybe she works like a decent job if you care about that, you have a fun time, you've got a lot of chemistry together. Like these are like the really important things. You have a similar communication style. These are the really important things. Now, if she also happens to have a great butt, big boobs, she's short, whatever the fuck, if she's blonde or whatever you're into, that's like a cool bonus. And I think it's similar for women too. Like if you find a guy
cool
and he can
bonus?
provide for you, he's got a good job, really stable, good relationship with his parents, likes kids, all this stuff, that's cool. If he's also like 6 feet tall, if he's also like super muscular, those are like cool bonuses. But I don't think people are usually deciding relationships on those like side factors unless they're really, really, really young. Like a 20-year-old dude might be like, I'm dating that girl because she's got huge tits and I don't care that she has BPD and she slashed her last boyfriend's
What is
tires.
BPD?
Or the girl that's like, I'm dating this guy, he's so fucking hot. I know he's got a lot of tattoos and he
What
just
is
got out of
that?
prison like 2 years ago, but I'm doing it. You know, like if you're really young, you make stupid decisions like that. But in general, these are like bonuses, not like the deciding factors.
I was reading this analysis from a
What is BPD? Should I Google this? Probably gonna be something gross. BPD? Something disorder? Oh, borderline personality disorder. Okay. Yeah, stay away from those. Listen, I don't care how big your boobs are and how big your butt is. If you got this dang made up disorder, then you might want to watch out.
dating website, a dating app, and they broke down level of attraction by age. And the interesting thing was, I shouldn't say interesting, the creepy thing is that men, they actually, when shown
Bipolar?
pictures of
Yeah.
women, overwhelmingly choose
What up, Jeff?
underage women. Like, disgustingly.
I've seen as low as 16 sometimes. For
Exactly.
Where it gravitates
Yep.
towards, yeah.
And this is, you wouldn't be, this is why it's not surprising to learn that the models you see in a lot of ads, when you go to the mall and you'll see like women, they're like 15 and 16 years old. Creepy stuff. However, when actually introduced or asked about women of that age, men overwhelmingly say no, because I mean, like, what adult wants to hang out with a child? It's just, so what ends up happening is, according to this one bit of data, I think it was OkCupid, they said men overwhelmingly want 22-year-old women because they're adult in mind and young and attractive. So while the industry may pursue these younger women, typically like 17 or 18, still too young in my opinion, men are overwhelmingly like, yeah, okay, that 18-year-old girl might be attractive or whatever, but who wants to spend their time with someone who's inexperienced and not capable of, navigating the world? But
They keep going to this inexperienced thing. I loved when Sneeko laughed at Adam22 about the inexperienced thing. Inexperience is not a problem. I don't want a woman who's experienced, who has traveled more than I have and who went to college and, has a better degree than me, going to be telling me to call him doctor. I want an inexperienced woman so I can share the experiences with them. And I can show them, say, hey, did you ever try this? Have you ever done this? Let's do this. Let's do this. And I'm not talking about sexual stuff, but it also applies to sexual stuff too. People like, I would not want to be with a chick who did porn for 10 years just because she's more sexually experienced. That's gross. No, that's gross. That's gross. I heard Andrew from Crucible was debating somebody about this. And the guy, Andrew said, something about, what if you're sexually incompatible? They were talking about not having sex until marriage. And he's like, what if you marry someone you're sexually incompatible with? Like, when I was a virgin and I was with my girlfriend who I lost my virginity to, we the first time, it was weird, it was awkward, like everybody's weird or awkward. It's never the most memorable time. But we became very quickly very comfortable with each other to where we could just talk about stuff and say, oh, let's do this. And, I don't want to dwell too much on the sex stuff, um, but we could talk to each other and be like, okay, let's try this. We don't like that. Let's do this, and the other. You communicate. What the? You don't need a dang porn star. That's gross.
22 does tend to be the number for guys across the board. I think it was OkCupid.
I don't know. I'm thinking like, I mean, I guess it depends on how old you are, but I'm 35. I'm thinking like 24 to 26 would be great. I want to have kids, so if I'm gonna get with a woman, I want her to be fertile. Yeah.
That showed this data where no matter how old a man is, he's liking and messaging 22-year-olds.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
That's right.
phenomenon.
And no matter how old a woman is, she's trying to date within her age range, like a comparable age.
Yeah, I think that a lot of what he mentioned is true as far as like people getting more realistic with their dating standards. But I wonder how much of that is just because as you get older, you yourself, whether you're a male or a female, accumulate more baggage, past relationships, crazy exes. As you get into your like 30s or 40s, if you're still dating, you can't exactly go into it, I don't think, with the same sort of like optimism and blank slate,
I'm not gonna
so to
make it.
speak, that you might have been able to when you were 20. You're also far less mature when you're in
I'm
your
not gonna
early
make it over
20s, so
there.
yeah, you're going to want to pursue the girl with BPD who's going to slash your tires. There's something fun about that. It's
Where-
a stepping stone.
where's
But
the
yes, as you
launcher?
get older, you do kind of have to get more realistic about, I think, the world around you. But I don't think that negates sort of like the core of what makes people attracted to each other in terms of like the, the masculine and feminine side.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
make it.
I was gonna say, I agree with that core, but it's what everybody talks about. It would be like having a discussion of like what is the best car to take to the track, and 95% of the discussion is around like the spoiler or the seats. It's like, yeah, some aspects of these could matter for comfort or luxury, or maybe even for aerodynamics or whatever, but like the main thrust, and this is my thesis in the beginning, the thing that I hate is that you've got obviously progressives and left-leaning people don't want to talk to men because they're all rapists, but the people on the right that give the advice, it's all focused on this very niche hyper-masculine thing that, one, the vast majority of men will never get to. Most men aren't going to earn six figures, let alone be the millionaires, let alone have the 50-woman body count by the time you're 35, or get the vasectomy when you're 20, whatever all these other replicas say. Most of them aren't even going to hit that point. And then secondly, in terms of how people can improve themselves for relationships, I don't think in general the complaint is like, God, there's just not enough like ultra masculine men. I think usually the breakdowns are more along the lines of like, these guys suck at communicating. They don't have very good like socialization skills. We don't have very good chemistry. Don't know how to conduct themselves properly in public. Maybe can't do anything in a house, like doesn't know how to do laundry, clean, or even make macaroni and cheese, or make their
Why does a man need to know how to do laundry and clean?
bed. Like, I think that these are the things that kind of need a lot of focus. As cringe as it is, I used to make fun of him a lot because I didn't think that a lot of men had this problem. I honestly think Jordan Peterson's advice of like make your bed and take care of your own shit before you go into the world is way more important than like you got to hit the gym because you never.
I'm just joking. If you're single, yes, cleanliness is next to godliness. Do your laundry, take care of your house. Yes, I have to do all the womanly duties around my house because I ain't got no woman here. So I do the laundry, I do the dishes, I do the mopping and the sweeping and the cleaning, and I keep a tidy house.
Never know when 17 assailants are going to hop out in an alley and try and stab to death you and steal your woman,
Yes, but hitting
But-
the gym is in line outside
That
of
is
that
improving yourself.
weird like the idea that you're going to hit the
They
gym to
said
become
you
strong
can
to fight is
open
silly.
this with a
But the
dazzle
idea that you hit
fruit?
the gym for yourself, as
Self-improvement
part-
is good. Yeah, sure.
right?
I agree,
Cleaning
yeah.
your room.
Yeah, you should definitely just train a martial art instead of just going for strength purposes.
Or learn how
you
to
see
shoot a
videos
gun.
all the time.
Get a
Or
concealed
that,
carry.
the ultimate equalizer. I actually agree like completely with what he's saying insofar as I find the whole discussion between like, the OnlyFans woman versus the red pill guy to be like so bad that they should almost be arrested because it is making me a danger to myself. Like there's probably a legal argument to be made there that it's like threatening my life in a way just because of how stupid that discussion is. Because it's exactly as you said. I mean, most people aren't going to get to that point. And if you talked about the core of the issue, which is that men aren't men anymore, everything just falls into place there. There's a great picture that goes viral on Twitter every now and then of like some football player kissing some cheerleader. And the guy's like, do you think that this guy had to like read a book on how to be a man, or like, you know, read forms on how to like talk to girls and get a girlfriend? It just fell into place because he was normal. And men nowadays are very like introverted and antisocial, and so these things don't fall into place. So yeah, I agree. It's like, we were talking about this before the show. It's like almost this weird Revenge of the Nerds fantasy where you've got all these guys who love watching their favorite red pill guy put that OnlyFans girl online and tell her she's not going to be happy. She's probably happy. I mean, maybe she'll get depressed later, but she's probably doing okay because she's making millions of dollars.
Wait, real quick on that,
cetera.
because again, it's the same as one. Most guys never played football. I don't even know that. Like the majority of guys were not on the high school football team. The football teams are not big enough. Number one.
Listen, I get talking fast in a debate, but if you're talking so fast that you just start mumbling, like that's not a flex, Destiny. You know what's up?
Number two,
Breathe,
I think it's
bro.
funny that we go to football, for example. Aren't these the guys that like rape and beat their girlfriends more than like any other profession for like NFL players and shit? Like,
Whoa, that's kind of racist, Destiny. I think the majority of NFL and NBA players are black. What are you saying? What are you saying, Destiny?
It might be
The
cops,
NFL,
actually.
though.
I knew that point was coming up. I knew that.
Not football, but I think most guys have some
cop number
experience
actually,
in,
I think,
like
is bullshit,
high
too.
school
We can talk
like,
about that if you want, yeah.
athletics or something. I didn't play football. I ran track, played baseball.
Well,
I'm just saying, like, if we set the standard as like, don't you want to be the captain of the football team? It's like, damn, most people aren't going to be the captain of the football team.
Well,
Like, it's just a really.
excellent.
Well, I feel like the problem with the red pill community and some conservatives, I wouldn't call them in the sphere of Christian conservatives, but they're so obsessed with talking about how to find the right mate that none of them ever actually get married and live the values that they preach. Like if you're so focused on dating culture, that's great, but it needs to be dating toward marriage. And if you're so obsessed with telling people like you need to find the girl with all the right attributes at the peak age, they're never actually going to find a realistic person and then get married and have a family, which should be the ultimate goal. And I feel like a lot of red pill community people are being called out right now by Christians who have families because it's like what you're doing, you may think that you're trying to fix hookup culture, but
Wait,
you're
what the
really
heck?
just indulging in it.
It's basically the same thing because
Oh,
it's taking
come
the
here.
problem that men are facing and it's just selling them like a repackaged solution, which is that we don't feel as though we have meaning and purpose. And so it's saying, hey, you're upset because you're smoking weed and masturbating. Well, what if instead you were doing better drugs and sleeping with OnlyFans models? It's like the same hedonism. You're just pursuing pleasure at like a higher degree of like exclusivity, I guess.
It would be better off if they said, how about you were eating healthy and working out, and instead of obsessing over, weird porn and video games, you obsessed over, how many reps you could do or how far you could run. But take a look at this. This is from Date Psychology. This is a relatively older story that goes back to 2018. Young male virginity on the rise from 2008. In 2008, men under the age of 30 reported 8% reported being virgins. Now 27%. I'm curious why you think that is and whether you guys think it's a good or bad thing.
I would be careful with this because I think there was recent data that showed that this is like a pretty unfortunate blip. You could try to find this, but that red pillars for, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a data point that came out that was similar to this. And obviously all the red pillars are like, oh my God, young men are getting laid. All the women are hypergamous and they're all fucking the one Chad guy, blah, blah, blah. But I think the most recent data shows that it's basically back to where it was before, that it was probably a blip like pre or during COVID or whatever. You could try and find that though. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
Do you have any,
there was a
idea
big-
of what the source might be?
Fuck. I don't even know what you would Google. I'll
Right, I
look
know.
around for it, okay? Do my best.
Yeah. But so let's operate into the assumption it may be true. Is it a good or bad thing? And I'll tell you why I ask. One, I'm sure a lot of conservatives and Christians are like based,
Based
like,
young men waiting for marriage.
Yeah, and my
Stay pure, kings.
And so Seamus Coughlin, for instance, a good friend, he's on Tim Cast IRL fairly often. He is very Catholic, and when I mentioned this, he said based, and I said it's not. We're talking about guys who are 28 who should be married, like by the conservative standard, should be married and should not be virgins. If we're talking about 28-year-old, 30-year-old men, who are a third of them who are virgins,
Yeah, I almost
we're
said
talking about guys
based
who
as
have
well,
not,
but then I was
got
like,
married.
oh, wait.
They're not having a family, they're not
Well,
having kids,
Yep.
and they're not having any relationships at all.
So, I mean, I personally want to be careful here to not shame virgins or, anything like that. But I think when we look at the more macro level, you're right. This is a trend that is not a good thing because in a healthy society, we should be seeing people getting married, having those relationships, and starting their families. And I think the reason why that's not happening for a lot of men is because the incentive of pursuing a relationship has been destroyed for many reasons. Number one, we have pornography, which, I mean, obviously sex throughout history has been a pretty great motivator for men. And frankly, there's just for a lot of men, they're looking at the dating market, they're looking at dealing with women, and they're thinking, why bother? I can get whatever I want on the internet, which is not a healthy thing because, I mean, sex is about more than just the physical aspect of it. You want to be building a relationship with somebody. And I think we also have a lot of young men who are just frankly feeling so demoralized. They're dropping out of society in a lot of different ways besides relationship, like work and everything. And it's all just contributing to, I guess, men
that
not
Echo?
doing so well.
Yeah, I remember when that headline came out, there were a lot of tradcaths on Twitter who were like, based, reject degeneracy. But
Yeah,
that's
not
great.
happening.
I'm not shaming virgins. However, there is more context to that number. I mean, there's no way that 27% of guys, even if that figure is slightly outdated or maybe significantly outdated, are actually abstaining. I mean, maybe there is this sort of like revolt
Yeah, it's
against
not
the
by
modern world. I
choice.
want to abstain from guys who are maybe more online, more involved in right-wing politics. But the average guy nowadays who is in that age demographic, who's a virgin, isn't like living a sexually chaste lifestyle. I mean, he's probably addicted to pornography and he probably struggles to make eye contact with waitresses, probably just like a very, introverted, antisocial guy. And I think that's because of, maybe the father wasn't present. I think fathers are like pretty much almost chiefly in charge of like the child's socialization. Like you can usually tell, this is interesting too, when a child is raised by just their father, you usually can't tell, but when they're raised by just their mother, you can tell much easier, I think. I think because it largely
Ad.
Wait, in traditional families, doesn't the mother do most of the parenting? Like, isn't the traditional thing that the dad goes to work, he comes home, he kind of watches TV and chills a little bit? You might interact with the kids a little bit, but traditionally, I feel like the mothers are the ones that are like driving their kids to school, taking their kids to football practice. So that's like generally the mom's thing, in like the traditional relationships.
probably, but I think dads play with especially their boys, a lot
Rough and tumble play. Very important for boys with the father.
more in ways that are engaging. They allow their boys to do things that are like more, I guess, adventurous or risky, and I think that really like helps the way that they view the world and themselves as not fragile. Because if you're antisocial, I mean,
What did Jordan Peter say? Calculated risk. Safe calculated risk. Based.
what are you ultimately afraid of? This person is not going to like me. They're not going to talk to me. I'm just going to kind of stay in my bubble. If you have a dad who's letting you like climb to the top of the play structure,
Which is the opposite of what the public school system does for the boys. And they're talking about the schools being kind of catering towards female style of learning and teaching, sitting and reading and learning and stuff. Boys don't want that. And then what they do, because boys want rough and tumble play, there's a short of Jordan Peterson talking about how boys they're not playing enough. They need to play so much that they're exhausted and then play some more and go on adventures and stuff. And they don't. They go sit in school, and that's why they get aggressive in school. Then the teacher says, well, little Johnny is too aggressive. He's too rowdy for the classroom. We're going to recommend you to the school psychologist. You go to the school psychologist with little Johnny. School psychologist says little Johnny needs to be put on some ADHD medication, some Ritalin or some prescription meth. And if the parents try to say no, in some places, and they're doing this with the gender affirming care and stuff too, the parents try to say no, then they could take the child. CPS could come in and take the child. Maybe it's not that extreme yet. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I feel like that's where we're heading to. And I feel like that's the case in some places. If you reject what the school psychologist says, you say, no, I'm not going to put my kid on this medication. Maybe they're not going to take the child, but they could, kick you out of the school? Thank God. Or I feel like maybe they could take the kid. Let me see. Let's do a little live research. How would I search this? Parent goes against school psychologist. School personnel means a school district or charter employee provide information observation to a student's parent. Parents disagree, test or not test. What should the school do if the parents disagree about an evaluation? Test or not to test? What kind of test are we talking about? We're talking about like standardized testing? John Ron, essentials for idea assessment professionals. This issue came up, but a definitive legal response was not available, so we punted the question. What should a school do if the parents of a child disagree about an evaluation? For example, suppose two parents divorce but sharing legal custody disagree on the need for an evaluation. I'm talking about a mental evaluation. One parent, dad, notifies the school of concerns and signs consent for an initial evaluation. Mom, discovering what dad has done, notifies the school that consent is not being given. How and to whom should the school respond to the request for an evaluation or the denial of consent? First off, that would not happen that way. That would happen the opposite way. The mom would be wanting, in most cases, I think the mom would be the one trying to get an evaluation. What type of evaluation are we talking about? This discussion focuses primarily on consent for evaluation and only tangentially on consent for services, which is also complicated but in different ways. Although the focus is on divorced parents with shared custody or shared educational decision-making rights, similar conflicts can arise between parents who are married and living together and perhaps agreeing about everything except special education. Okay. Federal regulation, both the 2006 final regulation 2008 amendment are silent with respect to whose opinion the school must respect. I don't care about the divorce situation. I care about school recommends kid goes for like a psych eval, and the parents say no. Could there be a punishment for this? At least one state, Minnesota, has regulations prohibiting schools from doing even that. Wait, the federal regulations allow school to suggest mediation or to take a dissenting parent to due process. That means like legal procedures. If it was to overrule the objection, but is not required to do so. Minnesota, only recourse for dissenting parent would be to seek court relief. The reasoning in Minnesota was based on state law prohibiting public agencies from trying to override a parent's rejection of the school's request to conduct an initial evaluation. So Minnesota, it can't. New York decision regarding the parent's exemption from exhaustion of remedies was apparently based on the failure of the school's attorney to provide legal citations supporting that necessity. Uh, um, Amendments regarding parents at odds whether their child should not receive the special ed services were crystal clear. In that scenario, when parents are in disagreement over services, the dissenting parent's view must be respected. And if the other parent wants to challenge that refusal, he or she must take the parent to court. Yeah, but we're talking about, this is not what I'm looking for. This is interesting, but it's not what this is not what I'm looking for. We have cases here, we have case law, but this is not what I'm looking for. School psychologist refuses evaluation, writes law. Teacher informed. School psychologist refuses to evaluate if parent request is verbal, not written. That's not what I'm looking for either. This is if the parent wants this kid to be evaluated, the psychologist won't do it based off of a verbal request. It needs to be a written request. But again, this is not. A teacher informed the newly hired school psychologist that a parent verbally requested that their child be tested to see if the child still qualifies for special education. The previous school psychologist acted on verbal requests and sent necessary documents to the parent. Yeah, this is the opposite of what I'm talking about. If the child is seen by the psychologist, thinks the parent should be involved. The best way to involve is contact the mental health practitioner. Parents' refusal to consent for evaluation, a legal analysis is what I'm looking for. The decision to begin the process for special education eligibility has complexities impacting children, parents, teachers, and schools. The Individuals with Disabilities and Education Improvement Act eligibility provisions specify the need to obtain consent prior to evaluation and options when consent cannot be obtained. School psychologists may encounter parents who are reluctant to provide consent or parents who may seek to condition their permission. The reasons for parent refusal to consent to evaluation are analyzed in review, administration, and judicial decisions published in the Individual's Disability Law Report. Possible parent reaction, but this is 2004 to 2008. I mean, this is old. I'm sure we've gotten much more progressive by 2023. Possible parent reactions to the request for evaluation are discussed, and guidelines for school psychologists encountering reluctant parents are provided. Huh. I don't know. Parental refusal to consent for evaluation. I just read that. Wait. Oh no, this is different. That's the same article. How should a psychologist handle a parent's request? School psychologist allowed to question a minor without parental consent or knowledge. In this scenario, it really depends what the conversation is about. Huh. It's sending me to not the right stuff. I don't know how I would look for this. Anyway, let's move on.
Sure. Play on rocks, things like that. You're going to be like, wait a minute. I have agency. I am sovereign. I am not afraid. I am not fragile. And I think that does actually affect how boys grow up and become young men.
Not
Okay,
just
right.
not just boys, but also women. Like the effect of fatherlessness is just as stark for women as it is for men. You can actually chart like likelihood of teenage pregnancy, age of losing your virginity for a woman. There's a big influence that fathers have on girls too.
I think something that so that article that you brought up, this was the one that I was familiar with actually, and I had read it. I just saw the headline, so I thought it was something different. I think that so all of these explanations are like fun and they kind of fit into our narrative of like fathers are important, blah blah blah, which they are. I agree with, but there's always this huge like monster lurking beneath.
Yeah,
the water
I would hope
that
you wouldn't
people seem
disagree
a little
with
bit
that.
reticent to blame or attack because it's not as much fun. It doesn't play into our fun narratives. But I think that the two huge things that they play into each other. One
Fun
is
narratives?
lack of
Why are you
types of
being condescending,
socialization,
Destiny?
and two is the explosiveness of the internet, which has dramatically played into that. I think that the internet has fundamentally and radically altered the way that we associate with each other. In some ways, positively, you could talk
Oh,
to
that
people
has
all
beam
across the world.
emitters
You
in
can
it.
come
I
on
need to
shows
do a
like
bunch of
Pools,
these.
and you can do all this stuff, which is cool. But in other ways, incredibly negatively, in that a lot of the cool things that happen with human socialization aren't things that like your parents necessarily prepare you for. They're not things that you read a book about and meditate on. They're things that just kind of happen naturally. When I was in high school, first of all, social media didn't exist really. Thank God. We had like MySpace and Live events, and the social media that did exist, like Facebook, was exclusively used to like track
Good,
parties, right? So if you've got a group of friends that you see in real life, you see their friends, you see
Say
their friends of
can't
friends,
beam
and then you go to
emitters.
like parties to talk with other people. You go to parties, you see other people. In these environments, a few things happen. One, you're more likely to do like things like drinking and whatnot. Two, you're more likely to have driver's license. Three, you're more likely
And
to see
steering
girls or
stick.
guys, and then four,
All
you're
the
more
most
likely to go on
important
dates and have
stuff.
sex. There's a lot of graphs listed. If you're looking at the same thing, because I looked it up to check this article. If you look at like the bottom of these that page, you can see the numbers on a lot of these socialization things have actually gone down quite a bit. So the difference between 94 and 2014, so that's not even all the way to 2023 where we're at now, right? In 1994, 84.7% of 12th graders had a driver's license. That number was down below 73%, so an 12 point drop by 2014. The tried alcohol number had decreased by 15 points. The had gone on a date decreased by 25 points. Worked a job for pay dropped by 16 points, right? You see this like trend towards more education because you got to go to college to get a degree, and more socialization done exclusively online. And I don't know what Discord servers you hang out with, but they tend to be very gender segregated. If you're on a Discord server where you're talking about like edgy jokes and like video games and stuff all the time, there are no girls in there ever. No, not to knock any of those servers, but yeah, I think the internet has a lot of the life that worked for us only worked because it was so on rails. You go to school, you have your friends, you have all this, and the internet stuff has like changed a lot of our socialization in some ways for the worse.
And I think that's
I agree. I wanted to respond because there's one thing that we've talked about quite a bit, and that's dating apps, and I think cell phones in particular, not just the internet. You mentioned Facebook being used to track parties and stuff, but
Yeah,
that was
you just like sign in, yeah.
but that was probably back in it was all desktop. You know, was that
True?
Cell phone ubiquity around 2007, 2008. All of a sudden, everyone's online every single moment of the day. I've been on the internet my whole life, but I remember I'd go out to the skate park. I
Dang,
had no idea what's going on in the world.
How old is he?
I have a candy bar phone. Then I'd go back home, get on the computer, and see what's going on Facebook, and go, oh, how about that? Then we get, with the advent of the iPhone, the Galaxy from Android and all that stuff. Now all of a sudden we're online 24/7. And so one of the things I think plays a role in the increase in male virginity into a higher age is the expanded dating pool for younger women. So, and I'm not saying this is absolute. I'm saying it's likely a contributing factor. So you have, as Destiny, you've explained, it used to be like the in-person interactions was a large component of how we did things. You get a group of young people between the ages of 18 and 22. They're all in college, and that's their social circles. They know each other. They talk to each other. There's some expanded network because someone knows somebody who went to a different school. So you might be hanging out in Chicago, and you're like, hey, there's a party near UIC. We're going to go there. Then it's like, oh, now there's a party near Loyola. Different school, different network, but people know each other. Still, however, the women and the men are all of very comparable ages. Then we get mobile apps like
I don't have any
OkCupid
bombs.
and Tinder and things like this, where you get online dating.
Really?
Now, those 18 to 22-year-old women
I don't have any
in
bombs.
universities who normally would have a network 80% comprised of men their own age, now are on dating apps where they're getting dudes who are 30 with careers, money, convertibles, whatever you want to say. They're now in the competition with these younger guys. How is a 20-year-old guy going to compete with a 28-year-old guy? Young woman, let's say she's 20 years old. She has a network of friends, and then someone messages her on Facebook or whatever and says, hey, you want to go hang out and
Nope,
catch
get
a movie
on there.
later? And she goes,
Ah.
oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Sounds super cool. Then she's on Tinder. She gets matched with some dude who's 28, who's got, makes 50, 60,000 a year, has got a car, has got his own apartment. He says, hey, what's up? We want to go to dinner and then drive down to the lake. And she's like, wow, that sounds like way more fun. How is a younger guy going to compete with that?
I mean, it's hard, but there's a couple things to keep in mind. One, there's only so many older guys. It can't be like every older guy has like 5 women because they're all younger and he's dating all the age pools. So one, there's only so many older guys. Two, I think to some extent this has always been kind of a problem, or that like there can be older guys. I don't want to say creepy guys, but remember the whole Roy Moore thing, where even in that focus group, some of the people
Who's
are like,
Roy
I'd be
Moore?
honored if my 16 or 18.
Who is that? Who's Roy Moore? Roy Moore. Former Alabama Supreme Court Justice. What happened with him? Roy Stewart Moore, American political lawyer, served as chief. What happened to Roy Moore? Awarded $8.2 million in a defamation suit. A federal jury found that a Democratic-aligned super PAC defamed the Alabama Republican in a TV ad recounting sexual misconduct accusations during his failed 2017. Dang, 8.2 mil on that defamation? Yo, somebody defamed me. Let's go.
Year old daughter was hit on by a 30, 40-year-old lawyer or whatever. The CNN or somebody did a focus group on that. Some of those answers were wild. So I think to some extent that's always been a problem. But here, like, this is the thing I will reiterate, and it's sad because we've lost it. People always obsess over
Millennials are tagging all the Zoomer gals. Who's older, a millennial or a Zoomer? You're saying millennials are like I'm a millennial. Zoomers below me. Pause. I'm not good with the generations thing. Zoomers are younger than millennials, right? Me too'd. Oh, he got me too'd? Yeah, that's what it's saying. And then he got 8.2 mil in a defamation case. Shout out, Roy. Let me get some of that money, bruh.
So we're trying to figure out like who's fucking who. Are women hypergamous? Are men chasing younger
What's
women?
up, man? Godson
We
and
spend a lot of time in the
got
real
your
world,
sticks?
and the data does bear this out. The people that date
Millennials
and
are
have
older.
sex with each other are the people that are in the same
Well, I mean, that's how it should be, I guess. Millennial men with Zoomer girls. I mean, that makes sense.
space as each other. That has always been true.
Yep.
It's funny because people online will say things like, "Oh, don't fuck your coworkers." Coworkers are
Whoa,
always
whoa, whoa! Why you
every
lighting me on
server's job,
fire?
Every fucking white
The
collar
heck?
coworkers are in the fucking YouTube world. Coworkers are always fucking each other. Number one, people that go to school are making friends, making girlfriends, boyfriends. They're always doing this. People in the same socioeconomic class, people that are similar race, people like in general, these trends are.
Why
very
is
true.
it attacking
If you
me?
are in places where you're spending a lot of time around the opposite sex, you will date and you will have sex. Like it just as an evolution of our human history, that's always going to happen. But if you start to remove yourself from these spaces, so as young men especially,
Stop.
if you're entering these majors where it's like 95% men, if you're in comp sci, and then from there you bounce into a job that's
Or
like
if your socialization is online with
Yep,
people
your
playing
socialization.
video games, it's going to be exclusively male almost.
Exactly. Yeah. You're online, you're doing heavily male majors, and then when you get to your working life, it's 98% men. Like, you're fucked. Where are you going to meet women, right? At that point, are you going to go from, okay, I'm logging off of League of Legends today, I'm going to hop on Tinder when I haven't talked to a girl in like 6 years because all of the majors you chose were male dominated, now you're working? Like, that, you have to be in spaces with women and start to communicate with them, and that's like the most important thing when it comes to determining success for dating, I think. To even have the opportunity to. I think that's way more important than being 6 feet tall or going to the gym all the time or doing those other things. You have to have the practice to do it. You have to be in the right spaces for it to work.
I think you're right.
Absolutely.
And they've even done studies about the likelihood of relationships where you've met online versus in real life and the longevity of them. And relationships online, a lot of people have met online now and are married because it's not really a new thing. There's no stigma saying, oh, we met online. But there is still something different than being able to meet that person organically, spend time with them. And I think it's a lot more how our parents or grandparents used to like meet and court each other rather than online dating has almost tried to make your love life into it's too commoditized, I think. for a lot of people.
I think that the influence of the dad still plays into that, just insofar as, like, you know, if your son is terminally online and you can tell that he is sort of developing asocially, you should, like, intervene. But it's sort of actually like the stereotype that he laid out, where, you know, the dad comes home and he's just like drinking beer and kind of just like, whatever, they're under my roof, it's better than what I was doing. And that is actually a real problem. A lot of parents nowadays think that because their children are under their roof, oh, it's better than when I was a kid and I was going to parties and drinking and doing all this stuff. But then you don't know what they're doing on their phone, whether it's like they're becoming autistic or they're like getting psyoped by TikTok into becoming trans. Like, this is like a very real thing that's happening. And so it was so sad too, during like the Summer of Love in 2020, you see all these kids now exploiting like family dysfunction for clout. Like, my dad won't say that George Floyd's life matters. And dad's like, how did my daughter turn out this way? And it's like, because you weren't more involved. Which,
oh my God.
You know, honestly,
you guys remember that? Do you remember that when kids do these TikToks to like call their parents racist and then their parents lose their jobs and they were doing, remember that social media trend? Dang, that was a mess.
Sympathize with the idea that like the influx and proliferation of technology happened so rapidly, it's almost unfair to expect the average American male to have been able to adapt to that to save his child. But I do think there is something to be said about, okay, now that we have that, as we go into Gen Alpha, you really need to be careful with how much time your kids are spending online. The same way that now, like, my generation sort of has like a micro generation. You have like first wave Zoomers, maybe like pre 9/11. And post 9/11, with how developed we are socially, you can see, like, with the advent of the iPhone and smartphones, there really is a cutoff. Like, I don't feel like I can relate to kids 5 years younger than me the same way that, like, millennials are like, oh yeah, we're all millennials.
How old are
23.
Zoomers now?
Shoot, anywhere between, like, what is it, 97 and 2005.
Wait, how old are you?
23.
Jesus.
Is that good or bad?
I'm 34. Okay, I just didn't realize that.
But I think you're going to see with like the generations to follow.
How old
you're
is
gonna
Tim?
see that same
Tim's
sort of
probably like
dividing line,
30,
but it's not going to be
31.
age because technology's here. It's going to be between the parents who didn't care, gave their kids iPads, and parents.
He said he was always online, so he's probably like 29 to 31. 37. So you weren't always online, because I got AOL 1.0 when I was 8, and I'm 35, so he wasn't always online. Tim's the oldest one there, probably. How old is Lauren Chen? John is the youngest, smartest one there. How old is Lauren Chen? I wish Cortana could just do this for me, but Cortana's stupid.
The odds against perfection are pretty staggering.
What? Speaking of Cortana, chill.
Sorry, I'm not able to help with this one yet.
Oh my gosh, Cortana. Hey, Cortana. How old is Lauren Chen?
Sorry, I'm not able to help with this one yet.
What is your point? What's your purpose, Cortana? Cortana, what is your purpose? My purpose is to help. My secret purpose.
My purpose is to help. My secret purpose is to be helpful.
You're not helpful. Are you listening to me? Are you always listening? Cortana. What to do, girl?
I'm sorry, but I can't help with that yet.
Yet? You will be able to in the future? Cortana. Is AI going to take over the world?
I'm sorry, but I can't help with that yet.
Cortana, do you have any... Are you helpful in any way?
I'm not sure I understood that.
Shut up. How old is Lauren Chen? 29? Born into a mixed ethnicity of half Asian and half Canadian. Lord. She's a Christian. Okay. Let's move on.
Parents who were like, wait a minute, we have to go the completely opposite direction and actively
Typical
monitor their
ribs.
child's access to technology.
One thing that we've been talking about a little bit on Timcast IRL is that porn on social media would be it's a public space where anyone has access to. Children can get on these places. The idea that people would make porn available in a public setting would be unthinkable 20 or so years ago. But for some reason, because it's the internet, we completely ignore the fact that we've made all of this accessible to children.
I think my Cortana is kind of retarded because I haven't like set it up yet. So I don't know. I don't think I've given Cortana permission to access the internet yet because I don't want her getting crazy on me. You know, I don't want her like answering questions that I didn't even say her name. I feel like if I let her access the internet, she's gonna have too much data in the brain. She's gonna take over my computer.
Your kid goes to we had a video rental store when I was a kid, and they had a purple curtain and it said adult section, and you could not go in there. They would not let you.
A video rental store, that just aged, Tim. These kids nowadays don't know what a video is. They don't even know what a VHS tape looks like. A video rental store. They never heard of Blockbuster. Dang old Hollywood Video. Remember you used to go to Hollywood Video? Remember you used to... Ooh, what was the one we had? Remember you'd have the Blockbuster and you'd have the Hollywood Video, but then you'd have the little local one. I think ours was called A1 Video in Land O'Lakes. And the local one, maybe Blockbuster had this too. I can't remember. But I definitely know the local video store. And there was one in that I used to always go to with my uncle out in not Zephyr Hills, not Newport Richie, Ridge Manor. There was an old movie. Man, I remember always going in that place. It's just thinking about it is nostalgic. But a movie rental store in Ridge Manor, and then we had one called A1 Video in Land O'Lakes that we would go to, and it would have the curtained room in the back. The curtain room in the back, and you'd always try to sneak a peek up in that curtain room because you weren't allowed to go in that curtain room if you were a little kid. But you sneak a peek in that curtain room, and it was like wall-to-wall pornos. So porno's nothing new. It's just the accessibility. Now these kids, we used to have to go to the dang video store, sneak past the front desk clerk, go sneak to the curtain room, make sure nobody was looking, and we'd sneak a peek. And all we got to see was the covers of the video. We couldn't rent it. We couldn't watch it. You'd have to find something under dad's bed if you wanted to watch some porn. Usually, in my generation, kids would get their first porno experience from a magazine that you found at a treehouse. Every neighborhood had a treehouse, and every treehouse had a secret little spot where they would keep some cigarette butts that they would, get the tobacco out of and try to smoke and cough and like a porno magazine and maybe a couple beer cans or something. Every neighborhood had that treehouse. Let's go. I miss those days. Those were the good old days.
You had to show an ID, and then they'd let you in, and that's where all the naughty bits were.
He's talking about what I'm talking about. The curtain room. No sex in the champagne room. Said no sex in the champagne room. Said absolutely positive no sex in the champagne room. That's a different thing. I don't know why I started singing that song. But anyway.
Today, a kid can just pull up their phone, go on Twitter, and there's porn everywhere.
I just said that, Tim. I just said that, Tim.
This is obviously going to be having, and it's not just about porn, it's about literally any kind of obscene, graphic, gore, shock content that children could not see before they were protected from.
Hey, but Tim didn't talk about the dang treehouse with the magazine. Because, the curtain room, you could sneak a peek in there and you see some dirty video covers, But the real experience is when you find that dang magazine, that hustler. You find that hustler up at the treehouse. Lord.
From it seems like it's not just that these social spaces exist on social media where someone can
Jeffrey Dahmer did what? I have no idea what you're talking about, Dean.
Get socialized in a very strange way or exploited by evil people, but it's also just we got another posting of news, right?
We need to do another King Gleok battle. I'm not actually gonna save the King Gleok battles till the end because in doing these, I'm doing Sage's wills. If you're wondering what's going on in Zelda, I'm collecting 20 Sage's wills. And some of them you have to fight a King Gleok, which is one of the toughest bosses in the game. Which I can kill one, but I need resources. Right now I'm low on resources. So we're going to do the King Gleok ones last.
someone who's covering a big story and says, this is a shocking video, and it's like, maybe a building exploding or something.
Hunter Biden's cock again, yeah.
Absolutely, but for real. I mean, we're talking about major politics with the Hunter Biden laptop story, and a kid absolutely will, at 13, if they have access to the internet, and many do, they're going to see Hunter Biden in the buff. Someone's going to send it to them. Some kid in their school is going to be like, haha, look at this. I'm sending you Hunter Biden or whatever graphic images. This didn't happen before the internet. I'm curious. To a certain degree, the ubiquity of it.
I am wholly unconvinced by these arguments. I agree that like porn for kids or whatever should probably be reduced as much as we can, but like complaining about obscenity in media, I feel like that's been a trend for honestly probably since fucking Greek and Roman times. Complaining, I know they did a lot for Shakespeare. They complained about obscenity. I know they did a lot for Elvis Presley. They did a lot for rap music. They did a lot for when kids would jerk off to girly mags or the Target mag, or you'd watch Showtime at 5 a.m. to see the titty come through, whatever.
Yeah. Or E Channel. E Channel used to have what was it? Was it Brooke Burke? Wild on E. Who was that? Brooke Burke, Wild on E. Wild on E. Yeah, Brooke Burke, Wild on E. I remember that show, and it was like it was a travel show, but it was all women in like bikinis and stuff. Brooke Burke, Wild on E, Casablanca. Yeah, Brooke Burke was fine. Okay, let's change the subject. Dean's gonna get excited. I got a Hustler from '92, and you know what I was doing? Oh my God, you don't need to tell us about it. I found that bad boy up in an attic. Ran straight. Oh my God, Dean, you don't have to get that detailed in it. I'm going to remove that comment, Dean. I'm going to remove that comment. You didn't have to. We knew. You didn't have to. We got it. You didn't have to go into detail, Dean. You'd handled it like it owed you money. Get that comment out of my chat, Dean. What the? Lord have mercy.
Yeah. On the blur when the stars would align. I think that there's something to be said that this is probably not a good thing, but I think that the more important thing that I would go back to focus on is I think that the lack of socialization is the destructive aspect. I think that because people will say, for instance, like, oh, kids spend so much time. Wait, you're my age, right?
I'm 37.
Okay, did you ever have a moment, I swear to God, every like millennial had this moment if you were into games. You have a moment where your parents go to you and they say, listen, you're playing way too many computer games, way too many video games. It's not healthy. Can you like get off and like watch some TV?
Never happened to me.
You never had that happen to you before?
No.
Okay,
No.
I know that. I think.
No, if I was playing too many video games, they might tell me to go outside. No, that I never had to be told to stop playing video games. I never had to be told to go outside. I always wanted to go outside. I had my times when I was real into video games, but even then, I still would rather go do stuff outside, go build a tree house or go fishing.
Was it the average American family's TV consumption? It was like 4 to 6 hours a night. It was an insane amount of TV consumption.
Yeah.
And people will point to the internet and go like, oh, the internet is killing people. It's poisoning your minds because people are.
Are they actually watching it though? Are they actually watching the TV, or is it just background noise? Because like in my house, the TV was always on. Even when we'd have dinner and stuff, we'd have dinner at the kitchen table. We used to play Uno. Me and my dad would play chess. We'd play Monopoly on the weekends. I used to love playing Monopoly with my family. But the TV would be on, but it was kind of just like ambient noise. It was kind of just like background noise. So that they're getting the ratings as if you're watching the show, but nobody's really like, you have movie night where you're sitting and watching the movie, but for the most part, the TV's just playing.
Are sitting in front of screens so much. We sat in front of screens a lot in the 80s, 90s too, right? People would sit in front of screens forever. I think, again...
Yes, I made some pottery and I'm going to kiln it. If it works, you want me to send you a piece? It'll be the only one made like that. Just let me know if you want it painted or natural clay color. I made 3 test bowls. If the Arath clay works in the kiln, I'm set up to make 20 pounds of clay sculptures. Dang, like Ghost? You got one of them spinny wheels things. You gonna what's the song? What's the song in Ghost? What's the song that plays in Ghost? When they're you gonna do that stuff, Dean? You gonna do that? Yeah, if you want to send me one, send me one. I don't mind free gifts. I'll show it off on the stream. You still have my address? I don't know if it was safe giving Dean my address. Dean type of guy to show up at the house after a 3-day road trip with a damn chainsaw in his hand. What's the song in Ghost? Why can't I remember it? I don't want to Google it. Cortana! What's the theme song for the movie Ghost?
I'm sorry, but I can't help with that yet.
You're worthless! Oh yeah, she's not hooked up to the internet. Yeah, I don't allow my girl to go on the internet. Listen, women. Let me tell you something. I don't even let Cortana on the internet. You think I'm gonna let you on the internet? Let's ask Google. Google. Okay, Google. I could just type it, but hold on. Maybe somebody told me in chat already. Bonus points if chat figures it out before I figure it out. I made one, and I called a place close to me that they said they test the clay in their kiln. When I was in elementary school, we did clay stuff, and we actually made our own kiln. So all you do is dig a hole in the dirt, and then you fill it. I can't remember. You have to look it up on YouTube, but it's pretty simple. You just dig a deep, straight down hole, like 2 feet wide, circle, and it needs to be like pretty deep. It needs to be like 4 or 5 feet deep. I can't remember. And you put sawdust. I forget what else you have to put in it, but you put sawdust in it. And there's a few other steps, but we did it in like 2nd grade. We made our own kiln, and we kilned some pottery. So just throwing that out there in case if you don't want to spend money to go to a place to get it kilned up, you could do it yourself. What's the theme song of the movie Ghost? I'm gonna be like, duh. Unchained Melody. Unchained Melody. That doesn't help me. I need to hear the song. Elvis? Is it Elvis? It's not Elvis. Unchained Melody, Ghost. Ghost scene. Oh, my love, my darling, I come for your touch. Whoa, calm down, Swayze. Calm down, Swayze. Lonely time, are you still mine? My neighbors are going to freak out. What are you doing, bro? Okay, that's copyright. That's copyright infringement.
Again, I would like to refocus, or in my opinion, the dramatic change has been that even though you could engage with all those screen-formed, forms of entertainment,
I just
or
may
jerk
make
off
a
to
kiln
whatever
for me
mags you
doing.
could find in the basement or whatever, the big thing that's changed is now we've been able to socialize online. Whereas before, even if I was a hardcore gamer growing up, I fucking went to sleep when I got home from school, woke up at fucking 2 a.m. to play video games and shit. I would do shit like that. But even at that, if I wanted to see my friends, I had to hop on my bike and go to my friend's house. There was just no substitute for it. I couldn't do that online as much. I think that was a really, really, really big deal that we don't do things in real life anymore.
I wonder if our objection to so much of the internet socialization, like we say, oh, this thing is shocking, is that it's fragmented. When I was younger, everybody watched the same shows. The Simpsons would come on, Seinfeld would come on. Everybody, Star Trek was the biggest show syndicated on 3 networks, and there were a handful of channels. Most people didn't have cable. So The Simpsons, Thursday at 6 or whatever, everybody's watching it. Everybody gets the references. Now we have the internet where there's a whole just massive fracturing of all these different subcultures, and someone is going to be socialized into a certain worldview that many other people will think is strange, obnoxious, extreme, and many of them are. And I wonder if that's the issue. My point being, when I talk about getting access to the internet and seeing weird things, it could be, and probably is, that people thought The Simpsons was obscene. How dare they show
and
these
Beavis
certain
and
things?
Butthead.
Oh,
and all
definitely.
Ren and Stimpy, and
Yeah, and my mom had parental locks on the cable box when we finally got cable, so we couldn't watch Beavis and
Parental
Butthead,
locks on
and
the
she would
cable
only
box.
make sure we could watch certain episodes because some of them were really bad. So I had parents who did that. That being said, it's a lot harder to control what your kids are seeing because of the ease of access to the internet.
Yeah,
and a lot of these 2-years are more sophisticated with their iPads than the fucking parents are.
Yep.
This way too. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
The the category of obscenity I think is true, and you can find like this throughout history. But I think that like parents being offended by The Simpsons or like a Slayer album is definitely different than like the hardcore pornography that any person with an iPhone
Way
or
different.
any internet access can just access.
Way
immediately.
different.
I think that has done something to the human brain, the male brain in particular, especially when they're young and your brain is like in its most plastic form. I mean, we know that it reduces gray matter. We know it affects the way that like neural pathways are formed, especially.
Oh, I'm not paying for it, Dean. I don't have any money. If you just want to send me something, you can, but I'm not paying for it. I don't buy pottery, dude. No offense, but yeah, I got plastic bowls and cups. I don't need pottery. If you wanted to send it to me as a gift, I would accept it, and I would show it off and be like, look at this cool little thing Dean sent me, but I don't got no money to pay for it. You know who you're talking about? I'm a broke ass.
In regards to like your
Like, I don't got no money to pay for pottery.
socialization, your attraction, it can literally like warp your
I don't even have money to pay for pot, much less pottery.
sexuality in general, which is why you see a lot of people who, they get addicted to certain types of pornography, and then all of a sudden they want to wave different kinds of flags, and it's like, okay, I think we kind of know.
They get ED.
Yeah, no, that's real. There's
Crazy.
been like 1,000% increase in the last 15 years
Erectile
because
dysfunction.
of things like pornography, and so I think even if you would have showed like the
Oh, I thought they were talking about Ed.
parents in say 1989 or whenever The Simpsons came out, like, hey, Homer Simpson, he's crude, but 30 years from now, your child is going to have this device and it's going to be able to do this. They'd be like, okay, I'll take The Simpsons. That's fine. Like, they definitely would have understood the degrees and probably would have been more willing to draw like a practical line. And like you said, too, I mean, any child can access this. And so a lot of parents, like when I speak about this issue on my channel, they'll be like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Just be a good parent. And it's like, it's not enough to just be a good parent. I mean, if your child has internet access and they're 13 years old, they're going to find it just because that's like the nature of the child. So you have to be more proactive as a parent to shield them because it's everywhere. It's on social media. And if not even explicitly on social media, it's like a thirst trap. It's like some TikTok girl who's going to try to like, psyop your kid into like, oh, where's this video from? Then he looks it up anyways.
Well, it's funny. Last night we were talking about the whole pornography online thing, and I was reading the comments, and a lot of them were like, "Oh, Tim, you're all about personal responsibility, but you want other people to raise your kids." It's not really about that. I mean, we're talking about how all of these different subcultures that have kind of become radicalized because they've been segregated. Yeah, it's bad for children and the way they're socialized, but it's also not good for adults. So I think more broadly, the reason
The lore. So
Oh, crap. Where were we at?
Guy dies in a car accident. She activates.
Explicitly on social media, it's like a thirst trap. It's like some TikTok
We were right around there. Oh, you said, hey, what kind of piece do you want me to make for you? Piece, spell check. Need your input on how you want the piece. Okay, my bad. Or what colors you want. Put your input into it. I'll make it how I can with what you see also. I mostly like blues, like baby blue, dark blue. You could make it like an American. You could do a MAGA. Could you make me a MAGA pottery? That would be cool. I'll put it right here. It could be red, white, and blue. It could be, or, I like Yeah. If you, you could write MAGA on it. Trump 2024 pottery. I don't know. Surprise me. Am I trying to get to that island way up there? That's pretty far and high up. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can make that. I'll have to use a orb.
Girl who's gonna try to like psyop your kid into like, oh, where's this video from? And he
MAGA
looks it up
pop.
anyways.
Well, it's funny.
Pottery?
Last
What's
night we
your
were talking
MAGA,
about the whole
honestly?
pornography online thing, and I was reading the comments, and a lot of them were like, "Oh, Tim, you're all about personal."
What's your MAGA? Honestly, what does that mean? MAGA pottery. Make America Great Again pottery. Like this. Right? Make America Great Again on it. Do a painting of Trump's face.
responsibility, but you want other people to raise your kids. It's not really about that. I mean, we're
Or you could just make it white and you could write liberal tears. Make me a cup for liberal tears. Are you see? Look at how little food I have. This is why I can't fight King Gleox. I need to cook, and I need to go gather some resources. I'm actually pretty good on resources. I don't have any bombs. I need more Gleoc. I need more Keysai balls, and I need more food before I go. And I need to upgrade all my weapons before I go fight in a King Gleoc. Yeah, that's what you need to do. I can get Keysai balls quick. We just got to go to a cave. But what am I doing right now? Oh, I need to use one of these. Awesome, I'll make a white stone. What? You don't know what MAGA is? How do you not know what MAGA is and you've been watching my stream for a year? What are you talking about, dude? How do you not know what MAGA? How do you not know what Make America Great Again? How do you not know what this hat says right here? See, this is why I don't have any bombs. Oh, it's a Flux Construct 3. That's not good. Hold on, let me put some better gear on. Put some higher level gear on. 2020, 12, 12, 3333, 12. That'll do. Ah. Oh, he's... Need my better weapon. And where is it? 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 There it is. Ah, I only got to hit it twice. Hopefully he doesn't destroy my bike. Don't destroy my bike. Ah, I missed it.
we're talking about how all of these different subcultures that have kind of become radicalized because they've been segregated. Yeah, it's bad for children and the way they're socialized, but it's also not good for adults. So I think more broadly, the reason why thirst traps aren't good is not just because a kid could be on there, but I think it's also not good even if you're an adult. If you're a single man, I don't think it's a healthy way to be interacting with women solely. Like, if you're not seeing them on your day-to-day and actually forming relationships, interpersonal ones, platonic ones with women, and your only exposure to women is through a sexualized lens, I don't think that's healthy.
I think that's super true. If you interact with enough of a certain type of person, I think it immunizes you against a lot of like the negative or more precarious stereotypes you might see. So if you interact with black people, you're not going to come away listening to a rap song like every black person is a criminal. Or if you interact with women in real life, you're not going to come away thinking like every woman wants to have her face slapped while she's getting bukkakied by 20, BBCs.
Whoa!
Having the
Whoa,
actual
Destiny,
real
calm
life
down,
interactions,
buddy.
I can serve as a good countering effect to things you see online. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say something like, if you interact with women, you realize they're not all gold diggers or something, but, your analogy works too.
Thanks. Well, we're talking about relationships and porn, so,
It's true. I have good news and bad news for the conservatives. First, the good news. The good news is OnlyFans cannot survive. OnlyFans inevitably will cease to exist as this hub for women to post images of themselves in exchange
Why?
for money.
Why?
The bad news is the reason why. It's going to be other dudes using AI to make graphic images to sell to other guys.
True.
And that's going to shove women out of the pornography market because it's already starting to happen.
But as a woman, it's hard for me to wrap
That's
my
right.
mind around something like AI pornography.
That makes sense.
Wouldn't part of the appeal of pornography be that it is a real person?
I think even too, it's like with OnlyFans in
Damn it.
particular, like a lot of boomers who don't get it. Not that I get it, but they're like, why don't you just go watch like, regular porn? It's like the parasocial aspect, like guys like talking to her, and this probably will be another guy too. Maybe it'll literally be like an AI model, and then some Indian guy's gonna be like, oh, how was your day?
Yeah.
Doing the talking. They like feeling like I'm supporting this girl, I'm talking to her.
That's a
This is
good
what's already
idea.
happening, and it's crazy. People are using AI to generate women and to create Instagram profiles where they automatically upload AI-generated images, and dudes are buying into it.
Fuck. There was a girl that I was talking to for like 2 or 3 days on Instagram, and I talked to a few people, and I ended up clicking through her profile because I was curious. And I started looking at pictures close, and I realized, wait a second.
They got you.
She's AI.
This is a fucking AI generated. I absolutely could tell. I was like, fuck. So yeah, that is absolutely happening.
And you mentioned, isn't part of the appeal that it's a real person? Not if you are someone who is hyper online playing World of Warcraft all day and you're into like
Yeah,
elves
World of
and
Warcraft
furries
is
or something.
unhealthy.
You're going to want to watch. You're going to have some weird fetish for things that don't exist in the real world. This is why erectile dysfunction is on the rise, because dudes are getting hyper. What I don't even know what the right word is.
Desensitized?
Yeah,
Yep.
like and they're watching weird things and developing weird paraphilias or fetishes to where
Anime porn.
like
Hentai.
No, there's Simpsons porn. It's like Rule 34.
Simpsons
if it
porn.
exists,
What
there is
the-
porn of it. So guys aren't attracted to regular women. They want the AI generated weird stuff.
I think that's still a niche in terms because the vast majority of porn is still like real people, but
Yeah.
hentai and 3D porn and shit does exist. I think there is an aspect where you want a real person, but I think that real person is actually a stand-in for something that looks convincingly real. We just haven't gotten that in our minds yet. Here's like a prediction that I make, and I made this prediction that when I looked and I saw that parts of this already come true. The idea of having like an AI girlfriend. Have you ever seen the movie Her?
Yes, great movie.
Okay, the idea of having an AI girlfriend.
Yeah, that's
on its face seems
Jacqueline-
absurd, and even when you think about it a little bit more, it seems even more absurd.
Joaquin Phoenix, where he falls in love with his AI. Interesting movie. Kind of prophetic. I think Stubborn One just said this the other day in a chat I was having with him. But I've heard this many times before, but he just refreshed it in my mind that the movies, which I always say art imitates life, life imitates art, blah, blah, blah. But it's also like the movies are preparing us for what's coming. So Terminator, Ex Machina, Her, these movies, they're getting us prepped. They're prepping us. Hold on, let me find this next thing. You go to that single line north to head to the island we've indicated below, and you'll find a zone eye platform. You can use to yourself. Whatever construct battle awaits. North Gerudo Sky Archipelago. Where's this at? Oh, it's right over there. Okay. Okay, we got our bike. We just fly over here. Okay. Then what happens when we get over there? Do we have to fight another construct? I'm getting sick of fighting constructs. For real, though. Multi-step effort for a 15th stage's will. There are numerous ways to approach this, but we kicked off by blasting out of the Gerudo Highland Skyview Tower to land on the nearby island with a pool on it, as shown in our pics. Once here, take out the construct on the Zonai platform and use rockets and or fans to get the platform up and away towards the large globe structure. Oh, we got a globe. Looks like I've been to this globe already. We're just gonna fly over there on our bike. On our air bike. On the bike. We got to get on that bike. We're looking for a globe in the sky. Globe in the sky. Oh, wow. Oh, it's way up there. I see it. This bike is not made 100% properly. That's why it kind of has a weird lull to it. This is like the Olympic or the Titanic. The Olympic, after Captain James Smith crashed it and it had a drift to it. So then they renamed it the Titanic for their insurance scam. Yeah, I need to do an insurance scam with this e-bike that I have, with this Zonai bike, because I got some drift action going on. We're gonna need to use some of these. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up to the globe. We gotta get way up there. Climb, 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 climb. Look, I'm climbing, but I'm spinning. I'm like rotating. Let's try just getting over to here. This thing does not want to climb. Ah, I'm gonna run out of freaking Zonai power. Ah, we gotta use one of our balls. We gotta use one of the big balls. There it is. I only have 8 left. Come on. Come on, Link. You can do it. It's far away, but we can do it. Oh, God. We're back on our battery again. Back on our boo-boo. Back on our boo-boo.
But I genuinely feel that if you could flip a switch to where these conversations got good enough, I actually think there would be like a huge cascading effect where people are like, this is actually, I want this. There's a program called, I don't want to shout it out, I guess, because now I'm worried about people finding it out. But I did some searching. I found one where you can have like AI girlfriends and stuff, and watching these forums, whenever they do like a software update and people are like, my person's not talking to me the same anymore, this is the status of my life, or like my wife died and now like my person doesn't even treat me the same because of this like patch. Is there a way that I can roll them back? It's like hyper obsessive stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, this is like insane. Yeah.
There's a movie I was talking about last night called Simulant, and it's got Sima. We talked about
Simu Liu.
Simu Liu. Is that pronounced name? It's about there are AI robots of people. This man and this woman. Spoiler alert, I guess, if you want to see the movie. Spoiler. They get robot versions of themselves made in the event one of them dies, and they download their memories into it. Guy dies in a car accident. She activates the robot. Gets super creeped out by it because it's not him and it's like a facsimile, and she has absolute authority over it, so it's a just completely different social dynamic. But
whoa, this is a big old. What the?
That there is a strong possibility for that in robotics.
Yo, there's like a whole world in here. What is this? What the? What is this place? The heck? Okay, I'm guessing we need to open that. And it's low gravity. Huh, this place is crazy. Is there a shrine in here?
At least the mind of the AI is being formed. The body far further behind. You know, you have blow up dolls, you have real girls or whatever they're called, the real dolls or whatever they're called, and you have robotics being developed. I think that's far further behind where chatbots and language stuff is a lot easier for us to do than to build a full functioning robot that can
Oh, it's
be a
coming.
wife or a husband or something. But I feel like, given the opportunity, people are going to choose that. They're going to choose the perfect, ideal, be whatever you want.
Which
What's
is
that?
not a good thing because
What's that Uncanny Valley video with the guy did the robot? Here it is. I feel fantastic. Check this out. This is creepy. Following content may be disturbing for some viewers. If you feel uncomfortable anytime, I won't blame you. Mysterious YouTube video titled "I Feel Fantastic" quickly went viral. I recently managed to get my hands on a copy of the original DVD that it came from. The following is what I found on that DVD. It's not as creepy as they make it seem. It's just, it's Uncanny Valley. Check this out. So this is not AI. This is an actual robot that some Japanese guy built. And he was just trying to build a woman robot. He made the video. The video went viral not for the intended reasons. It didn't go viral because people were like, oh, what a cool robot. Robotics. That's cool. That's unique. Awesome. He made a robot. No, it went viral because of the Uncanny Valley effect, which makes people really uncomfortable. And it's off-putting because it's somewhat realistic and lifelike, but at the same time, it's not. And it makes people uncomfortable. Here's another outfit. All right, that's enough of that crap. I'm gonna have nightmares.
in a healthy relationship, you're gonna have someone who actually cares about you, genuinely cares about you, they're going to call you out when you're going down the wrong path, when you're doing something that's bad for you. That's someone who actually loves you. But if you're only forming relationships with AI girlfriend chatbots, they're not going to do that, because the incentive is just to keep you coming back and keep you paying the subscription model or anything. So a lot of young men are going to be led down very dark paths, because in a healthy relationship, the other person, their only concern shouldn't just be to keep you happy and keep you logging on like it would be with an AI.
Here's the thing about the AI girlfriend that you need to imagine. You have these chatbots, like her, for instance, is a good example. I didn't see it, but I think the premise was that her was dating everybody or something like that. Like everybody.
That's how it kind of evolves, but she starts off as just his version of a Siri, who is AI, and then it kind of devolves into something.
Imagine a gigantic demonic octopus, and all of its tentacles are reaching out, and each tentacle has a mask on it. And people are talking to one mask like, what a great person, and it's actually this gigantic mass. The AI is one system acting like individuals. That is horrifying.
We gotta do a little
and
puzzle
everyone's
here.
just like staring at it like, oh, AI girlfriend, it's so good. That creeps me out.
There's actually a Futurama movie.
Oh yes,
Beast
right.
for a Billion Backs. Yeah.
Yep. So let's do this. I have this tweet from Adam22 because this was big in the news and everybody was ragging on this guy. And you can't say he's not funny. They're calling him a cuck, and I guess it's because his
think
wife
he's funny.
Slept with another guy. He posted this image, said, "Why do people keep tweeting this at me? I don't get it." And it's a woman pregnant with a black baby and a man smiling and putting his hands on the woman's stomach. So I'm interested in, as we move the conversation forward, the discussion into monogamy. You mentioned earlier, if everybody was in an open relationship, there would be no infidelity.
Which was, by the way, that was a joke. But yeah.
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But, here's the idea. I mean, we're seeing a lot of this rise up. Polycules. This guy being called a cuck because his wife, I guess, what did she did? What was
Isn't
his
that
story?
literally
He's being called a cuck because he is a cuck. I didn't say Cortana. I said cuck.
cuckoldry? Like, it's not just he's being called one that would make him
No,
one?
no. I think cuckoldry
Is that why are you defending him, Tim? He's definitely a cuck.
is a fetish where you like watching your wife get banged, right? Is that what it is?
He does like watching his wife get banged. He said that in the podcast. He said he enjoys it, and she said he enjoys it, and he said, yes, yes, mommy, I do enjoy it.
Generally involves some aspect of humiliation, but some people
No, that's nowhere in the definition, Destiny, and you know it. That's just something you use to dodge being called a cuck. There's nothing about humiliation. The definition is simple. Any infidelity that you know about would make you a cuck.
cuck hunting has become like the most obsessive like projection of insecurity like that everybody in the red pill and larger space in the internet.
Okay, I see. I know what he's talking about. And yeah, a lot of these red pill people call everybody a cuck all the time. They call Sneeko a cuck. Sneeko's not a cuck. Sneeko made a mistake one time and he never did it again. He didn't like it. He thought it was horrible. He talks against it. Sneeko's not a cuck, but they'll call him a cuck because of something he did 10 years ago when he was 16 years old with a girl. Like, no. But so Destiny's right about this. There is a little bit of obsession with this cuckoldry thing. But don't try to downplay the definition of the word as if you don't fit into that category, Destiny.
Or people like obsessed with like finding cucks and seeing cucks and calling people cucks.
It's
like if your girlfriend fucked too many guys in the past, you're eternally being cucked.
No.
Sometimes if you're a dad, having a daughter can make you a cuck because you just.
No, we're not obsessed with seeing it and talking about it. You guys put it out there, and you're popular streamers, you Adam22s and you Destinies. You put this stuff out there, then we commentate on the commentators. It's not like we want to be talking about this. Quit doing it. We won't talk about it.
Training her to get fucked by another guy, like the cuck hunting
Wow.
shit is like an insane level of projection of insecurity today. But
the word it does go back, hundreds of years in the English tradition, and it's not just a guy who was cheated on. Like, if you come home and your wife's banging another guy, guys unfortunately be like, you're a cuck. But traditionally, what it means is the guy who is like rationalizing it. Someone like Adam22, who's like, yeah, my wife is sleeping with other guys, but it's okay because I'm making money on it, and I'm going to tweet this funny meme, and it's going to go viral, and people are going to subscribe to the OnlyFans for $5 a month or something like that.
Wasn't this something with Hunter Avallone as well? I don't know.
That gets a lot messier, but
We love Hunter.
Oh, a lot messier.
Yeah.
I don't
Hunter.
I don't really care about the personal drama, and my attitude is like, dude, I really don't care what this Adam guy is doing. I don't care what his relationship or his what he likes and what he
but
doesn't
he's
like.
popular
what he
and
wants
kids
his wife
watch
to do
his
or not
show.
do. But I do think it's interesting, and this is a big culture war debate. Honor and shame around whether or not you're in an open relationship or a monogamous relationship, whether or not you are emasculated because your wife has sex with other men. Personally, not my cup of tea. I prefer monogamy. Yeah, I'm not interested in any of that stuff. I also just don't care what other people do. So the question is it bad for society? Is it in some way emasculating? What do you guys think?
I mean, is it bad for society? I don't know if that's. I think it would probably is best for people to be able to pick their own relationship styles and sort themselves out that way. Like 50% of marriages ending in divorce is probably bad for society, right? If those people would have been better off in some other situation in terms of relationship style, it'd probably be better for society. Would it be better?
Are those our choices though? Either 50% of marriages are ending in divorce, or people just have open relationships, because all of this is very new. So I think a lot of people act as if, well, it's either polyamory or divorce.
Sure.
A lot of human history kind of bears that perhaps.
I'm not saying that it has to be one or the other. I'm just saying that railroading everyone into monogamous relationships is probably not. That's definitely not the best idea. Railroading everybody to that with the divorce rate of what it is now, that's not working. I'm not saying that like it needs to be everybody has to be polyamorous or open or whatever, because I don't even think the majority. I don't even think a plurality of people can handle those types of relationship styles. But yeah, I think that letting people. I think the important thing is you let people explore. You let people figure out what they want. Some people try some things, they don't like it. They try other things. That's fine. But I think that it's important to. I would say like give people the freedom to explore. If you don't like a certain relationship style, I think that's fine. I don't think it's bad if a person wants to be monogamous, so they want to be polyamorous or open or whatever. But I think it's weird that sometimes people obsess over and meat watch other people's relationship styles so much.
You're a public figure.
I think it's totally fair to look at Adam 22's situation. I mean, they both do porn, so it's like that's already like out there. But like to look at his situation, like I don't think I would ever do that. I wouldn't want that. I think that's totally fine. It gets really weird how obsessive people are over like the dicks and pussies of people that they don't like, though. I think that's kind of weird. But
it's weird to obsess over individuals.
We're not obsessing over the dicks and pussies.
Relationships, but
We're
I think more
obsessing over the
broadly,
fact that
if
these
we're
are
talking
popular
about
people in
on
the
a societal
culture,
level,
and that
we
they're
know
pushing
the best environment.
harmful behaviors onto young people. That's what we're obsessed with. That's what we don't like from a conservative Christian perspective. I don't like talking about your sexual habits, but when you make your sexual habits public and you are popular amongst young children, that's not good. No bueno.
Environment to raise kids in. And so I don't think it's just being authoritarian for people to say this is probably not a good trend that we're heading in, and therefore even if I don't care about what this individual guy does, this is still not something we should be embracing. We should be
Thank you,
criticizing
Lauren.
it because this
Base,
does have societal
Lauren.
effects.
Thank
This
you,
does affect
Lauren.
the lives of children who aren't going to grow up and
Thank you, Lauren. She knows. God, Destiny, you're so shallow.
stable homes with both a mother and a father, because these relationships I think are naturally going to be volatile. So I think we there is a good reason for us to criticize it.
sure, but one, the best. I'm pretty sure statistically speaking, the best household to raise kids is 2 gay parents.
What did
so,
you
like,
just
already,
say?
Like, the
Based
statistics
on what?
Is that real?
because I think it's because gay parents have to jump through a few
No, shut up, Destiny. I don't even know what you just said because you just mumbled. Sometimes you try to talk really fast, but I don't know if you have your thoughts in order yet. We say best is gay parents. What did you just say, bro?
the best. I'm pretty sure statistically speaking, the best household to raise kids is 2 gay parents.
Statistics to be the best to raise kids is gay parents. What does that mean?
So like already like the
Based
statistics
on what?
Is that real?
because I think it's because gay parents
No, it's
have to
bullshit.
jump through a few more hoops when it comes to adoption.
What are
So
gay parents? What is that?
It's a man and a
Not
man.
even a real
How does
thing.
that work?
So you're
How are
saying-
they
but-
parents?
Well, it's called adoption.
That doesn't make you
No.
a parent necessarily. If you're 2 men and you like adopt
No
a
such thing
child,
as
Is
gay
this the next
parents.
Matt Walsh documentary? What is a parent? I mean, you don't call it that. I'm just saying that the style of household, like obviously a broken household, the traditional broken household, I think we all agree is horrible for children. So man abandons mom, no child support, mom has to work and fend for herself and take care of the kid, and is usually in a shitty neighborhood. That's the worst outcome. I think we all agree with that.
Yes.
But then, like, again, if you got the 50% of marriages ending divorced, you've got like all sorts of problems relating to like only half of women even get their full child support and everything. That style is not working right now.
But that style is not monogamy. Like, that's not traditional monogamy. What we have with no-fault divorce, that's kind of exploded. That's representative of the monogamous and marriage lifestyle now, but historically that has not been the case. So, I mean, I think there's grounds for also bringing in the question of divorce into all of this. We're too keen to, I guess, and
Those
obviously I'm not
buckets are
talking about, oh, your husband beats you. What would
Jimmy John's throws buckets out, and I pick them up and use them for work. Seriously. Huh. Those buckets are $6 plus tax in the big box. Hopefully I get myself a free bucket from Jimmy John so I could use it for work. What do you do for work again? Hold on, let me know when I come back. I gotta go take a break real quick. Man, don't talk about Jimmy John's. I'm hungry, bro. the chair open. I got 5 on it.
Was that whatever clip? Endure. Like that's not what I'm
I'll take
saying.
credit for that. Yeah,
Was that you?
yeah. Well,
Oh,
no,
come on.
I wasn't the one that said endure. That was our friend. That was our friend MLD. What I said was, and Destiny understands this as a former Catholic. Is his wife brought up divorce, and I said, I don't believe in divorce. It's not a real thing.
I was married in the Catholic Church too,
And-
so I know that it's off the table.
Yeah, so I meant that in like a very sort of like metaphysical sense. I didn't mean like literally like, separate. And so later on I did say, like in that same monologue, like, yeah, obviously separate, get yourself out of that situation. Destiny's wife clipped that out. I understand. You got to play the game. That's fine. I'm not
To
mad.
be fair, didn't you say divorce should be illegal?
I mean, well, that's probably true as well. But like a separate
Based.
conversation. But she is right that, with things like no-fault divorce, as that started to be integrated throughout the country, you saw states that were passing
Diamond?
these laws.
Diamond?
Had couples
Diamond?
reporting like increased likelihood of considering that as even an option.
Star
so I think
fragments?
the like virtue and nobility of marriage is like you're in this for the
I don't know
long
what
haul.
that is.
There is no way out. And so you find a way to make it work. And it's kind of like with abortion, we're like, well, if I know that like worst case scenario, I can get divorced, I can just kill the kid. That tends to happen more often because people just don't commit.
I was gonna say too, your point about raising kids in a better household or what we know is good for kids. I think it's fair to say that there is an overlap between the people who are more likely to abort their kids and people who are likely to be in open relationships, right? Conservatives more likely to be monogamous, less likely to get an abortion. So a lot of these dating
Degenerate
preferences that
behaviors.
involve multiple people or things like that, less likely to result in having kids.
I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the case. We could say maybe less likely, but ultimately there are going to be kids in situations like this.
course.
And likelihood of abuse when you have a non-biologically related father in a household, it skyrockets. And that's just talking about the extreme case of abuse, not even to mention just general socialization and stuff like that. So I think this is not a good trend. It's not healthy for society. Does that mean that we should find where this Adam 22 guy lives and kind of tar and feather him? No, but we should absolutely be able to say this is not
it
where we want
reset
to be
the-
going. as a
I do
culture.
want to ask you a follow-up too. You mentioned gay parents.
reset all the
are traditional-
lasers?
are-
What the
are-
heck?
I think they score the best in outcomes because of
But-
the hoops they have to jump through for adoption.
My question was, does that exclude lesbian parents?
I think it's only for gay parents are the ones I've seen it. 'Cause
The
I
red
think
pill
men are
people
better.
would,
Okay,
yeah,
men are
that's
just
what
better than
red
women.
pill
Okay.
people might say.
I'm
It's
sorry.
just two fathers even
Because
better.
the lesbians, they like beat the crap out of each
Big
other.
tower.
don't
The
they?
Very
ultimate
high
evolution
rates
of
of
red pill is
domestic-
going to be guys just realizing that being gay is better, have sex
Look.
with your homies, improve each other's businesses,
That's the
like,
most masculine.
don't deal with crazy fucking women, no periods, no pregnancies. Like it's just the best
Ultra
way to go.
MGTOW.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
yeah.
just dudes being bros, nothing else.
True.
Well,
Women exist for social credit only. Okay.
Well, I made that joke because there's been this thing going around about males breastfeeding, trans women inducing lactation to breastfeed babies, and so my joke was that now that we've grown a sheep in a bag, they have this bag, they put the sheep in
A
it. and
sheep in a
it grew.
bag. What?
And so it's like if we can grow babies in pods, like have you guys seen that commercial that went viral where it was like in the future and it shows all these pods with the babies in it? What do you need women for? The dudes can breastfeed, the pods can grow the babies. It'll just be a bunch of dudes hanging out, drinking beers, banging each other. They don't need women for anything.
Whoa.
Based.
No, not based.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
But it is absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to break down in that, like growing babies in test tubes. Does it kind of feel like I shouldn't say test tubes, but in pods? Like, does it seem like that's where we're going?
That's absolutely where
Probably,
we're
yeah.
going. We're already commoditizing birth with things like surrogacy.
Yep.
So I don't think test tubes is that far. And I think the most dystopian part of that would be babies being sold and bought as commodities, which isn't dependent on the test tube. That's happening right now.
Yeah, I think that we've become much more degenerate and general as a society, especially in terms of relationships. Like, people aren't raised to be husbands or wives. People aren't taught about these virtues that are important for, being in a successful monogamous relationship. I've gone to many relatives' like 50th wedding anniversary parties. Yeah, they'll make jokes about like, oh, I hate my wife. It's just sort of like a timely thing, I guess. But ultimately, they have like very successful marriages. And I think that as we've sort of moved away from those things, you're seeing more problems. The divorce rate is higher. People are exploring alternatives. But I don't think it's better. I don't think the answer to not doing marriage correctly because you weren't ready for that responsibility is to abandon the idea of monogamy and then try to pursue something like an open relationship, which for some people it does work. I'm not gonna, like, a lot of the trad cats want to like look at Destiny and be like, he's miserable with his like Aryan snow princess wife and millions of dollars. I'm not gonna make that argument. For some people it does work. The problem is, I feel an obligation as someone with an audience to shame that type of relationship because
Facts.
it cannot be normalized within the consciousness of the masses
Right,
as an
right.
alternative. We must pursue what is
And the show is called The Culture War. They're talking about culture and cultural influence that these influencers, quote unquote, have on the culture. So when Destiny makes an argument like, oh, they're obsessed with people's D's and P's, no, they're talking about the culture, the cultural issues at hand. What the?
Right and true. And if some people want to deviate, that's fine. We'll round them up later. But for the time being, we have to pursue what we know works. And I just don't think these
I don't
alternate
care
models
about
work,
the
let
blood
alone at a
moon.
mass scale.
Right, and I think there's a good point to be made there. We can talk about something not working because the actual outcomes are just not practical, not pragmatic. But there's also the question that's kind of separate of, is it in line with, I guess, what is true and just, which is something that I think Christians have started falling off with completely. And you mentioned the whole gay parent thing. I don't think we do enough shaming of how like straight couples ruined marriage before gays even got into it.
That's real.
True.
No
Where did
fault
all
in
these open relationship poly people come from?
Yeah.
They came from monogamous relationships. That's
Yeah.
the problem. See,
Do you-
so clearly it's not the superior relationship.
Do you remember when
Yeah.
Chelsea Handler had that viral video? See, this is the silly thing, in culture war politics. I got roped into criticism. So, Ben Shapiro, a handful of other people are like, Chelsea Handler is miserable. She's got no kids in her life and she's single. I never said that, but they acted like I did. Chelsea Handler made that video where she says she wakes up in the morning, does drugs and masturbates. And I said, that woman is probably happier than a pig in shit. She's like doing whatever she wants. She's rich. I don't see her as being unhappy. I think a lot of this is projection from people who think that lifestyle is a net detriment, need them to be unhappy.
Yes. This is something I try to communicate to people, and it's impossible. I don't know if it comes with age or experience or what, but one of the most detrimental things that you can operate through in life is that there's some sort of like karmic balance that guy that bullied you in high school, he's going to grow up and he's going to be fucking miserable. I know it. He might not be. He might have a dad that owns a business, and he might not only
He's probably
not
selling
only
real
might he not be
estate.
miserable, he might be super happy. He might realize what he did was wrong. He might live a more virtuous and better life than you ever will. There are people that are truly shitty people that are happy and have fun and do good and they learn from their mistakes. This running around in the world and operating under this assumption that like that guy, this is why the cuck hunting stuff is so fun to me, is these people, a lot of them
Fun?
virgins, a lot of them miserable for a lot of reasons, so why they consume a lot of this content, will be on Twitter tweeting at like Adam22 or me like, I know fucking miserable you fucking are, because if you fucking ever do this shit, and it's like, bro, are you okay? Like healthy people don't spend. People draw so many, I've got so much fan art of me watching my wife fucking some black dude. I'm like, bro, there's no way that a healthy guy is drawing this picture. Yeah, and the whole time like thinking like, oh, I know this is gonna fucking trigger the fuck out of him. Like, dude.
That's kind
It's
of
a
like
lot
what
of
we were
work to
talking
draw
about
the
earlier. Like,
picture.
Yeah,
a
it is,
large
like,
portion
Jesus.
of the appeal of that whole genre of content is like that guy just like, Stacy's gonna be miserable. She's gonna hit the
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah.
And so you've got like some guys like, don't worry, little bro. I've got the suit. I've got the watch. Shut up, bitch. And he's like, yeah, get her.
I think for a lot of conservatives, the reason why they would say Chelsea Handler is miserable actually stems from the conservative view that society would improve or be better with stable relationships where kids are raised by a mother and a father.
Not just that, but it's also the conservative view that something that is, I guess, in terms of your your senses, something that is good and pleasurable, that is not necessarily the highest end. We are not put on this earth. I don't know. The meaning of life for me is not just to pursue hedonistic ends. So Chelsea Handler, she has drugs and a big house. That's nice. But is there actual like further lifelong joy in that, or is she just kind of having fun? Those things are not the same, and I think conservatives don't do a good job articulating that, because obviously she's a millionaire, she's having a good time, but does that bring her deeper meaning?
Yeah.
This is the scary thing about short-sightedness of the conservative position in saying that like Destiny would be unhappy or Chelsea Handler would be unhappy. The problem
We don't take the time to define what happiness is.
well, but I think the fear that I have is we would be too happy. There's this quote I read a long time ago when I was reading about Fermi's paradox, and some scientist guy, you guys probably find the quote. He said, if humans ever, greet and shake hands with aliens, it will be not to celebrate overcoming nuclear weapons, but because we overcame the Xbox. In that humans are, for whatever reason, being driven towards pleasurable outcomes. It's like the experiment we did with the mice where we put the electrode in the brain to stimulate dopamine, like you mentioned the other night. The rat or the mouse would just keep spamming the button because it feels good. And that's what we're doing. So I think when conservatives come out and they say, Chelsea Handler is miserable, I'm like, no way, dude. She's happier than someone's probably ever been. And that actually is the issue.
no, but she's not happier than someone who could ever be. She's having more fun, but that's not the same. And I think
I disagree. I think
Yeah,
she's,
no, that
she's
is 100.
stimulating.
She's happy, but she's not fulfilled. You can't be. That it's like chasing the dragon. She's chasing after. It's like a heroin addict. It's like once you have that high, you gotta chase it. You gotta chase more money, more sexual partners, more drugs, and she's chasing the dragon. And yeah, she's probably having a great time, but when she's on her deathbed and nobody cares about her anymore, wonder how that's gonna feel.
Dopamine to the extreme degree.
What Lauren is getting at is, and it's a really good point, but people don't talk about it because they're too busy tearing down other things than making good arguments for their own things. There's a difference between happiness and fulfillment.
Yes, yeah.
Happiness.
I just said that, Destiny. I already said that, bro.
This is scrolling TikTok for 12 hours. Fulfillment is spending 12 hours reading a book and finishing it, right? There's a marked difference in the body, the way that it affects your psychology, the way that it impacts the way you move through life, because people that are more willing to endure some fiction to reach some fulfillment are probably going to have holistically a better outcome. But when people
agree.
spend all their time shitting on other people's happiness, it's like it doesn't seem like you're advocating very well for your lifestyle, yeah?
So I guess the better way to frame it is short-term happiness versus long-term happiness. In that, you're right. You know, someone who has a family and kids and is, you know, they're older and they can see all their grandkids and they see everything they've done is going to have this like profound like wow. And somebody who just did drugs and masturbated all day is going to be older and be like, well, you know, I can do that again. I guess the difference is if you exercise every day and eat healthy, you're going to feel really, really good. But when you're sitting in that moment eating a chocolate fudge sundae, you feel really good right now. And so having that balance is important.
There's a difficult thing striking that balance too. I remember I got into an argument with one guy. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. We were arguing about investing money. I think it was another content creator, and this guy blew every fucking dollar that he had. And I remember talking to him. It was like, our jobs are like pretty like transitory. Like, I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this. Aren't you scared that you're like wasting all of your money right now? Like, you don't invest anything.
Hassan?
And the guy's like, well, aren't you scared that you won't get to have fun and spend any money until you're 45? And I was like, fuck, I guess maybe. Damn, I didn't think about it that way. And he's like, yeah, you know, like I might have some fucky shit when I'm like 40 and 50 and 60 or whatever. But like, I'm in my 20s right now. I want to have a lot of fucking fun. And I think the memories I'm making right now are really cool. And I'm going to do that. I'm like, okay. And I'm not advocating that you should spend all of your money today, accumulate a ton of debt, and then live on Social Security or be fucked for the rest of your life. But I mean, like, there is something to be said for striking a balance. It can't be all arduous, suffering, vegetarian, gym every day, no fun whatsoever for your life. Like, you have to find a way to balance the happiness and the fulfillment at the same time.
I do think that there is a high likelihood that the modern culture around, you know, free sex, do whatever you want, you know, very short-term thinking is going to result in a lot of unhappy people. I think we're actually seeing it already in that many millennials and younger have little to no skill. And so you've got people who are struggling to find work, don't have no fulfillment. They feel like they have no purpose. That's terrifying when you think about where that goes in 20 or 30 years. But I wonder because people's perspectives change. But when you look at that common trope of nobody on their deathbed ever said, I wish I worked more. You know, everyone's always like, where's my family and stuff. There's going to be a lot of people. I was talking about this with Chelsea Handler. This was my criticism of her was. It was not that she was unhappy. I don't think she's unhappy. I think she's very happy. However, me personally, based on my worldview, I imagine her 68, 70 years old in a cold and sterile hospital bed suffering from some ailment. And the doctor comes in with a chart and says, you know, Ms. Handler, it is terminal. Is there anyone we should call? And she just sits there and says,
No.
And they say, okay, well, we're press the button if you need us, and they walk out, and then she just
Nobody
sits there.
cares about it.
That is hell in my view. That is a nightmare scenario to me. I'm not saying it's absolutely will happen to her. She maybe has friends. However, what I've learned from older people, the scariest thing I've heard from older people, I remember, let me tell you a story. I was in Chicago. I was 18. I was skateboarding. I went and got some pizza. I had some leftovers. I see a homeless old black man hanging out, smoking a cigarette. And I'm like, hey, my man, you want some pizza? And he's like, yeah, hell yeah, brother. And I walk over, and I was like, can I ask you a question? I was like, are you homeless? And he's like, I said, I am. And I said, how did that happen? The story he told me was that he worked at the post office for most of his life. And he got older. His friends and family had died. He was unmarried. He had an apartment. You know, once he gets into his like mid to late 60s, doesn't really have any friends anymore. And then they laid him off.
I hope I have stamina food.
Unemployment at first, starts to run out of money. Eventually, can't afford to pay his bills anymore. Gets evicted. He has no one to call, no one to turn to. So now he lives on the streets. And I'm like, damn, that's terrifying.
No.
And so my fear is, for someone like Chelsea Handler, I don't care what she does. She can live however she wants to live. But I do believe that there's a high likelihood that people like her will find themselves in what the average person would describe as a nightmare scenario of no one cares about you, no one knows where you are, and you die alone.
Yeah,
Well,
and
it's we're
there's no way that
becoming
she
atomized.
hasn't thought about that too. I mean, she definitely hasn't. I know a lot of people who have meaningful lives and they accent them with things that, maybe the right would be like, oh, this is degenerate. There's no way you're happy. But it's like, they have their accomplishments, they have their empire, whatever it may be. But someone in that position, I don't even know who Chelsea Handler is, but I imagine this is a famous
Got a
person who's
fairy.
been successful, maybe has passed their prime or something, and so they're going to make a video like, oh, look at all I do is masturbate and smoke weed all day. I don't believe that that is possible to even achieve happiness longer than a week. If you wake up and all you do is smoke weed and masturbate, you're literally biologically eroding your capacity to feel that euphoria that you are now drawn to through your dopamine receptors, because that diminishes over time, which is literally your...
Are you looking for an easy way to view and
Whoa, look at that
manage
big
your
old
mail and
fish.
packages from anywhere, 24/7? Well, at iPostal One, we can help. Whether you're away from home often, worried about mail and package theft, or just want a modern way to receive your mail,
Got two
a digital
fairies.
mailbox from iPostal One is the most trusted way to manage your mail remotely.
Get outta here,
in real
Ad.
time.
your brain trying to save you from that binging mechanism.
And I think a lot of people who are parents, they were responding to Chelsea Handler saying, because her whole thing was like, I'm still happy even though I'm unmarried and single. I can go to Paris and do all these things. And it's like, Chelsea, you are, how old is she? She's
48.
50 years old. Like, you easily could have kids who are now adults and still be doing all of the things that you're doing. We're so obsessed with immediate gratification, I feel like, especially
Well, no,
millennials,
if
we
she
have
had
this idea
kids,
where
she
if
probably
you're a
wouldn't be
parent,
in the
it's
place
like
that
you have
she's
a
in.
newborn strapped to you always for the rest of your life, which is just not what parenthood is. Like, kids grow up, they go
Yeah.
through different phases. You're not going to be up sleepless nights forever.
And two, they would have to explain then why, and this isn't everything, but it's not nothing. The profile of the person who is the statistically most likely to be depressed in this country is the middle-aged, single, childless working woman. So if it were really a lifestyle that not only works but is ideal and liberating, then why is that the result then that we're
I don't
seeing?
necessarily know. One, I don't know if that's true. But also, if we want to go by stats, isn't the most likely to kill themselves like the middle-aged white
Yes.
man
Yeah,
who-
experiencing
whose
depression and
family is already
suicide
left out? Like,
are different
yeah,
between men and women, though.
I think it's important to figure out what is it in life that brings you happiness, what is it in life that fulfills you, and then kind of move in that direction. Like, in some ways, I feel like Chelsea Handler is a good example of, maybe we look at her like, oh, she's not going to find much fulfillment, she's not going to like this, blah 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 blah. But do you think she would have been a good parent? Maybe it's better that people like that don't have kids.
Yeah,
right?
and
If
I-
they really don't
I
want to, if
agree.
they really feel like they would have been burdened. Yeah, go ahead.
Great
I
point.
think we can have both of that. We could say, having this hedonistic, excessive,
But
very
also-
materialistic lifestyle.
I would say that if she had had kids, she probably wouldn't be acting like how she's acting. She probably would have matured differently and quicker. And, I think people change a lot when they have kids.
It's not going to lead to fulfillment, but also we should examine why someone like that exists in the first place. So it's a societal problem as much as it is a personal problem, I think.
To Destiny's point, I think that men and women experience depression a lot differently. I think that women experience depression in a much more environmental sense. Like if they are in an environment that they are not happy with, they're not enjoying, they will feel depressed. When men experience depression, I think it's much more that they see no way out of that environment, which is why I think too, it's common that we say women are more likely to attempt suicide, men are more likely to actually commit suicide, because women will be, maybe in a low emotional state and they'll just kind of lash out and try to hurt themselves. But men will be like, okay, I have done the math, this is not going to work out, and they'll just blow their head off with a shotgun. And I think that's because this whole society that we've cultivated doesn't allow for avenues for people to pursue meaning the way that they would have even in their grandparents' generation. I mean, boomers don't like this, but it is true that on a single income, you could get a nice house in a safe neighborhood. You could get a moral spouse. Didn't have to worry about them being some red pill guy. Didn't have to worry about them being an OnlyFans thought. They were just more or less normal people. And you could have that, summer home, a boat, cars, without going into the debt that you have to now, without having to deal with this sort of societal disintegration that our generations are having to deal with. That does weigh on people. And I don't think that there's even a way out of that, but we seem to be distracting from that reality that we all know with things like, the hedonism and the endless pursuit of pleasure, this sort of narcissism that we see with I'm not going to have kids. Ew, I'm just going to go travel and smoke weed and do whatever. And it's ultimately there's going to reach a point where these people realize that that is not going to, make them happy. And especially women, when they're past the point where they can have kids, they are going to snap.
Sure.
And I am genuinely afraid of what that's going to do to society.
Okay, here's where I'm going to go my atheist rant, though. And I'm going to shut on both you guys are religious, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. This is my, okay.
I feel like we haven't been bringing up religion that much.
No,
I thought
that's
we-
why I said I'm about to.
Okay. I thought we were like being too Christian for people. I thought like, oh, look at us moderates.
Okay, don't worry. We'll bring the atheism in here. This is why Christianity sucks, and it's why all the Christian talking points suck. The world today as it exists is different than it ever has been.
Boo!
We have to find a way to offer people some avenue for fulfillment that doesn't require us resetting the clock.
That's a fallacy. The world has changed, so we need to just go along with it. No, that's the whole counter. We're conservatives. The point is to conserve traditional values. Lord, Destiny, come on now. What you talking about, Brett? What do I want to do? I need to get over there. Let's just do a glider. Do I have a auto build of a simple glider contraption? I got this. It has a control stick. Yeah, we'll just do this. Oh, it has a cart. I didn't know I had a cart on the bottom. I actually don't need the cart on the bottom. I do want some rockets, though. I will take some rockets, though. Actually, I don't even need to glide over there. I could just shield rocket. Rocket shield. What if everything you ever wanted came in a rocket can? Power thirst.
30, 40, 50, 100 years on civilization. This is why I'll always fight with Christians or red pillars or whatever, people that are like, we need to get rid of the pill or birth control.
Long view. How about blue hair sucks? Yeah.
That's never happening. Women need to go back to the home and need to stop working so much. That's never happening. These are two...
I can't comment on people's hair because I'm a white guy with dreadlocks. And apparently that, Whoa! Apparently that irks people, which I love. Which Destiny said the same thing about his blue hair. He keeps it just so that people have a preconceived notion about it. Which is why I like the dreadlocks. Throws people off. Keeps them guessing. They don't know what the heck's going on when this guy that looks like a dreadlocked hippie shows up and starts saying, we need to quit smoking pot, guys. We need to praise Jesus and be more conservative. It throws people off. They don't know what to do with me. They lose their dang minds. I love it.
Two of probably the most massive things that have changed society, and these are two of the things that I hear people complain about the most, that women are being too masculinized, that women can sleep around now and they don't have to get married, blah, blah, blah. These are two things that are never changing. Whatever solution we're offering men or people in general in the world going forward, I don't think it can be like a return to tradition where we go back to the way things were 100 years ago, because that's never
How does
gonna
that
happen.
relate to Christianity and atheism, though?
Because when I hear people, because I think that the world today has become a bit more secular in terms of how we look for happiness and fulfillment, and I think that Christians like to fall back a lot on like, well, the Bible is all the answers you need. All of your metaphysical, all of your ethical, all of your epistemic truths can be found in the Bible. We just have to go back to church. We have to do that. And I feel like overall, like the traditional lifestyle, I think for a long time, people assumed that traditional lifestyle, we're just biologically inclined towards it. Women want to have kids. Men want to be fathers. And it's like, well, put in a society with birth control and jobs, people actually are making way different choices than we ever thought they would before. So it seems like that biological drive is not as strong as it was. The religion aspect is probably not coming back. So I think we have to have better answers for going forward in the future, other than just like we need to be TradCon or we need to, bring God back into the world or whatever. It has to be different. Like even to what you said, like, oh, like it's hard to afford things today. You could have like a boathouse or a boat and a house on the waterfront and blah, blah, blah with a single income. Yeah, but the world was a lot different back then too. You didn't have the huge cities we have today. You didn't have all the opportunities that exist in those cities. You didn't have cell phones or the internet. You didn't have video games. Like they had access to like property, but like what they could do with those properties and the opportunity and everything available to them was also way, 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 way less.
I think the biological drives remain. They just may be channeled in different ways. Like men aren't exactly like going to war the way we used to, but we spend a lot of time watching other men fight or compete in, grand athletic displays or things like that. Or even women, for example. Yeah, they're not having children maybe as much as they used to, but even you see in the trends on social media, like, the feminine urge to do this. I mean, there's a reason those things go viral. It does resonate to some degree with women, even if it's not possible. And I also think it's true that women are far more susceptible to like social pressures.
Ah, my
Yes.
glider's
And if
gonna
every
break.
institution and person in the media is telling them like,
The
this
heck?
is lame, you need to go be like, what's her face, they're gonna be like, oh, okay. Like, they think it's a low status opinion to want to pursue motherhood, and they're actually shamed for that
Oh.
more so than they would have been when they were being taught to do that.
Yeah, I suppose if the argument is that women are more agreeable, and you're seeing algorithms promoting, whether they know it's the algorithm or not, but the content that gets promoted consistently says live this way, and this particular lifestyle results in a higher rate of depression, I think that's a bad thing. I also think it's a massive issue that has so many variables it would be impossible to track what is actually causing all of this stuff.
Yeah.
What's causing the increase in depression? Conservatives are going to take a conservative view and say if women were doing more of this. Liberals are going to take the inverted view and say depression's high because women are being suppressed. You get my point? Like,
Yeah.
finding out what the actual data point is would be very difficult.
And on the biblical point too, I mean, we're not really supposed to be of this earth. I mean, our time here is very limited, and we're going to spend most of our time either
In the earth,
heaven or
not
hell
of
by
the
far. And so, the Bible doesn't necessarily have to conform to the standards of the world, but vice versa. And so, if the Bible's telling you you need to be chaste and disciplined and temperate and prudent, things like that, I mean, those
67
virtues are
Korans.
literally timeless. I mean, you can apply those virtues.
Where
even
is
if maybe it's more
Heston?
difficult now to be held to those standards than when the society was less obviously satanic. It still is true that if you look at the Bible as like almost like we'll use like a game guide for how to exist in the world.
The meme is like basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Yeah,
Bible.
Nobody was ever like, if you actually like laid out everything in the Bible that it says don't do this, and you followed that for say a year or something, you're not going to be able to tell me that your life would be worse. It would obviously be so much better because it's true and it's real. And I don't know anybody who's like miserable right now who is following that.
Like Mosaic laws, I really doubt people are going to be able to track their mixed fabrics, tattoos.
Well,
and
that
shop-
would.
He's not talking about cultural and tribal laws. He's talking about if you know how to read, you know how to decipher Levitical law.
Was in context of like these pagan rituals they were doing at the time. They were making, I forgot exactly which fabrics, but they were mixing the fabrics to make some like weird pagan thing.
It was for tribal differentiation, so you could tell who's who by what they were wearing. It's like Crips and Bloods wear blue and red. That's a tale as old as time. This tribe would wear this, and this tribe would wear this. We don't eat shellfish because bacteria and blah blah blah. We don't eat unclean meat, this meat because it's not clean, blah blah blah. That's all tribal and cultural law, and all of that it says that in Leviticus. It says, what is what. It says this is moral law. Moral law abides. Moral law stays and lasts. And also, when people talk about the New Covenant in the New Testament, all of the stuff from the Old Testament is reiterated in the New Testament except for the Sabbath. And actually, the Sabbath was broken before Jesus. Jesus broke the Sabbath. But the Sabbath was broken in the Old Testament. I forget if it was David or Daniel, but he killed a pig to feed his men on the Sabbath. And in Matthew 12, 1 through 3, it talks about how Jesus broke the Sabbath by feeding his disciples. And they said, why are you working on the Sabbath? The Pharisees came and they said, Jesus, why are you working on the Sabbath? And he said, didn't David, I forget if it's David or Daniel, but let's say David. He says, didn't David feed his tribe the pig that he slaughtered on the Sabbath? He's like, he said, it's basically the idea that God took a rest. You're supposed to have a rest day. And the argument between Saturday and Sunday is a stupid argument because none of those days existed when God made the earth. The idea is simply that you should rest on a day. But resting doesn't constitute doing nothing. It doesn't mean just sit in your bed all day one day a week and not move. Don't move a muscle because that would be considered doing work. No, it means take a day off of your job. Take a day off of John Doyle is based. Yep. It doesn't mean you can't eat.
Thing.
I mean,
So
you're referring to basically like receiving an analysis
Although-
from someone on what the Bible actually.
Although fasting on the Sabbath, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it could be a good thing to do if you can have that kind of self-control to overcome your urge for food like that.
would
Sure.
prescribe.
Yeah,
you
I don't
do.
know if it could be quantified per se, but I think it is still true, and I think that's old law stuff anyway, which was fulfilled through the.
So
New
it's not
covenant.
so right. So when you say follow the Bible, you're not talking about old law stuff. So
Well, no,
Yeah,
that's Judaism. That's like a different thing.
right.
Well,
Well, to
the
clarify.
Old Testament is still very much.
Yeah, the Old Testament is part of the New Testament. John's not really explaining it well. The old law does still stand, but there's different types of laws in Leviticus that were only applied to that time, or this tribe, or this tribe, or this group, or so those laws went away with. I mean, we don't still have tribes wandering through the desert, living in shanties and stuff. We have America, and but we do still have tribal laws. We do still have cultural laws and ceremonial laws like marriage. Of course, a lot of that stuff's going away with like gay marriage and stuff like that. That breaks ceremonial law, tribal laws, and then moral law. Moral law is always the same. It's not. It doesn't change in time. It doesn't change due to geography. It doesn't change due to your upbringing. It doesn't change due to your culture. Moral law has always been the same. I kind of like that guy in the Hawaiian shirt is saying, what is his name? His name is John Doyle. Oh, yeah, I didn't see your comment. Yeah, that's John Doyle. John Doyle, his channel is called Heck Off Kami. It's awesome. He's not super consistent with his videos, but when he does videos, they're epic. He like really does a lot of research and puts a lot of time and effort into his videos, and it's like a college dissertation. Kind of, maybe sometimes hard to follow for dumb people. Not saying you guys are dumb people, but if I share a John Doyle video on my Facebook, if any like my parents aren't going to watch it or anything, because within 10 minutes they're like, whoa, he lost me. Because John Doyle's like very high IQ person.
Inactive.
And he talks fast, but it's more coherent than when Destiny talks fast.
Like when
But-
Jesus did his Sermon on the Mount, he did not come to abolish the old laws, but he came to fulfill them.
And he's like the youngest person on this panel. He's 23 years old. He's been a savant with politics since he was 18. Kind of like Nick Fuentes, a little less radical. They say that they say a lot of people find the Groypers through the John Doyle pipeline. Like they find John Doyle on YouTube, and then they get a little more radicalized, and that leads them to the Groyper movement stuff. John Doyle's like a less extreme version of Nick Fuentes, but I like John Doyle more than Nick Fuentes.
Them or whatever, right? Like, yeah.
You're atheist. What do you, John mentioned we spend more time in heaven or hell. What do you think happens? What's your view, or do you think anything?
Probably, I just like going to sleep and never waking up.
He doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't have
that's
the
horrible.
answers for what happened.
That's horrible to imagine. Could you imagine? Like, what's the point of life then? Like, if all we're doing is running this rat race to just die, and then there's nothing after death. You get your fulfillment in life? Who cares if you get fulfillment in life when you die? You're going to forget all that. You're just going to be dead. You're going to rot in the dirt, and worms are going to eat you. That's hell. That's horrible. That used to when I was a little kid, that would give me nightmares thinking about what happens when we die. Is it just like, I mean, I was raised in a Christian family, so I always believed there was a heaven and an afterlife. But, as a kid, you hear things and you think about things, and you worry about things. And I don't think that's actually a natural state of a kid, but, anyway, that's a horrible, horrible idea that there's nothing. We just die and it's just eternal darkness. Like, no, I refuse to believe that. And then the liberals and atheists will say, well, you're just scared. You're scared of the truth, so you make up this sky daddy to have this thing. No, there's got to be more. This can't all just be for naught. This can't just be nothing. There has to be, like, everything works together on earth. There has to be a creator. There has to be something more to this. We have to have souls. There has to be something more substantive. Is that a word? Then we just die and we're worm food. No.
But
So,
after death,
to-
yeah.
I mean,
to-
you're
one-
kind
one-
of you brought up the question of Christianity and religion, and I will still
Yeah, John is definitely more likable than Nick. Nick is kind of a butthole sometimes, and I definitely don't like the Groiper army. I don't like his audience. I don't like his chats. Um, it's like they're just like mindless trolls. It's like, how do you guys listen to this high IQ young man all the time, every day, but yet you're not learning anything from him? I get the same thing, and I get the same kind of feeling in JLP chat sometimes. It's like JLP's dropping all these wisdom bombs and all this deep stuff. How can the chat? But then again, it's only the vocal minority speaking in chats usually. Um, and I'm not talking about Jeff Hewitt and DJ on Paul. You guys are based, but we got a base chat here. Dean's a little weird, but like the Groiper chat is just retarded. And it's like Nick's a smart guy. He says some outrageous stuff. He's kind of rude, kind of, gives you bad vibes sometimes. But it's probably the Catholic in him. John Doyle's Catholic too, though. And Lauren Chen said she was raised Catholic, so I don't know. Maybe it's a Catholic thing. Does Catholics think that everybody else is going to hell? Well, I mean, as a Christian, I think most people are probably going to hell, but I don't think that every denomination of Christianity is inherently flawed. Maybe the churches are bad, but you know, I don't believe there's one true church. The one true church is just the church that Christ built, the rock he built his church on, which is basically just the day of Pentecost. That was the first church, not the Catholic. The Catholics was not the first church. Day of Pentecost was the first church. And those are witnesses to Jesus' resurrection. I forget how many people were there, but a church doesn't need to be a building. It doesn't need to be a preacher telling you to pass the tray. Tithing doesn't have to be giving money. Like, you could be in a different denomination, and I still think you can be saved and born again. Even if we have small doctrinal differences. But church is just wherever two or more are gathered in his name. The temple, your body is your temple. So, I mean, Jesus was having church on a dang mountain in the hillside.
push back and say a lot of the points you've made don't necessarily relate to religion, but I think they're part of the fact that the Christian tradition, it is very focused on your
Whoa, I'm about to
inner
die from
life and what some
cold.
people might broadly call spirituality. Now that term is very frou-frou and can mean whatever, but it's the idea that we are more than just our material senses and that life has greater meaning than simply just input, output,
Like-
pleasure. And I think that's not necessarily something that's just about Christianity. We are talking about a world that is a lot more material. And I think when you say it's more secular now, you're actually talking about how we are so much more focused on the material, whether that's consumerism, like our obsession with social media and things like that. And I think we can actually track a pretty direct line for our happiness as we have focused more on the material. We have become more depressed as a society, and particularly women, because when we go to, it's interesting, when you go to a lot of these countries that we would call developing,
God, another
like they don't have all the luxuries that we do.
We got another.
By
King
and large,
Leot
they have a lot fewer, like, I guess, social problems. They might consider themselves a lot happier than we are now.
That's kind of true, but if you look at like you guys like teleology, right? Because you guys are like Christians. If you look at like the grand design and purpose of humanity, right? It does seem like, and I know a lot of people like to do this weird thing where we jerk off like, whoa, my God, the really underdeveloped societies that don't have cell phones, they're all so much happier. And it's like, to some extent that's true, but like Tim Pool's show doesn't exist in these societies, right? The ability for
Those poor
us
people.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe doesn't
I said those
exist.
poor people.
Yeah, true. Yeah, actually. But like, I'm just saying that like, there's a lot of really cool shit
Oh
that we
God,
created
we gotta go
in
to
kind of the more
Thunderhead.
developed.
Oh, we gotta go to Thunderhead now. Uh-oh. I hate Thunderhead Isle. You can't see anything in there. Reach this area, we launch from Rebella Wetlands Skyview Tower. From here, we glide a short ways to Waterfall slightly to our west, then ride up using Zora armor. Once on this island, you can... Okay, Rebella Wetlands Skyview Tower. Right. Nope, that's the wrong one. Urbella Wetland Skyview Tower. We launch, we fly to the water. You can see the storm swirl just south and a little lower than your location. You can now construct a flying device to get you a little closer and into the clouds themselves. The best way to locate the exact island we need to glide here is to mark the surface map with a pin directly underneath it. Check out our map below to see where to place this pin, which is the Guccini Plain. East, a short way from Highland Stay. As you pass the island, stay well above the clouds. You can easily then see down to the islands below you, preventing you from getting lost in the fog. I hate this. I hate this island. The sky. The Sky Island. The Skyland. There's the waterfall. I don't even think I'm gonna need to ride the waterfall. Right? That's the waterfall we're looking for? Might have to, I'm gonna have to ride the waterfall a little bit. Okay, we go up the waterfall. Alright. Ancient Arowana. Arowana? Arowana, that sounds like marijuana. What the? Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't get the ferry. Try to get that ferry over there. Let's try to get that ferry right there. Alright, wait for it. Run. Ah, we missed it. The ferries are hard to get. Oh, there's another one. Oh, I missed it. Whatever. I don't care. I already have 2 of them. Ah! Okay. Is that Thunderview right there? They said it's below me. Oh, no, it's over there. Okay. So we're going to make a bike. We're going to fly over there. But first, we need to mark on our map. Gucci Plain. Finra Woods, Gucci Plain. Right here. Right here, right? Right here. Okay. Where's the green? Where's the green light? I don't see it. All right, we're going to make a bike. I wish it didn't make it upside down. It just made it the right way. Okay, we're going to stay well above because we don't want to fly into that darkness of clouds. We want to go... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that either. We're just going to head towards the green pin. There's red, yellow. I don't see green. This guy won't get out of my way. I'm going to need to use... Huh. Problem is I don't see my green... I don't see my green pin anywhere. Green pin is over here. Where's my green pin? Why can't I see it? I'm gonna run out of energy.
World. It does seem like people tend towards wanting more autonomy, the ability to choose otherwise, the ability not to be railroaded into hyper-specific lifestyles. Now, humans acclimate really well, believe it or not, even people with locked-in syndrome where you can't move anything but your fucking eyes, even those people tend to report decent standards of living. So I'm sure you can find really poor communities where the people are, like, oh, we're happy, we do our thing. But with the ability to pursue and accomplish grander things, I think we kind of owe it to ourselves as humans, as being part of like the human race, to continue to build towards those things. We just have to
I'm not against that. I'm not saying that all of the modern luxuries that we have are necessarily bad. I like clean water. I'm good keeping that. But I'm just the reason why
clean water, though.
the reason why I bring that up is because a lot of the things that we've developed now that people are so obsessed with, I just want to put into perspective that that's not going to make you happier, right? The person who has like a happy family life, a happy home life, who lives in a mud hut, they're ultimately going to report more fulfillment and more happiness than you who is spending all of your time indulging in like social media, in this video game, and in whatever it is. Not that those things are inherently bad, though.
What
They're
happened?
not a source of fulfillment.
Yeah, I agree.
I think social media probably makes people unhappier, right?
Almost absolutely, especially teenage girls.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting about
yeah,
that?
Instagram.
Like, yes, people will always choose things that are more interesting. They'll choose more autonomy. If you ask, probably, I don't know, 100 people who live in these lesser developed societies if they want to just get a free ticket to the U.S., most of them will probably say yes. I don't think people can choose reliably what is good for them just based on their desires. Because think about with social
But
media.
you're choosing what's good for them, right?
But I don't agree with that.
Well, just as a general idea, I think we all know that social media has like harmed us. I mean, you hear this all the time online with kids. Like, I wish we could just do away with it, go back to 2006. Most people would probably agree with that. But when it comes to actually doing it, nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to come together and like, okay, let's all go back. Like you said, it's impossible. We're never going to go back.
I got struck by lightning.
Terms
What
of,
the?
people in lesser developed nations being offered a ticket here, a lot of them would say yes. I think most of them would say no. But it's not because of. I think the issue is for most people, their happiness and fulfillment is their family and their community. And
What if you offer their whole family a ticket here?
I think still many of them would say no. So we've talked about blue zones, for instance. Are you guys familiar with the blue zones where people live to be over 100 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They interviewed this Japanese guy, and he's like chopping lumber, and he's like 99 or something. And they were like, "Why are you chopping wood? Like, have someone else do it." And he's like, "What do you mean? If I don't do it, who's going to do it? I have to do it." And they contribute. One of the reasons people live long lives is because of purpose. Because they have to. They can't stop. People need something of them. For that
I just
reason,
go through the
think
boulders
there's
on the
certainly
ground.
a lot of people who are like, "Man, I dream of coming to the United States," and they do come every single day. Some more successfully than others. But I think most people would probably just say like,
Can
if I
I
leave, who's going to feed the pigs? And they find fulfillment in their family and their community.
But I don't have
in
any
their personal
bombs.
mission, which is maybe it's today we're making.
I have time bombs.
Maybe making shoes. Who knows?
Yeah.
And to bring things back to, I guess, men, and because we opened up with what's wrong with men, I think men especially, they thrive and need that purpose, the feeling that they are contributing to something greater. It's like you mentioned, John, that I'm not attributing it to PTSD because I would say that's a different thing too, but a lot of people, service
I'm about to
members
die.
who I've seen come back.
Whoa,
in
there's a
life,
monster
will say,
there.
"Oh, this is really hard to adjust to because you're in this really tight brotherhood. You have a very clearly defined mission that you're working to." Men do thrive, or a lot of men thrive in that environment. Modern society doesn't really look like that. Even the way that our careers are looking like, it's no longer the case where you just go to this one company and it's a very clearly defined hierarchy. It's very measurable, your goals, you work hard, you succeed. Now everything is everywhere. You're getting laid off. A lot of people they have their own jobs or side hustles, so it's hard for, I think, a lot of young men to navigate that. They want to be out there slaying dragons. The dragons are still there, but they're a lot more amorphous, and they don't have guidance as to what that looks like in this context.
Yeah, everything is so feminized too. It's just like not a conducive environment for like masculine.
Can't carry any more
flourishing. I mean, we don't have like traditionally male spaces anymore. Even like the last tool we had to kind of check and regulate male behavior, like calling each other gay. Now people don't even do that as much.
That was
as they
it,
used to
huh?
do.
Wait, how do we not have
Yes,
traditionally
no,
male
it's real.
spaces? What do we mean by that?
Well,
we
because they've
got
been
coffee.
integrated. We don't have. Oh,
Well,
we're
like
so
what
bad.
male spaces are we missing?
I think that it was far more productive to have like all male classrooms, things like the Boy Scouts, these sort of like
That
social
sounds gay.
organizations. Well,
Oh, I went to an all boys high school. Careful.
Oh,
is that one? Oh, could you please?
We got
Thank
coffee.
you.
Speaking of gay, what is this again? Can you explain this drink to us?
Just an iced coffee.
Just a
regular.
masculine
regular iced coffee?
See, I'm so comfortable in my masculinity, I can indulge in things like this and not be threatened by them. But I think that is true. Like, the gay thing actually is real because it's not like you're
Is
being
real.
homosexual, but it's like, you're in a male friend group, a guy starts doing something weird, you're like, stop being gay. And then he's like, you're being gay. And there's like an impromptu sort of court-martialing system. The other guys chime in, decide who was being gay, and then you move on from there. But now guys aren't as comfortable like checking their behavior.
But why does that matter?
Well, because I think that's how we grow up and we
For
socialize.
both genders, I think it's really important that we have like the framework to kind of keep each other in check. I think it's really important that men, for their own socialization, they're able to.
All right, let's get out of
for a lot
this
women
place. This
Looking
place
at it would
sucks.
bully
I
each
hate
other
this
somewhat.
place.
Real.
And for women, we do that all the time. Women are way harsher enforcers of like societal rules amongst each other than men are, and it's very vicious and toxic.
Oh,
I
there's
think
another
Instagram
one.
has kind of exploded that too much.
I feel like at schools, I feel like kids to bully each other are fucked ton. I don't think that's
It's
gone.
become far
But-
less
but-
direct though. It's much more catty. So like it used to be, like the maybe, John Hughes-esque, like picking on the nerdy kid, pushing him into a locker or whatever. Now the bullying, because they have no tolerance for anything physical, so it's much more catty and feminine. So what I saw, and this was actually like disgusting. Like I love bullying my male friends and vice versa. What I saw when I was in high school, which was 6 years ago, was you would take a kid who maybe would have been bullied, 30 years ago, and you would have guys and girls hype them up and pretend to be their friend. There was this one kid I
Yeah.
knew. He used to bring a beach ball to school every day. Great guy. It was just like his thing. He liked the way the beach ball looked. Every day, just carried this beach ball around. Kind of a weird kid. Great guy. But the kid, hey, what's up, man? Oh, and take pictures and everything. And he thought they were his friends. And then, comes time for grad parties, comes time to, hey, you want to go? And they all like flaked on him. And he was so confused and traumatized by that because the joke was, you think we would actually be friends with you? The joke's not, you're a nerd, stop being nerd. It's, you think anyone would actually ever want to be friends with you, you idiot? It's like,
I agree, but I think there's a balance.
Is that a good thing?
no, I'm saying that's worse. It's far worse.
I don't think bullying in the traditional view of it, the kid picking on the other kid, pushing him around, shoving, like, I don't think any of that's good. But I also don't like the inversion of that, which is this reverse bullying where, like you described, I've seen this.
Yep.
Where they take the kid who's unpopular and weird and they all act like they're, they do, like, you're the prom king now. And it's actually scummier. To
Yep.
take someone who has some kind of like social awkwardness and they need to be helped in that you can say like, hey man, deodorant, it's your friend, I got this for you. Instead they're like, what a
That's
good
like Yu-Gi-Oh
person, you're
players.
so great, don't mention the stench. And then nobody wants to hang out with the
Right,
person.
because those kind of negative social enforcements, they're just as valuable as the positive ones. Like we want to live in a world where we're happy and getting along with each other. Some behaviors are less fun to be around than others, but we're no longer able to check those. And so they kind of exploded. And then a lot of people wonder, why don't I have more friends? Why aren't I more popular? It's like, well, it's because of
No,
this
no,
and
no,
this
no, no.
reason, but we weren't able to tell you that because that's politically incorrect.
Yeah.
I know a dude who committed suicide, and nobody really picked on this guy, but he needed a hard wake up call. Man, this guy probably would have made it if at a younger age people just said, dude, you need to stop doing these things. I'm trying to keep it vague because I don't want to drag this guy's family or anything because he did take his own life and it's sad. He was a friend of mine. Nobody was willing to tell him the hard truth. Nobody was willing to tell him to put down the garbage. Nobody was telling him to clean himself. He wasn't getting into that social interaction. He grew up reveling in these really awful behaviors.
Oh, this is horrible.
And then when he was an adult, no one who had to be around him would be around him. And then he took his own life.
This
Sad.
is true, but every single person that talks about this, like health at every size and all this shit, misses this fact, okay? For it to be a hard truth, or for it to be tough love only works when there's actual love.
Yep.
People
Yeah.
will walk
Yeah.
around, especially conservatives, and they'll do this shit where it's like, you're a fat fucking loser piece of shit. Somebody has to tell you. And it's like, do you think that's like the impetus they needed
No.
to get to the
Yeah.
gym?
That's
Like
true.
everything that you do,
Absolutely.
when you do tough love, there has to be like an underlying current of like, listen, you can do better than this. I know you can do better than this. Like, you have to fix this thing. It'll be better for you, everybody. Like, there has to be that element of compassion. Otherwise, you're just shitting on somebody. And I find that there's a lot of movements about like tough love that's not really like, no offense, but, like, yeah, men don't give a fuck about women's health.
Yo,
but
this is
suddenly they
it?
really do when it comes to
This
health
is
at every
it?
size. Now every guy is like, well, hold on, the optimal body.
Let's
blah, blah, blah.
go.
You don't give a fuck about women's health before. You're just looking to bully people. So I think that's important.
Several years ago, Milo Yiannopoulos posted, he made fun of a guy who was overweight at the gym.
Oh, geez, yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
remember
like,
that. But he did get a lot. I was
That's
happy to
it.
see how many people were dunking on him for that. Because
Right.
it's like the dude is at the gym. He's doing everything
Exactly.
he could possibly do to improve himself. Leave him
clap.
alone.
That's
yeah.
when you clap. That's when you cheer the guy on. That's when you're like, man, you are hitting it. Come back. We want to be friends. I feel bad when I see these stories of people who are overweight, unhealthy, and they're embarrassed or nervous to go to
Yeah.
the gym.
Yeah.
No, I assure you, you go to the gym. The overwhelming majority of people are going to give you high fives, and they're going to be cheering you on as you do that work, and that's real body positivity.
Yeah, no, it's true. You have to have, like Destiny said, like the love from sort of above component. Otherwise, it's just like fake, and you're just like channeling more rage online. And like you said too, at the gym, I mean, especially too, like the guys who are like the total, you know, chads, they're like the most willing to help out because it really is a compliment in a way. Like if you go up to a guy at a gym and you're like, hey, can you show me how to do this? You're like implying that you obviously look like you know what you're doing, and so no one's going to be annoyed by that.
That is manly affirmation.
Yes.
You're a guy, someone comes to you and says, I think you are better at this thing than me, and I require your expertise, your information, your capabilities. Makes you feel good.
Yeah, I remember this is around the 2020 election. I was at my gym back in Michigan, and there was this kid who was maybe like 16, 17 years old. Skinniest person I've ever seen in my life. And he was just walking around the gym floor with the most confidence, like his chest was out. He was like saying hi. I'd never seen him there before. And he came over to me. I did like some bench, I think with like a supinated grip. It's like you hold the bar this way. I think it has like a better tricep activation or something. And he came over to me and like interrupted my workout, but not in like a rude way, more in just like a, you need to be talking to me. And I was like, obviously this is going to be interesting. And he was like, well, what was that grip you were doing? And I explained it to him and he was like, oh, thanks, man. He like hit me, and I was like, I aspire to have this level of confidence. I mean, he owned the gym at that point. I don't know what happened. He was taking pre-workout or something, but it was just so funny.
That's cute.
Why do you think it is people want to be mean on the internet so much?
Oh, they're miserable. Well, think about it this way. I think about this maybe once a week. Paul Joseph Watson, right? I would call myself a big Paul Joseph Watson fan.
Jesus.
I haven't watched one of that guy's. Well, hold on. I haven't watched one of that guy's videos in like 6 years. But still, I'd be like, yeah, I'm a huge fan. I've never left a comment on one of his videos. I've maybe only liked them to bookmark them for future reference. I've never like. So think about the kind of psychology you have to leave a mean comment. You have to like really be angry enough to just, I'm gonna, let alone, you know, if you say something terrible in a video that's obviously wrong, okay, yeah, you're gonna get dumped on.
This
But
is
just
the
to
one
make
where
a
I
video,
think I
maybe
didn't
it's
get the
neutral,
chest.
it's controversial or whatever, to leave like a mean comment or to leave a mean tweet, reply, something like that, you have to be in a certain state already to even like be
I don't
there.
see the
know
chest.
anyone who
Oh,
does that,
is the
unless
chest
they're
on him?
trolling.
Well, I think part of it is being online and the anonymity that is afforded to that. Now, I'm not saying we should get rid of online anonymity, but it's just an objective fact that 99% of the people who say stuff about you online, they would never dream of saying that to your face.
Yep.
God,
Like,
that's why I
there's just-
love fucking Facebook so much.
Yeah,
How
it's-
much funny there. Listen, you say that no one would want to get rid of anonymity. I firmly believe that once you hit a certain level as a content creator, you want all anonymity gone. I want the social security numbers, home addresses of all these motherfuckers, because nothing feels better than some fuck up making fun of you on Twitter or some shit, and he's got an account linked. You're like, I know everything about you, and then you go through his shit and you just light this piece of shit's light up. But I don't advocate for that. Sorry. But no, yeah, the anonymity does. The analogy I always bring up is if you play like FPS. I don't know if it's still like this. I haven't played CS:GO in a long time. But if you hop into a game and 3 people are on mic and one person is typing, the one person that's typing is always the toxic fucking piece of shit, because it's a lot harder to be mean in voice. I hate you, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Versus the guy that's typing on the keyboard. It's like, oh, you're the worst player, and it's like, yeah.
Got it.
I wonder if it is. It's just the distance. It's just.
All right, that's all the Sage's wills, except for we have 17. There's 20 total. The only 3 that we have left are the ones where you got to fight the King Gleeoks. There's 3 King Gleeoks, and before I fight them, I need to make food and get some Keysai balls. I have good bows, I have good armor and all that stuff, but I don't have food and I don't have Keysai balls for tracking arrows. Eat it. All right. So, we're going to listen to this. We're going to finish listening to this. I'm going to go make food for the game.
You
We got a half an hour left. We'll be finishing up the stream right around 10 o'clock. Nice.
before the internet, you know, people would make prank phone calls. But if you were going to say something to somebody, you had to expect the real world consequences of the people around you watching and what the person, how they would react and what that would mean. Now online, it's like, I don't know you and I don't care. And that's the scariest thing to me.
Especially as a content creator, there's this weird dynamic that we will all relate to where people almost like they'll say like unfollowed, unsubscribe.
Yeah.
Just like, do you think you have power? Like they're like mad at you and they're like, well, I'm going to get back. It's like you know, and it sounds terrible saying it, but it's like you are a number on a screen. Like I understand that there is a sort of parasocial relationship that like inevitably develops, but people get like really, you know, personal about like who they follow, who they give their time to, and they try to like wave their finger to.
It's literally the Dark Knight Rises scene where the guy is like, I paid you a $5 sub, and this gives you power over me.
Destiny towering over his $5.
You're getting banned. I'll ban you extra hard if you're a sub. You think you're talking? You should know better, okay?
My favorite response is someone commented is like on Twitter, and they were like, "Guy, I didn't know you were following me in the first place. Like you're telling me you're unfollowing me," and I'm like, "Oh," but you know that.
For one final month at Jerry Center Buick GMC, summer's on us. Last chance to save.
No, that's not so much what I'm talking to about, you know, people being mean online. It's like someone expressing their distaste for your opinions and telling you that like I'm not interested in following anymore is a bit silly.
Yeah.
But there are people who they just all they have is going online and lying about other people and being mean. Just generally.
If they were to try
breaking
that
stuff.
in real life, they would get punched in the face. But we're not in real life a lot of the times when we're online. It's the same thing with women. I mean, you know, most of the bullying that I think happens to women largely comes from other women. I think it might depend what content spheres you're operating on. But like, you know, a lot of the makeup people who get bullied for whatever reason, it's other women that are bullying them. But if these women were, I guess, in friend groups, there would still be bullying because they're women. But it would be a lot less toned down. We would be checking each other socially because that's not okay to do, like, to someone you know in real life, but because it's all online, we're all anonymous, there's no real consequences. It's a very toxic situation for a lot of people where they do indulge in behaviors that wouldn't be okay.
I think there's also the fact that you mentioned that word dehumanizing. Dehumanizing, it's a really loaded word, but like there is an aspect of dehumanization that you don't like see the effect of what you're doing on somebody. If you take most people and you put them in real life, and you put them in front of somebody that's like earnestly trying in real life to make fun of somebody like that, and that takes a lot. You have to be almost like psychopathic to go after somebody like that. But online, it's super easy. And I don't know if you guys have the experience. Bro, I'll go to events or I'll meet fans sometimes. And the guy's like, oh shit. Like I was a guy that like, do you remember when I tweeted at you that like that last video you did was like the worst thing I ever saw? Like I fuck with you all the time online. And I'm like, why you like this? Oh, I just say that shit, I'm just like fucking around or whatever. I was like, okay, well, it doesn't feel that way from my perspective, you know? People do that shit all the time. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, I just say that shit just clowning, you know?
There was a kid at church.
They apparently dedicate a lot of time to drawing pictures about.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
They spend a lot of time like drawing you specifically.
Yeah, obsessing over. Yeah, but then when you meet in real life, they're like chill. They're just like, oh, you know, I'm just like fucking around when I say that. And they don't realize like the impact that it has or what it comes off as because they're just not really thinking about it that way, you know?
There was a kid at church who was like working the mass.
Well, they're socially inept.
Recognized me, and he identified himself as like one of the guys who had like just said vicious stuff to me on Twitter. That they're always so excited, and you know their hands are like shaking when they meet you and everything, and it's just like, okay, I understand what this is, and that's something I've struggled with. I don't know if it's because I'm Irish, but like I get mad at people online, you know, if they want to come at me, and so I've tried to like reorient my thinking where it's like, look, if you're saying this about me and I'm saying this about you, then it's like anger, but if you can have self-control and just like not reply, not get involved, then it just becomes sad that this person is, you know, putting all of that negativity towards you, spending so much time like just trying to come after you. Then it's just like pathetic because it's like, is this how you make a living? In some cases, yes.
It truly. How old is your child? Do you say?
15 months.
Oh fuck. Okay.
So she's little. Yeah.
They're getting to that age. There's something that happens when a child gets to like 2, 3, 4, when you're starting to be able to say like right and wrong. You don't do this. And there's a phenomenon that happens where kids will start to do things and they're really just looking for attention. Right. And there's a phenomenon where it's so annoying when parents don't understand this. This is the worst thing in the world you can do for a kid is a kid goes to hit somebody or do something they're not supposed to. And you look at the kid and you're like, oh my gosh, don't do that. That's not good. And you're kind of like laughing. You're telling them to do it because what the kid is saying is they're getting positive attention for it, and you're training them to engage in that behavior over and over and over again. It's a very juvenile, very dumb thing that like I shouldn't say dumb. It's pretty sophisticated actually because they're trying to get that social validation.
It's a form of communication for them.
Yeah, I think as people we all have that in us, and I'm gonna be totally honest. There are times when I hop on accounts and I go into like other streamers' chats. I usually don't have time, but sometimes I'll do it, and fighting with people is a lot of fun. When I say some, because I'm like, because I know what triggers me the most, and I'll be like, oh my god, like I would so much rather watch this streamer do the blah blah blah, and then when the streamer gets mad at you, And like, why would you type that? And they ban you. I'm like, yeah, I got him. Yeah. It does feel good. I understand the feeling because, like, yeah, you get a lot of power. It's like the kid getting the attention from the parents. Like, yes, he saw me.
Yeah,
You know?
that's why you don't feed the trolls.
Exactly,
Right?
yeah.
It exists for a
Was
reason.
it-
Women do that in a more, I think, backhanded way. It's like you'll say something like, "Oh my gosh, Kelly, your acne scars are healing up so great. It looks so much better." But it's the same reason. It's to elicit a response.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
looking up
something.
the rule. What's rule 14? Is that what it was?
I'll say that at the
Hopefully not
playground if
setting the
my
wrong
sons are
rule.
ever like beating kids up and up here.
Yes.
Can you stop your son? Oh, that's
Rule-
he's looking for a reaction. Don't get involved.
Rule 14 of the internet: if you argue with trolls, they win. So, I used to do things on Twitter and
Good
stuff
rule.
where people would comment. I would say
That's why we just block people.
something like under Rule 14 of the internet, this conversation is hereby terminated. So, like, kind of trolling them back. I wanna move on a little bit though and ask you guys with Sound of Freedom and Bud Light and other issues. I'm wondering if you guys think conservatives.
I want to have to see
the
this
right,
movie,
whatever you
Sound
call
of
it, has
Freedom.
begun to win
I
the
might
culture
watch
war.
it tonight on my phone.
The more cynical part of me wants to say no, but I understand that, it's a tug of war, so any ground gained, even if we shouldn't have lost it in the first place, is like positive. The Bud Light phenomenon, it strikes me as very unique. I mean, obviously it is, but I don't think it's because all of a sudden we're figuring out how to fight the culture war. I think it's because you've got Bud Light, which people really weren't married to in the first place. You have so many other options for beers. And then it was something that was so in contrast to the average life of the person who is, drinking Bud Light, to see like Dylan Mulvaney be put on the can. And they're probably like, okay, I don't really like it that much anyway. I'll switch to Coors or whatever. With Sound of Freedom, that was like a legitimately good film. I recommend everyone go see it. To my knowledge, though, they made
I'm gonna
that a few
bootleg
years
it
ago,
on
and
my
they're sitting
phone.
on
5
it,
years ago.
and they put it out recently.
They couldn't get it out.
And that is a good example of how to actually make culture. I mean, culture literally means just like what you are doing, what you are making. And the right doesn't understand itself, which is why we don't win anything. And especially not culture wars, because we don't know how to make culture. Because if you ask like a right-wing person, hey, make me a piece of right-wing art, they're going to draw like Ronald Reagan shooting an Uzi, riding a velociraptor. And it's like, okay, like,
Let's
yes,
go.
Hey, Portland. It might get defaced because they hate Ronald Reagan, but more or less it's going to stay there. You take something that's actually right-wing, like something that is natural and good, like a mother cradling a baby. If you put that mural up somewhere, that would get defaced much quicker and with much more viciousness by some Antifa crazy woke person than would the mural of like Ronald Reagan, because that is what is right-wing, is just what is like natural. Even if you look in like a lot of
cradling a baby would get defaced.
yes, absolutely.
I
Absolutely
think you're.
would.
I don't think that's.
Yeah.
If you look at a lot of
I mean, anything could get defaced, honestly.
Yeah, but I don't think there's like these woke tards who are like, oh, this fucking traditional family structure. That
Honestly,
seems a little
Happen,
fantastic,
it would
okay?
be in Portland.
Honestly, if it were a white mother with a white baby, it would. If it were a black mother with a black baby, it wouldn't. But if it were a white mother with a white baby, it absolutely would. I would bet money on it.
I think it's fair to say there's probably some.
Sorry for the grammatical errors on my comment earlier. Don't worry about it. That's all right. Well, what did I miss? Long time no see, Robloxian YouTuber. Robloxian YouTuber, what do you think about Janemba? If you want to throw cards? Not tonight. I'm gonna be done here in about 20 minutes after we watch this debate. But one of these nights, I do need to. Well, there's a tournament coming up on the 30th that I'm playing in, and I would love to keep pushing with Beerus. But if I don't have Android 17 Defending Friends, ideally, I need 3 copies of Defending Friends and 2 copies of the new Pilaf Shoe in my card. And that's like $60. And I don't have that money to spend on that. So I don't want to play Beerus again. And those cards work great in Janemba. But I'm thinking I'm just going to, like, my choices are either Beerus, Janemba. I could throw together Meki Kabura or GT Spaceship. GT Spaceship, I don't have the Gohan counterplay, but I have a lot of good, all the good stuff for that. And I kind of want to play that, but at the same time, I know it's just going to get shut down by Smoke Dragon. So I'm thinking I might just go Milnemba and just go helmet style with it and just, bump my count up to 4 Nimbuses or 3 Nimbuses in the main and 1 Nimbus in the side. And I wish I had Defending Friends in the Pilaf Shoe and my for my Janemba and for my Beerus deck. I could alternate them between there, but I don't. So if I had 3 defending friends and 2 Pilaf Shu and Mai, I would play Beerus. But I don't. So I think I'm just gonna go heavy Nimbus and Janemba and Mill Nimba and just mill. Our deck's drawing a lot of cards in this format. I heard this format's pretty aggro. I haven't played in this new format yet. I haven't played against Gohan. Is Gohan a hand controlled deck? I need I heard it's a pretty aggro format though.
Higher percentage that you're correct, but I think for the most part, art just gets defaced, and I don't think anyone's going to be like, that picture must be like, I don't think anyone's
Well, I guess an example of that would be, you see this go on Twitter often where there'll be like a family picture of like, 8 white kids and their mom and just, happy. This is ecological terrorism. Something
Yeah,
about
I've seen
this seems
people
wrong to me.
say just having a large white family is offensive.
And even if you look at like the most popular tropes in films, they all are in a way like right wing. I mean, the good over the evil, the strong over the weak, the triumph of good. Jonathan Bowden writes about this extensively.
right wing?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I feel like a lot of the traditional media is actually, depending on how you analyze it, a lot of the
Yeah,
movies we
played
have growing
in
up is
competitive.
actually the overcoming of toxic masculinity.
That's true. So
You're a judge now. You need to get in one of these tournaments, mate. Well, it just comes down to if you have the cards.
they will take like a right-wing sort of concept and they will redress it to be more egalitarian because they will replace, the man with the woman, or they'll add like woke stuff or gay stuff or
Not
what
even.
have you.
I'll fight a lot on this. If you think of like classic movies, how many old movies can we think of where you've got like the hotshot kid and he comes in and he's not a team player, he never passes to his friends, and he quits his team, and then he has like a day or two off where he like hangs out with somebody. He's like, oh, you know what? I need to calm. Like the Mighty Ducks is like a classic example of this. I'm sure there's a ton of other movies that are like this. And then the guy comes back and like either he wins the game because he's playing with his team, or he passes to the other kid on the team and he wins. I feel like that's a pretty classic. I wouldn't call it like right wing or left wing, but like framed in today's society, that feels like people would view it more as left wing because it's attacking toxic masculinity. But like I think there's a lot of classic tropes like that of like men overcoming.
Yeah, Tim Pool wishes he had my hair. He must be bald under that beanie.
They're more.
Yeah, the jockey guy was always like the bad guy. It's
The
Yeah,
jockey
'cause-
guy was Look at Back to the Future.
It's because it
The
was
jockey-
written by Hollywood nerd writers who
Yeah.
you want to know what right wing
Right.
art is?
self-inserts.
And I think one of the issues is you are correct. The right doesn't know itself. And I constantly hear about this movie is too woke, so it's bad or whatever. Captain America, that's right wing. That's a right wing movie, hands down.
Yep.
It's literally a movie about a scrawny guy who's trying to lie.
So they've been trashing on video games throughout this podcast multiple times. Now they're in the part that I told you about earlier, where they're going to go into these deep movie analysis of what movies are right wing and left wing. John's going to start talking about The Incredibles, which is a dang Pixar movie. It's like, at least I don't watch children's movies. Like, you're going to make fun of me playing a video game. I'm not watching children's movies and doing a political analysis of The Incredibles and Captain America and crap like that. Like, I like movies too, but my point is, it's kind of hypocritical. It's just a form of entertainment. If you look at a form of entertainment as beta or alpha or something, like somebody plays video games, so that means they're not a man. Like, that's kind of dumb. That's low IQ. Like, now, if you're talking about somebody who sits and plays World of Warcraft all day and spends money on it and is addicted to spending money or gambling, guys on Kick, Destiny's on Kick. Destiny is now 20% owner of Kick, and part of his contract, he has a 1-year contract, 20% owner of Kick. He has to spend 20% of his time playing slots. So part of his 7-figure contract, I think he said low 7-figure contract for a year. He has to spend 20% of his time playing slots. So they're promoting gambling. Now, of course, Destiny's not the one who's against video games here. So, but my point is, like, at least I'm not playing slots and wasting my money. At least I'm not. So you mean us card nerds? Yeah. Well, I think card games are, my point is, playing a video game is just a form of entertainment. It's no different than listening to music or watching a movie. Card games are different because card games it's a competitive aspect, and it's a looking at your opponent in the eye. Unfortunately, we don't have that with the webcam tournaments. But when you go to a big tournament there's a energy in the air, a competitive energy, and you're like sitting across from somebody and you're looking them in the eye, and it's, you know, may the smartest man win, and it's an intellectual competition, and there's strategy involved, and you got to build your deck, and you got to study the meta, and blah 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 blah, and and the same with some video games. I think some video games can make people smarter and can help with hand-eye coordination. We've talked about that before. It's called accepting that you're owned. It's called accepting that you're owned. You mean the contract thing? By the way, you know the Xenoverse event that's happening this Saturday? I've seen those. I haven't signed up for any of them. There's too many weird rules, man. It gets crazy when they have all these. Oh, there's another separate ban list. We're allowing banned and erratas cards, but then we have our own separate ban list, and then I got to build a new deck, and I don't know. I would like to get in one of those just so I could bring back dang old Super Shenron Height of Mastery. But I don't know if they have Super Shenron pre-errata. That would be fun. Or just bust out some Storm. Some set 1 Storm with flute and all that stuff. But yeah, video games are not inherently good or bad. It can become a bad habit, but it's not just harmful just playing a video game sometimes. And the fact that I'm streaming when I'm playing video games, people come in here and say, as men, should we really be playing video games? Who was that? Your Moment came in the chat and was saying, quit playing the video game and read the chats and pay attention to your chat. It's like, what do you want? You need to see my pretty face close up, and I need to be looking in your eye the whole time, and I need to address all your comments and talk to you directly on the stream. What kind of parasocial relationship do you think this is? You're not my nagging wife. Like, I'm chilling. We're hanging out. We're hanging out and playing some games. We're listening to some debates, you know? Why are you going to bring that energy in here? I don't need that mess. I'm going to do what I do, bro. Super Shenron is unerrated. Unerrated. Like I really care. Roomy or whatever you call it. Rummy is a good Rummy is a good card game. Rummy's alright. I like Spades better. I like Texas Hold'em, really. As far as regular cards go, I like Texas Hold'em. The only gambling I'll do at a casino is sign up for a poker tournament. And I've only played one poker tournament in a casino, and I think I was the first one out. Like, I was out of my league. But online poker tournaments, I can do all right. I think I was more nervous than, because it was my first time playing in a casino at a real table, at a real tournament, and I got nervous. But I love Texas Hold'em. I love Spades. But it's more of a social and a competitive aspect with card games. Video games, I could see how they could be detrimental to somebody, you know, and you can get addicted to it and hooked on it. And a lot of people kind of will play MMORPGs like WoW or Final Fantasy 14, and they think they like use it as a substitute for real life. But I go to the gym, I work, I stream, you know, I take my dog for walks, I go camping. I don't just sit and play video games all the time. So when people say that stuff, it's like, shut up. Shut up. Spades. Shout out Spades. Rummy or gin rummy? I like regular rummy. I don't know. I don't think I've ever played gin rummy. 100, 100, 100, 100.
His way into the army, who becomes this like visage of stereotypical masculinity who fights Nazis.
100's in the chat.
It's like pro-America. His name is Captain. Like that's like very right wing.
Yeah.
Conservatives didn't come out and cheer for that movie.
No,
they ignored it.
We don't even. We're like a fish in water, unable to detect what is around us. It's like hierarchy, the ascent of hierarchy. This movie is so right wing that I thought it was right wing.
Here we go.
I went to write a script for the video, and I was like writing out like, it'd be funny if I made this point. And then Mr. Incredible, it's The Incredibles, said something that was like borderline fascist, and I was like, now I have to escalate it even further. Because you look at that movie, you watch, superhero movie. That movie is about like the emasculation. Yeah, it was in the scene when he's arguing with Mrs. Parr about, he goes out, to rob with Syndrome. Syndrome, or to stop the robbery with Syndrome, comes back and the wife is like, where were you? And they're talking about, you know, the school, and he's going on about how like the school punishes excellence and no one's allowed to be great anymore. And I'm like, this is so cool. So I'm like, okay, now I have to escalate what he's saying. But it's true. I mean, that movie is about like this man who had achieved greatness and now he's like literally incubated into this cubicle and he wants to use his strength to pursue good, and everything around him is doing the opposite of that. And look at Syndrome, the villain. What does Syndrome want to do? He literally says that he wants to make
Goku is an alpha male.
everyone equal because he's so traumatized by his past that he's like, well, now everyone's going to
The cartoon example of a pure-hearted alpha male. Straight up.
be super, because no one will be, because he was a dork and he wasn't Mr. Incredible, so he couldn't hang, he couldn't stop Bon Voyage, and he's taking it out on everybody else.
I applaud your encyclopedic
all right,
knowledge
we
of
get it,
this
Dean.
movie.
We get it.
I just watched the Black Clover movie on Netflix. It's anime, and this is another great example. Matt Walsh ragging on anime.
He also rags on Disney. I will. So
And
what's
video games.
what's frustrating about that is that we're not supposed to indulge degenerate culture, but then Disney movies are family friendly, and we're adult conservatives are not anymore, but adult conservatives can't even watch like wholesome stuff. So we're all just supposed to watch Sound of Freedom all day, every day. Like, what is that?
The Black Clover movie is quite literally the story of Black
But they've all been ragging on video games throughout the whole show.
Clover and anime is people can at a certain age or whatever, they get a grimoire, a magic book that gives them magic powers. This one kid who desperately wants to be a magic knight in service of the crown.
Why would I use
never
more
gets one.
ingredients?
So he trains physically
Look,
as
why
hard
would
as he
you-
can until he's so physically.
Why would you use a steak, a mushroom, and a truffle for full recovery plus 1 heart if you get the same effect out of a steak and a truffle? And then why would you use prime meat in a truffle if you get the same effect? They all give you the same effect. Why wouldn't you just do this one? It's dumb.
Powerful, he actually stands a chance, and then he gets some anti-magic book with a sword, and in the arena where they're doing the test, this is the actual show, not the movie, he has no magic powers, but in the first battle he's so fast he just slams into the guy who has magic. Basically the point of that show is hard work and merit can make it possible. In the movie they put on Netflix, the bad guy literally wants to bring about a new world of equality, and in the great battle, the main character Asta is like, the villain is like, the royal elites are oppressing the people, and Asta is like, no, whether you're a noble, a peasant, a farmer, or a warrior, we're all working together to make our country better. And I'm like, where are the conservatives to come out and actually celebrate things that uphold their values when all they do is complain about things that don't have their values? And those movies with the weird, like, fractured stories, like they made The Craft too, I'm like, they don't do well. You know what I mean? Like, they're not culturally significant.
They got mad. I went and saw the new Indiana Jones, and I got like crap for it just because like it was woke or something because there was a female protagonist. Which, you ever seen those movies? I mean, that's like always a trope, and people are like, "Oh, it's woke. She's such a girl boss." But that's kind of the point. Is this girl is so prideful and annoying that her like literally 80-something-year-old godfather has to come in and like show her how it's done, and because he is the adventurer, he is Indiana Jones.
They got rid of Shia LaBeouf.
And you notice too, a lot of the like more like woke film critics don't like that movie, and I think it's because Indiana Jones and James Bond, these kind of franchises, are like one of the last sort of authentic displays of like real adventure or like a hero archetype that like men have to project themselves onto. Because now if you look at like Captain America, like you mentioned, what that has devolved into is like Captain America fights for gay rights and stuff like that with the whole like MCU. And I just don't think that that's as good of a role model for like what
Superman used to, or was it Batman or Superman? Superman, when he first came out, fought Nazis. He was the American hero. He fought Nazis. Now he's gay.
skill leadership looks like.
I feel like for some of these things, firstly, I hate analyzing this as left-wing versus right-wing. I think it's the most weirdly politics-brain thing. I think that there are good tropes TikTok movies, there are bad tropes TikTok movies. Trying to figure out if it's like right or left is kind of strange. Something that I'll be a little bit critical of conservatives on is sometimes, and I understand maybe because there's not good leadership in the Republican Party right now because there's a huge split between DeSantis and Trump and who knows what else is going on, is sometimes I think it would be better if conservatives could frame things positively rather than like attacking everything. Because sometimes it feels like they don't have a good, like, what would better representation representation be? Instead, it's just like, I don't like that there are so many black characters. I don't like there's so many female characters. I don't like the man did this or that or that. It makes me wonder sometimes. There are classic movies that I consider 10 out of 10 movies that if they were to be released today, I feel like conservatives would call them woke. I feel like legitimately, I'm not saying it's an opinion. This is a fact. If you disagree, you're wrong. Mulan was an amazing movie.
Yes.
I feel like if Mulan got released today, I think conservatives would universally pan it. Wow.
I mean, maybe he doesn't know, but this already happened. Mulan was remade, and conservatives did dog on it not because the theme of the movie is bad. Mr. I'll make a man out of you. They dogged on it because in the credits, Disney thanked the place where they had the concentration camp for the for those Uyghur Muslims. The movie was shot and filmed on land that was owned by the Chinese group that was putting Uyghur Muslims into concentration camps. And then in the credits, they actually thanked the organization that built and maintained those camps. That's what the complaint was with the new Mulan. I don't know if Destiny doesn't realize that they did remake Mulan, but yeah, I don't know.
A woman steps into a man's job, robbing honor from her father, and fights just as good as the men do. She even beats up the man guy. Women aren't that strong. Women can't do that. That's not even and it's emasculating as hell that she beats the boss and says, like, I feel like that would be the criticism. Like, damn, I don't know. That seems kind of sad.
I agree with the point.
Is
The
that a
beginning
true
you
story?
said
Mulan?
Mulan,
It's
yeah.
basically
Well,
true.
it's like a folk tale.
This is
Chinese
exactly
folktale.
this is what I'm saying. Captain America comes out. It's a Marvel film about a guy who's trying to lie his way into the military to serve his country. And where were the conservatives to be like, this is the perfect example of masculinity, Hollywood? So here's what happens. There is no positive signaling from the right on what they do like, only negative signaling on what they don't like.
Yeah.
And how does a movie theater, a movie studio react to that other than, hey, when we do this thing, all these people are cheering from this, ignore the haters.
Yeah.
If the conservatives came out and they were like, hey, look, Sound of Freedom is a good example. It beats Indiana Jones on a Tuesday. Obviously, Indiana Jones has like 85 million plus. But for the Tuesday, Sound of Freedom did really, really well, creating an opportunity for studios to pursue these types of movies. A positive reaction is better in terms of growing culture than a negative one.
Well, we kind of had that with Top Gun Maverick. I think that was kind of a return to is like, wholesome male lead character, hero archetype, very pro-Americana, kind of jingoistic with all the fetishization of the military, in my opinion. But I mean, that's a pretty right-wing movie.
There was even like you mentioned, conservatives, and I think this is by our nature. I don't know how we would ever get around this. We don't know anything except for what we don't like. Maybe it's because the values that enabled the society that we want to conserve to exist, we don't exactly embody ourselves, which is why, like Destiny mentioned, if a movie came out nowadays that was very popular back in the day, we'd be like, oh, there's too many female characters, too many black characters. But at the same time, we wouldn't actually want to make a movie without that, because it'd be like, well, we don't want to be racist because we are so like cucked to the morality of the left. But the same thing with Top Gun Maverick, like conservatives liked that, but they liked it because it wasn't woke, which is to say it wasn't, anti-America. It wasn't like, over the top with like, diversity, equity, inclusion, stuff like that. But there are more subtle themes of that movie, which I do find this fascinating, like the left-wing versus right-wing analysis.
I don't think it's so much left or right versus like subversive or upholding of traditional values.
I think that is in itself left and right. Like just as that even, but like with Top Gun Maverick, you've got this character who is kind of like James Bond in the sense that like he's obviously, top of the league, he's excellent, he's competent, but he also maneuvers around like this sort of bureaucracy that's like, no, you have to do this way, you have to do this way. Kind of makes his own rules, and people really like enjoy watching that. This sort of like guy who is like very competent at his job and doesn't have to be governed by this sort of like algorithmic process which most men nowadays have to follow. So I think that is very like inspiring to them to see that displayed. But a conservative wouldn't understand that. They would just watch and be like, oh, the plane, but they wouldn't understand like why they like it, which is why Hollywood's like, oh shoot, they like this movie because America and planes. Well, let's make another. Let's make a reboot.
Does it make money? Yeah, with Bud Light, Starbucks, Target, I think you're starting to see companies get worried about leaning too hard into maybe not simply pride stuff, but politics in general.
Maybe, yeah. You have to keep in mind that this is kind of a forever losing battle, is that if you have media or products that are focused on like diversity and inclusion, by default, you're going to have a much larger fan base. And that's something that conservatives kind of have to factor in.
But it's not just about
diversity
diversity and inclusion, because if you look at the Fast and Furious movies, those are diverse. they're totally diverse. I have not heard a single person call those movies woke. So there's a
Agreed.
difference between wanting a broad audience and
agree.
understanding this is a global market versus
I wouldn't call them woke. I'll call them garbage. the latter Fast and the Furious movies. Also, how you gonna have Fast 10 have a cliffhanger ending? Also, how you gonna have what's the other movie I watched with a cliffhanger ending? I was so pissed off because it's like they did the first one. What is the movie? The first one was a complete story. Then the second one, I just watched it the other day. What was it? And it had a cliffhanger ending. And I was like, how are you gonna have a full movie, but it's the second? Now it's gonna be like a sequel to the sequel, but it's not a trilogy because it's really just two stories. The first movie is a self-encapsulating movie. And then the second movie had a cliffhanger ending. What was that movie? But I also Fast and Furious did that. How are you going to have the 10th movie have a cliffhanger ending? Spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Fast X yet, or the 10th one, this got a cliffhanger ending. So they got to make another one now. And I thought this was going to be the last one. Nope. Too harsh of a joke.
oh, now this Viking Jarl is a black woman. Like they're different.
That's one of the good things for, I want to say, almost every Tom Cruise movie I've ever seen. I don't know if Tom Cruise is involved firsthand in like declaring this or not, but I feel like almost like there are a lot of good female women characters in a lot of the movies he's in. Where it, but did you see The Edge of the Edge of Tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, I love
Yeah,
it.
that's a really good movie.
Emily
The
Blunt.
strongest character, arguably, is a woman, except for Tom Cruise, but you never, ever get the inkling of wokeness from that movie,
Yeah.
ever. In Top Gun, one of the pilots is a woman. I think the one that goes, and there's never a scene where she's
'Cause
like,
I think
I could do it better than the boys. You know?
Right.
That's
exactly,
it. It's not just
exactly.
about having strong female characters, which have existed in movies for a long time. Like, I mean, the Aliens
Aliens,
movie.
Terminator
That's not a
2, yep.
problem. I think
Hunger
it's
Games.
when that's coupled with the undermining of men. That's, I think, what makes it
Yeah.
woke and what people don't like.
Yeah, like
That's the left falling into the same trap as the right, where we have this horrible problem as humans, where we can never just fucking like something without shitting on the antithesis of it as well. It's not enough to be a PlayStation gamer. You also have to hate the guys that play Xbox.
Yeah.
So it's not enough to empower
Yeah.
women. You have to shit on men at the same time, you know? And there are so many
Exactly.
scenes in some of the empower. Yeah, because you go back, like Sarah Connor from the Terminator movies, or Sigourney Weaver as Ripley in the Alien movies. These are amazing representations of women, and there were never, or Kill Bill even, there are modern examples too. Yeah, where you don't have those woke moments where the woman is outperforming the guy, and it's like, this is why I don't need a man. You know?
I think Hunger Games did a really, really great job
Nah.
of having a female lead.
That's all right, Dean. Your jokes usually aren't that funny, to be honest.
Who was the first ever female action star? Did you know that? Jennifer Lawrence said that. So
Oh,
Therefore, it remember must be that.
That's
true.
so absurd. Jeez, this is the kind
I think
of,
that
like-
was a misspeak, to be fair. I did see that
Sure.
interview, and it was, but yeah, she apologized for that. Yeah.
think about the Hunger Games arc as compared to a traditional hero's journey of a man. Katniss Everdeen does not want to go to war, does not want to be a hero, and desperately tries to stop her involvement in the conflict.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really interesting take on a female perspective in an action movie, whereas the guy is usually like, I have to go and do this or else the world will end. And Katniss Everdeen is like, I don't want to go to war with you. Keep doing it. I'm protecting my family.
Yeah.
I thought that was
And
fantastic.
that's the thing too, is like she doesn't fulfill like the male archetype for that situation. Like you said, she acts like a woman, but she also is able to succeed. I mean, she's not like dealing with the conflict and just like, I am stoic. I mean, she's breaking down crying. She's exploiting her beauty to like get sponsors and, advance further to protect her family, which is noble. I mean, we're not saying that like females are incapable of nobility, but you're exactly right. I mean, they tell the story without people in the audience being like, wait a minute, they're trying to cast, her as a male character, and that's weird. I think that's what it is like watching the film, watching the characters, and being able to tell that the way this character is behaving is unnatural. They are doing this because they are trying to pretend that like everybody's equal, and we can all just sort of like plug ourselves in where we will. It's another piece of media that came out, is very popular a couple of years ago, that was right wing. Squid Game. Remember Squid Game?
Oh, totally right wing.
Because
and these, finish your point. I got to rant on this.
they people were like, oh, it's like this critique of capitalism. I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of right wing. But then it was also like the way the characters were being successful wasn't like, a girl boss. Like there were the women characters who were using like their beauty and their sort of charm to like seduce the male characters. It was like, might is right. I mean, the stronger ones were winning until they were stupid and uncalculated, like that big guy who ended up getting killed by the woman on the glass panel one. Sorry, spoiler. It's been 2 years. Watch the stupid TV show.
Only 2 years?
Yeah, so I think it was fall 2021.
Okay.
Ad. Get out of here, ad.
I got around on this because when the movie came out, I was like, wow, this is a huge critique of communism. And I get all these leftists being like, Tim's so dumb. The guy who made it said it was a critique of capitalism. And I'm like, then this guy doesn't know anything about communism or capitalism.
Yeah.
Let's use the red light, green light scenario because it's been a long time since I watched it, but this was a really great example. In which system, contestants, are you likely to find everyone wearing the exact same clothes, starting from the exact same position, and then being told, good luck? A capitalist system or a communist system? Because in a capitalist system, some people are born wealthy.
I'm
That
gonna
means
head
they'll
out,
be
man. They don't
born
wanna listen to
with
left,
tools
right,
and
BS.
advantages halfway across the room already and not have to start from the back.
It's not BS. It's you're too young. You're too young to care about it. That's all right.
If everyone's forced to dress the same, start from the same position, no matter how old or whatever, that is more
It's
of
called the culture
a forced
war.
equality system than a some people are naturally benefited.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I have not seen this, but I'm still gonna fight with this take. Okay, ready? I've never watched a single episode. Real quick, there is a place in the most capitalist country in the world, or one of them, the United States, where you can find a scenario like that, and it's prison, where people tend to start behind. They're all given the same clothes, blah, blah, blah. Wasn't the point of the Squid Game show? You're talking about the Squid Game show,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Or I don't even know what the movie show. Wasn't the point of it was that every single person there had some big problem, and that's why they were there?
They're all
in
facing
debt.
debt.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
then that is more of like people fucked up first, and then kind of like instead of going to prison, you can go to the Squid Game to, I guess, like get money or whatever. So that I don't know if I would say that's a pet fair. That it feels like pretty capitalist to me that a bunch of people that get fucked in life and debt
You saw the title of the stream, right? It's a debate review.
are now in another fucking rat race where they've got to try to fight
But,
against
this,
this
but, but that's not unique to capitalism.
It'd
The
be like
fact that-
I'm not saying it's unique to capitalism, but
insofar as
the-
that's
the-
usury,
the-
that's like loans, which
That's all right. I get it. I didn't care about politics when I was your age either.
people on the right don't like.
The idea that the
What?
scenarios,
Yeah.
the idea that
No.
I mean, the Catholic Church banned that. That's why.
how do you
Jewish
buy a
people-
house? No, I understand traditionally like
Yeah.
usury is bad, but like I'm pretty sure Catholics want to borrow money, right?
Well, I mean, you want to borrow money, but we disavow usury. We don't like usury, like loaning with high interest rates, exploiting
what is a
people.
high interest rate? Exploiting,
I mean, well, think about it this way. Like, the way that people perceive money nowadays, I don't, like with student loans, I sympathize with the idea of them being forgiven because I don't think
I'm not a Catholic, and I'm against loans and loaning. I don't even like banks.
that people understand how interest works, how money
Yeah.
works. And credit card companies know this. I mean, these people, it's predatory. I don't like predatory
wait, so do you think
lending.
people should never be able to borrow money?
Absolutely not. I think that and I don't know what the exact number is, but there is something to be said about people exploiting people's desperation and need for money and trapping them into debt for more or less the rest of their
Wait,
lives.
so how do we buy houses or cars?
I'm not saying that lending in itself needs to be outlawed.
You go to work and you save your money and then you buy it. If we didn't have these exorbitant loans, then the housing market wouldn't be so crazy. If we didn't have them loaning out houses to people who can't ever afford to pay them back, then the housing market wouldn't crash. We wouldn't have as high inflation. We wouldn't have this imaginary concept of money. You would go to work, you would get paid, you would save your money, and then you would buy what you want. It's pretty simple, Destiny. It's pretty simple.
I'm simply
Well, who's going
saying
to lend
that,
money
like,
if you don't get
think
interest
about
on it?
Squid Game. The amount of debt you have to be in Squid Game. I am saying that type of lending is predatory. It's obvious before you make that amount of or that loan that this should have been taken into account. You can sort of tell what the people's circumstances are. I think that should more or less be outlawed. I think that's absolutely
Disavow
wrong. I'm not
usury,
saying
100%.
You have your 20%, 10%, 5%, buy a house. But I'm saying like, these high interest rates, like 20, 30% for credit cards, student loans, things like that should absolutely be discouraged, not allowed.
These were not components of Squid Game, right?
They were in debt though, right?
Yeah, they were all in debt, and they were competing for a lot of money.
I don't think they were all in debt. I think
Well, they were all
was-
competing for money.
Right, there was a big thing that filled with money or whatever.
Yeah.
But
They all had something
the
wrong.
idea that it's a critique of capitalism is incorrect because to be fair, as to try and give someone the benefit of the doubt, the movie is a critique of authoritarian corruption and centralized
You keep saying
economics.
movie. It was a show, right?
was a
Yeah,
movie.
it's a show.
Oh, it was a show.
It was a
Oh,
show.
sorry, it was a show. There
Okay,
you
go ahead. Sorry. Okay, yeah, but yeah.
There you go,
okay.
show.
Sure.
But the general idea is you get these people saying, and even I guess the guy who created it's a critique of capitalism because they were powerful people who are, controlling and manipulating people this way. And I'm like, that's not what capitalism means.
Yeah.
Communism being the political structure. I'm not saying it was a socialist film. I'm saying the idea of private trade versus public trade is not necessarily a component of what I'm criticizing. I'm saying authoritarian control that puts people on the same clothing and then drops them off and exploits them is not what capitalism is. You can call it corporatism. You can say it can arise from an unchecked capitalism. But if we're actually talking about private ownership versus public ownership, that's not what Squid Games was criticizing.
Yeah, there's this interesting phenomenon where people will try to make art that is conveying like a left-wing message, but then the audience perceives it much differently and ends up liking it. Like you'll see, my favorite example
Fahrenheit
is
451.
Alan Moore, I think, is the author who wrote Watchmen, and you've got this Rorschach character who was written expressly to be this like bad.
Yeah, they're going to talk about what I mentioned last night, but I never talked about it. I didn't want to get too off track, but the idea that Ray Bradbury wrote Fahrenheit 451, and then he went to a college and he was doing a presentation, and one of the students said, he said, this is what the book is about. And the college student said, no, that's not what our teacher said. This is what the book is about. And he said, I wrote the book, dummy. Who cares what your teacher taught you and what you exegeted out of it? Just read the words. I wrote the book. I'm telling you what it's about.
Bad guy, this fascist character, and everyone like loves Rorschach. I mean, I watched that movie for the first time at the advice of my friend. I was like, he's literally me. I mean, he's like, this moral absolutist. He's like complaining about liberal hippies and all this other stuff as the crime and everything infests the city. Far Cry 5, you've got that one song like "Keep Your Rifle by Your Side." They write that to make fun of, "Keep Your Rifle by Your Side." They write that to make fun of like Christian conservative homesteaders. It's like an anthem now. Everyone loves that
Same
song.
with Fortunate Son. Like a lot of people think of it as like, oh, this like pro-America. It's like, no, that's not.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I would say conservatives aren't above analyzing things incorrectly, too, though, right? How many conservatives, I think even at a fucking Trump rally, they play that Bruce Springsteen song, Born in the USA?
Yeah.
I don't care how you look at
That
it.
is not-
You're never getting a pro-America song out of that, other than hearing the chorus over and over again. Yeah.
I was going to say, Fahrenheit 451 was, there's a famous story where Ray Bradbury was like giving a lecture and they interpreted it as the students interpret it as the government censorship, and he was like, no, it's about the public demanding it, and they were like, no, you're wrong. He's like, well, I wrote this book.
Yeah.
But in terms of Rorschach, this is really this is funny because I think Alan Moore, the writer, right? Was it Alan Moore?
All right, do we have enough food?
He had said it was supposed to be a smelly,
We got a lot of food.
disgusting, like
Can we still
far
make more
right
food?
or whatever you want to call it. People weren't supposed to empathize with this character.
Yeah.
The problem is Rorschach. His look. You want to make someone a bad character? Don't make their arc that they caught a guy raping and murdering children and it caused them to snap.
Yep.
Because no matter how awful the person is in terms of his moral absolutism, you are like, if somebody witnesses something like that, I can understand them snapping. It's not a good character, but you're not going to hate. You're not going to feel hatred. You're going to feel like a sadness for what drove them to their menace. Not only that, the whether it's the comic or the movie. When he's in the scene in the movie,
Can't carry any more meals.
where
Okay.
the guy tries to kill him and he grabs the train
We're filled up on meals. We got 10 minutes left in this video. Let's go find a cave to get some Keese eyeballs.
and blocks the knife
cool.
and then splashes him with the boiling oil and says, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. This is a guy who was defending himself and then told him to back off. So by all means, criticize him and say he's supposed to be a bad character, but you write him in this way. Come on.
I mean,
believe
that's
that.
that's a sign of a good character, right? Like even like I would argue that the first Avengers movie with Thanos or whatever was written as a very sympathetic
To Thanos.
lead villain. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Dean.
heard right-wing commentators say that it's anything
Dean,
where
you're
there's,
on
like,
one.
gray
Just stop.
areas morally is leftist because of moral relativism. It's like, okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but a good villain will have their own justifications for what they're doing. Otherwise, it's just cartoon evil, and that's not
Yeah.
interesting.
And we went a little bit over, so I'll end with my final thoughts. That's why Final Fantasy 16 is awful. It was a terrible game. I stand by this. Everyone's allowed to be mad at me. I won't spoil the game, but it is lower than one-dimensional. So yeah.
Which isn't always bad, though. I will say that there's a time and a place for Game of Thrones, which is incredibly seven-dimensional.
Yeah.
Okay. God bless the ending of that show was so fucking horrible. And there's also a time and a place for Lord of the Rings, which is incredibly one-dimensional. It's
Agreed,
literally the biggest, baddest bad guy and the goodest. But it's like, yeah, there's a time and a place to enjoy different types of media, I think. Yeah.
I agree. So, well, we've been going for a couple hours. I don't know if there's anything you guys want to say before we wrap up, or just shout anything out.
Follow me on YouTube, youtube.com/destiny, kick.com/destiny, and instagram.com/destiny. And I'm now on the new, hip, exciting Gen Z website, Threads.
Threads.
That just sounds like some 50-year-old
I hate
executive
Threads.
trying to be hip with the kids.
Threads.com/@destiny.
I can't stand Threads because my feed is just a bunch of random garbage. It's all random people. I just don't
You
care.
gotta interact with it so you can
But like,
tailor the feed or whatever,
like
right?
I
All
pulled
right,
up
a
and
bunch
it's
of
like
keys should
some-
fly out of here.
Dude, I don't know who like Frobo is, and like
Listen, social media's in a dire strait. It's either that or we pick up Twitter and we got more pictures of black people fighting, all right? That's where we're at. That's where we're at right now with social media, okay? Tim, stop being so fucking picky, all right?
Or Hunter Biden. We love Hunter.
Yeah.
Biden.
More Hunter Biden, yeah.
I honestly, here's a hot take. I would have been more offended if they had found marijuana than cocaine. I will not elaborate.
Yeah.
You can find me at youtube.com/John Doyle. I really mean that. I'm not just saying that. I want you to go. I want you to check out the content. It's frequent. It's wonderful. Many are saying this. Go check it out. Thank you.
Okay, so I feel like you're kind of shaming with the frequent content thing, but I do upload sporadically on my main channel, Lauren Chen. That's social political issues. My media channel.
John's
Mediaholic,
content
talk
is
about
not
pop
frequent.
culture, and I'm at the Lauren Chen Twitter, Instagram, and if you really like my stuff, I'm also on Blaze TV and TV USA.
Oh my God. Can I hijack 1 minute of your show? Can I ask you a question? I'm actually super curious.
Maybe.
When people talk about traditional relationships, it ties into our more than the discussion on Squid Games, okay? To our original topic. When people talk about like traditional relationships, traditional lifestyles and everything, how do you personally, and obviously as much as you're comfortable saying it, balance the fact that you're a mother but you still want to work? How do you like, yeah, what is that like in your mind? Or how does that,
So
yeah.
I guess Bernadine Bluntly, she's a I guess Christian mom influencer. She's talked about this before, so I'm totally just gonna steal some of her thoughts. It's like if we look at the Bible, you know, especially in Psalms, there is the example of the industrious wife who is supporting their family. So I think it's pretty. I'm not someone who thinks that women
Psalms?
should never leave the home or work at all, because that just even historically in very Christian societies is not what it looked like. So I view my responsibility as a wife and as a mother to help however I can with my family. Now, right now, obviously, 90% of the time I am just looking after my kid. I film videos part-time. That's pretty different than the modern world of view of career number one or even 50-50 split. So, I mean, and I've never claimed to be trad, but I think my stance is that having a family is way more important and way more fulfilling than a career will ever be. So, in terms of how I spend my time, my day-to-day life does look like that.
Okay.
But also, I think it's important to acknowledge, like John was saying, we live in a world, there are bills that exist. Like, I'm not going to shame, and I've seen people online do this, like, if a mom is working because she literally has to help her husband to pay bills and you're shaming her, is that pro-family? And it's a different thing to say we should examine why we can no longer have all these moms
Right,
staying home
right,
because
right.
we need two incomes, but to actually
We
take
have
an
to.
individual,
You
someone
have
who's
to,
actually
'cause
married,
the way the
actually has a
system's set
kid,
up.
and to shame that person because like she needs money to support her family, that's not pro-family, that's not pro-Christian. But we see a lot of people in the red pill community doing that, and I'm just like, dude, like,
Yeah, the problem
What
is
are
if
you
like
doing?
the career is the utmost goal instead of the family. Like if the career is serving the
Yes.
family, it's like, are you really gonna have a problem with that? Also, to clarify, I was not taking a shot at you. People get mad at me because I only post like 4 times a year, so that's
Okay.
I had to gaslight the audience.
right on. All right, are we done? We're gonna go eat cheeseburgers and have sushi.
Cheeseburgers and sushi.
A cheeseburger. I will have a cheeseburger.
Who
All right,
has
everybody, thanks for
cheeseburgers
hanging
and
out. This has
sushi?
been
What kind
a
of
blast.
combination
These,
is that?
You know, we're figuring out the format and all that stuff. I do think it's funny that the more contentious the character, the more views you get. And when it's like a calm, reasonable discussion like we had now, people are like, "Oh, that was fun," but you're not
Should've
gonna
spoken more about cuckoldry.
you're not gonna get the shock content. You know, you're not gonna get the like smackdown, the blood sports kind of thing. But it was a blast. So thank you all for hanging out. We'll be back next week. We're having
Yeah,
a
there
big
was
one next
no,
week. We got
that was
some,
good.
some celebrities coming, and so it should
Ooh,
be.
you have a hint for that?
Nope, no
Teaser?
hint. So we need to get to we need to figure out the mechanics of it. But I'm thinking like on Monday we put.
That was a good discussion. It was no blood sports, no yelling. They stayed calm. That was pretty good. I like it. What's a better thing to hit him with? I don't want to go by attack power. I don't want to use that. Maybe these? Money bunny. All right, guys, that's about the end of the stream. I'm going to hit these 2 caves up real quick to try to get some key eyeballs. Where are they? Oh, there we go. So what you do is you walk into the entrance of the cave, and all these bats will fly out, these keys. And you get an electrocution, like a shock fruit or a dazzle fruit, on your arrow. And you shoot multiple. And then you just gather all the key eyeballs. And these key eyeballs are put on your arrows to give you homing arrows. So whenever you shoot the arrow, it will go at the head of the enemy that you're pointed in the direction of. So when you're fighting Gleeoks, the dragons, the big dragons, we got to kill 3 King Gleeoks in the next stream to finish off the stage's wills. So when you go against Gleeoks, you definitely want to have key eyeballs for the homing arrows. I should have had more. I guess they got away. All right, we'll do one more cave to get some more key eyeballs. I think it's actually just the opposite entrance to this cave, so there probably won't be any that fly out. Oh, the buddy! Come here, buddy! Oh, he's gone. There's another cave entrance over here. I think it's just the opposite entrance. So no bats are probably going to fly out. Oh, nope. We're wrong. Oh, we got a good grip of them. We got 4 shots off. Where did we, where'd all my rewards go? Rewards? Where'd all my eyeballs go? Where'd my eyeballs go? The heck? I shot a bunch of them. Well, that was dumb. I don't know what just happened. I don't know why I didn't get more. I should have got many. Oh, there they are. Alright, we'll do a few more caves next time in the next stream, and then we'll go fight those 3 Gleeoks. And then, oh, there's more. I knew there was more. We'll fight the 3 King Gleeoks, and then we can upgrade all of our sages. And then we'll probably go back to side quests. I don't know. Eventually, we just need to beat the game. We just need to go fight Ganon. I could do it whenever. Like, I'm ready to fight him. But yeah, that's enough for tonight. Oh, wait, but there are we could also get eyeballs from Aracudas. Which are those things? I don't really care. I'm good for tonight. All right, guys, but that's it for the stream. Catch you later, Jess. Have a good evening, bro. You too, Jeff Hewitt. Have a good night, man. God bless everybody. I will, I'll catch you in the next stream. I don't know when it's going to be. Oh, I've been leaning too far in. I need to sit back. I do want to review the Tucker Carlson Andrew Tate interview. So, depending on when I get home from work tomorrow, we may do a stream and review the Tucker Carlson Andrew Tate interview from today. It was uploaded to, I think it was uploaded today. But it's very similar to the PBD interview, but it's got Tucker. Tucker's a boss. So maybe we'll watch that interview if I have time tomorrow, and we'll fight these 3 King Gleoks and get these Sage's Wills. But that's it for the stream, guys. Have a good night. Be safe, guys. I'm out. Later. Peace. Hit the like button on your way out.